Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday, man. Wow, what a slow night last night, although I did get some joy, FP. As FP's in for Joe Shashkin the Butcher. Of course, FP Santangelo. It's always good to have him on the roast. Spadoni will be back next week. So we'll get the band back together slowly but surely here as we get through some tough times. We got Big John in the building, Lubman as well. Good morning to everybody out there getting out the graveyard shift, the overnight dancers, the community drivers, the cops, the firefighters. You know the drill. I did get joy out of watching the Kings lose to the Heat. The Sacramento Kings, I don't know why I'm starting there, but watching them lose always kind of waters my heart. Especially after beating the Clippers and they come back and they're down to the Heat without Jimmy Butler. But anyway, there's a lot going on here. Of course, we got Chris Paul coming back with the Golden State Warriors. How about the Giants scoring 9 runs yesterday in spring? Their offense woke up. 27 Yankees. Watch out. The 2024 Giants are here, FP.
Dude, I don't care if the Giants score 0 runs or 15 runs in spring training. I don't care.
Dude, it's
not that I don't care. It's spring trading.
It's spring trading.
It doesn't matter.
No, I'm seeing hot takes fly about spring trading, and I'm like, we got to reevaluate our lives.
I can't wait to get there. Spring training is fun.
Oh, yeah. No,
Scottsdale's a big party.
Oh, you're going to love that.
I can't wait to see Pat Burrell, who's a buddy of mine, and Matty Williams and Bob Melvin, and is it bad that I'm more excited to see the coaches now and the players? That means I'm old?
Well, that means the team's not that good.
No. There's just some
if
great
you're
guys.
more excited to see the coaches as opposed to the players.
No, I don't mean that way. Like, yeah. I know them, and Logan's right. An old soul, dude. Like that, Logan could have played in the 60s and the 50s.
Logan Webb's a great guy. Logan Webb's a great guy. Brandon Crawford was a great guy, too. Now he's moving on to St. Louis.
I mean,
a different era.
We're talking about this, and we'll probably talk about it a lot today. It's like we as Giants fans got to see the best left fielder in the history of the franchise, whole career as a Giant, and Barry Bonds. The best catcher in the history of the franchise, Buster Posey's whole career, and the best shortstop, their whole career.
One of the best pitchers, Tim Lincecum, or Bum, or Cade.
Yeah.
Some of the best relievers we've seen in Giants history.
Do you think we're seeing the best closer right now in Camilo?
I do. Last year I thought, and I know September he scuffled a little bit, but you know what? I thought last year, and I tweeted this out midway through, I goes, this guy has a chance to be the greatest closer in Giants history.
Until you're standing on the mound for the last out of the last game of the season, and everybody's piling on you, and you have a parade, you got to check that box first.
You got to check that box.
Romo and Wilson have that,
but they're not. They're not better closers than Camilo.
Well, no, I have better stuff.
Yeah, better. They don't have better stuff.
I know.
Romo, I love Romo. Trust me, Romo's a legend. Romo's a legend. Striking out Miguel Cabrera like that. Brian Wilson striking out Ryan Howard to get to the freaking World Series in the first place. Rob Nid. Can't forget about him pitching on a torn rotator cuff. I mean, we had Rob Beck, shooter. I mean, you've had some great closers in Giants history.
Rob Nen gave his right arm for a potential World Series championship. Can I go like a full confession at 6:09?
What's that?
On a morning radio show?
What's that?
I did not like Sergio Romo.
Why?
Because we had I've had one run-in with a player as a broadcaster. And I asked to do an interview with him while he's in his prime, probably in 09 or 10, maybe 10. And he said, tell that MFer to grab a bat and face me. And I told Matt Chisholm, tell him I will, and I'll hit one off his kneecap. And I didn't like his act at times when you're on the other side. Right. And then when he was in Tampa, he showed up some Nationals hitters. And I've gotten to know him over the last 2 years, and he's the nicest guy.
Oh, he's a great guy.
And we're buddies. We texted, let's go golfing. Right. And I totally missed that one.
So I
totally missed that one.
Dude, he gave me a lot of confidence. He gave me a lot of confidence. I'll tell you why. So I was at the other station, and I was doing some promo work, and the whole bridge to bridge race.
Yeah.
So I went to the Giants clubhouse and asked guys about running and what do they listen to while they run. And blah. So I went around Jake Peavy, Tim Hudson, Travis. Was Chicago there? No, it was Ryan Vogelsong.
Is Chicago probably listen to like gospel music?
Who knows what he's
Nothing wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with it.
Doesn't
Nothing
get me going.
That is a good question. What does Chicago listen to? But I saw Romo, right? Sergio Romo. I saw Tim Lincecum. So I talked to Sergio Romo. We talked for like 7 minutes. And creative Tony Ryan. He goes, bro, that Romo interview was hilarious. And I was a young guy, like wearing baggy jeans, no money, trying to get just any type of airtime. And I interviewed Sergio Romo. We're vibing. and I walk away and I hear Romo tell Chisholm, dude, that interview was hella cool, man. That guy, man, that was sick. And I was like, ooh, maybe I got some talent. Maybe I got a glimmer of hope of making it in this business one day. And we were just vibing. And from that moment on, I was like, every time I see Romo, it's all love. So, man, yeah, you misread that one,
I
buddy.
misread that one.
Big time.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I'm a big fan.
You had your national underwear on. That's why.
No, it was when I was a Giant. I was doing the pre and the post for the Giants. I just didn't like him.
Yeah, nah, he's cool,
I misread the room.
Yeah, you misread the room. Yeah, hey, YouTube, of course. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Comcast Business Text line. Leave FP alone. He misread him. Hell, I misread FP. We brought FP on and said, man, another baseball guy? FP's the man.
Stop.
You like that? You like that? You like how I do that? Like how I did that?
I like how you tied it all in. You're
like how I tied it all in?
You're
no,
a pro.
I'm definitely not a pro. I fake it, man. I fake it. The Warriors are in the nation's capital today to start a 4-game road trip. Chris Paul's coming back. Stephen Curry, lifetime against the Washington Wizards. FB. He scores 29 a game against them. 29 a game.
Oh, he's going to go big tonight.
Yeah, he's going crazy.
He's going to say 40.
All the talk, fatigue talk.
At least.
He sees Jordan Poole on the other side. We'll get to Jordan Poole and Draymond Green because, folks, this will be the first time they've ever played against each other after what happened last season. So we'll be looking at that.
CP3?
CP3. Back off the bench with Klay Thompson.
Dude, I told you before we went on, what other team has 2 future Hall of Famers on the bench? Are Kuminga and Podziemski that good that you could have 2 future Hall of Famers on your bench?
I guess so.
Who else has 2 future Hall of Famers on their bench?
Or you could just look at it as does Klay and Chris Paul belong in the starting lineup alongside Stephen Curry? Then you're really small. Now you're playing small. Like they're small ball and then they're small. And you're playing small with Chris Paul and Steph Curry in the backcourt with defensive liabilities.
I don't know. Dude, help me out here, Bonte. Like, I just haven't come around to the Chris Paul thing. He's super efficient.
Yeah.
He doesn't turn the ball over. He's a pro's pro. Who knows what value he's bringing behind the scenes with all of his knowledge. I don't know what kind of teammate he is. Mm-hmm. But I just have never come around to this move yet. Am I wrong as a Warrior fan to think that?
No, you're not the only one. You're not the only one.
I'm not excited about him coming back. Should I be?
You're not the only one. I want to see how it looks. Because he's been out since January 5th. Been damn near 2 months. And he's been out, and the Warriors have actually played their best basketball without him, and they've started to push the pace. He does slow it down. How does he slow it down? Now, his shot started to come around there before he got hurt. He was starting to hit open shots, mid-range, threes, and all that, and he doesn't turn the ball over. But look at Frisco Native 405. I don't care about Chris Paul coming back.
I don't.
There's a lot of Warrior fans who feel like that.
Is that bad?
I don't know.
Should I be more of a fan? Sorry.
Hey, man, 888-957-9570. Does that do anything for anybody? Chris Paul coming back. I am intrigued. I always get intrigued with little things like this, FP.
When you're playing well, though, minus the last game against the Nuggets, does this disrupt things or does it make it better?
I think it can make the second unit better. Clay's rolling. You have a bona fide point guard at Chris Paul. Dario Saric now with his spacing, I think he plays better with Chris Paul. There's no doubt he's slumped hard. And it's kind of ironic that he slumped without Chris Paul. Guy he was running with in OKC and Phoenix. So I'm intrigued to see what the second unit looks like. But I will be looking to see what happens with Podziemski if he struggles.
Yeah, who suffers in the rotation? And aren't they playing up tempo now?
They are.
This is gonna slow things down.
It feels like it could slow things down.
It's gonna be like dribble, 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 dribble. You know that commercial? What's his name? The Geico commercial?
Yeah.
That's how I do play-by-play in baseball. Dribble, dribble, dribble.
Well,
here's the pitch. Ball.
Yes. It drives me crazy when all you do is dribble, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so I want to see if he takes any minutes away from Podziemski.
No.
Because everybody's loving Podziemski right now. Well, if there's anything with this team, if they don't win the championship, well, what do we want to see? It's the same thing with the Giants. I want to see the youngsters play. What do we have?
Ante Podziemski might be getting overexposed a little bit right now.
Might be.
Or maybe he needs less minutes to be more effective.
Maybe it was just a one-off against Denver.
Okay.
But maybe he is seeing it. So this whole thing with Steve Kerr, and this is where he's going to earn his money, FP. How do you manage the egos? How do you manage the feel of the game? How do you mess with the rotations? And then how you rein Draymond Green in tonight? How's Draymond going to react if Jordan Poole says something to him? Or, like that's to me.
Dude, that's not a story.
To me, to one of the biggest storylines of today.
You're going for clicks right now.
No. I'm not going for clicks. I don't want that. Trust me.
They're not.
I talked about it all last season. It was nauseating.
Yeah, I did too. And
like,
I wore the line.
You're telling me there's not going to be people looking for Jordan Poole and Draymond Green to hug or say what's up or any interaction with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole? Like, you don't think that's going to be a thing with some people?
No. I would love to see them fight again.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, just for an entertainment standpoint, but they're not going to. That's water under the bridge. For those two, maybe it's not over for Jordan Poole. That screwed him up last year.
It screwed him up this year, too. Screwed him up, period.
Bonte,
Tyler Miller, he goes, I'll be watching interactions.
Bonte, if you punch me in the 8 o'clock hour today, I'm still going to have a good broadcasting career. It's not going to affect me. I don't understand that. I mean, that's up for debate. But you know what I mean?
Well, we'll see. You wouldn't have to broadcast without.
Quite a tease for that 8 o'clock hour.
Well, listen. Let's see. 8 o'clock hour. Bonte hits ex-pro baseball player FP for bringing up Giants baseball,
and then he hits
him in the mouth.
Then he goes back to DC and has a mediocre career.
Right.
We got to put out FP's been acting all big and bad since he got that new deal with 95.7 too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a great deal.
Hold on, but see that
you want to know the
inaccuracies. See that would be a good joke, but Jordan Poole didn't sign the contract yet. He hadn't got paid yet when he got hit. Remember that officially didn't get paid yet. Maybe he got an extra $20 million after the hit, but who knows.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how a fight could derail your career. I don't know how
about derail your career.
It has. He got punched and he hasn't been the same guy since.
He hasn't been the same. Well,
he was my favorite Warrior when they won the championship in 21-22.
Wow. You were all about the pool party, so?
I was about the pool party. He went to Michigan and the whole connection there. But I love this guy. He's pulling up from half court and he's making shots and he's the next Steph Curry and the way he drives and penetrates, his speed, his defense, everything. And then last year, he just dribbled the ball off his foot and fell down and out of control and threw the ball up and fell down. And he was always falling down and he was taking ill-advised shots with way too much time left on the shot clock and chucking up half-court shots with 11 seconds left in the quarter. And you're like, what is he doing? It's like, what is he? Dude, I've never been more obsessed or pissed off at a player on the team that I root for last year than Jordan. My son and I would text each other like, what is he doing every single game?
It was bad.
It was frustrating. Is that's from a punch?
Yes, I think it was a punch and not wanting to be there. Think about that.
Come on, dude.
No, hold on. No, FP, hold on, man. FP, hold on.
I'm not buying it.
Hold on. No, you get punched. And it's all over the media, internet. It's the top story in the league going into the season.
I guess in your 20s, someone's saying
in your early 20s, you're 23 years old. You're trying to grow up. You just won a championship. You're feeling good. I just saw Jordan Poole at Media Day. We were vibing. We were talking about Europe and everything, and he was in great spirits. And then the punch happened. He was a different dude. And then you got to share a locker room. Then you have to sit next to him in your locker room. Then you have to ride the team plane. And you got to go around the charter, and you don't get an apology. And Draymond doesn't really get suspended. And you got to live with that. And you got to figure out a way to fit in with the team. And then you're the one getting yelled at for turnovers or whatnot. The other guys are just, it was just a mess. So I actually, listen, Jordan Poole did not play well. By the end of the season, he was very unplayable. But to say that, hey, how can a punch ruin the team or how can it affect the team? Oh, it ruined the season.
Oh, yeah.
They never had the chemistry whatsoever that they conjured up during that championship season because of a punch. So, look, Draymond got what he wanted. A lot of people got what they wanted. Jordan Poole's now in D.C., and he's in D.C. with the team around him. They're 9-48. I mean, that's their recipe for disaster. So he's learning on the fly on how to be the dude, and it's not working out for him. It is not. Do I think he could have a great NBA career? Absolutely. But Washington is a poverty organization. They've already switched coaches. Got the talent they're just a mess. But when it goes back to last year, yeah, I can't blame Jordan. Like, Jordan Poole had a bad year, but I'll say like Iguodala said. Iguodala said it last year on the podcast, or last summer. He had a bad year, and he still averaged 20 a game. Like, I'm not scoffing at 20 points a game in the NBA. I'm not. I'm just not. Now, the percentages were down, no doubt about that. But 20, it's 20. And you could say it's empty calories or whatnot. But the Warriors needed that for the most part of halfway through this season. They needed his athleticism. You got Jordan Poole on the team now. How many guys do they have that could blow by their defender? Not many. Jordan Poole was one of them.
Yeah, but you have to have the ball with you.
You got to have the ball with you.
That always helps when you blow by a defender, not to leave it back off your foot.
You do. It happened every now and then. But they all turn it over. Draymond turned it over 6 times against Jokic. Draymond Green in 6 games against the Toronto Raptors in the NBA Finals. 6 games. Draymond turned it over 30 times. So he's had a turnover problem too. So I don't know, man. I kind of feel bad for JP. I know he's a rich guy and whatnot, but I do. He got ruined. For example, if you hit me,
you're going to hit me at 8 o'clock. Tune in at 8. No. Bonte's punching FP at 8.
Black guy.
Then we'll see how my career goes after that.
Well, my career will be done after that.
We'll see if Matt defends me or you.
FP, you got the articles in the Chronicle, not me. I'm done if I hit you, number one. I'm done. But no, seriously, if I got hit by a radio host, right, I'd be done. I could never work with that guy again. That's just me.
You know what's bad is your career would be over too if a guy punched you.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Because they would associate you with that.
Forever. Rudy Tomjanovich. It took him to win 2 championships with Hakeem Olajuwon to finally shed that Kermit Washington punch in the mid-'70s. When Kermit Washington socked the hell out of Rudy T and ruined his career.
To the Tigers broadcast team about 6-7 years ago, they got in a fight in the booth, and neither one of them has worked since.
Rod Allen, right?
Rod Allen, yeah. Rod's a good dude. I don't know what happened.
What is he doing now?
I forget the play-by-play guy's name.
He's in Michigan, right?
No, he's working for the Marlins in their pre and post.
Who, Rod Martin?
Rod Allen.
Rod Allen, he got a job again. I liked him.
They got in a fight, so you're done too.
Somebody else got in a fight. I was just going to say something. Somebody else got in a fight.
Here's the thing, and I want to talk about it because I know we're up against a clock. It's not that they fought; it's when they fought. Like there's fights all the time in sports, like behind the scenes. There's some things I can't even talk about on the air that I've seen. Yeah. But like when you fight in camp out of a championship, when things are supposed to be at their very best, like we all just poured champagne on each other. We had a parade on Market Street. We got our 4th ring.
They just went to Japan.
They went to Japan. And then you got in a fight. That it's like point is you get on each other's nerves over the course of a season and things happen. Like we're on the same bus, the same plane, the same locker room, the same hotel. We're sick of each other, dude. You drive me nuts. That happens. And we hear about, 10% of those make it out to the media. Yeah. But like to do it in camp, dude.
And that video gets leaked.
Well, that's a whole other story.
Well, I try to warn people.
Do you know who did that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I don't.
You
no,
heard.
I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't.
You did
I don't
it.
know nothing.
That was your phone.
My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Bonte filmed that. Just put that out there right
that's
now.
A one.
That was on.
Just a one.
That was on his.
That's a
that
one.
was on his iPhone.
My name is Bennett, and I'm not in it. Oh man, all right.
Did you just make that up?
No, I stole that from somebody.
Yeah.
That's what we always do. No, that is great. Like, I'm just fascinated. That's one of the storylines on top of Chris Paul playing alongside Klay Thompson coming off the second unit. And then, again, this is a storyline every single game. Every single game.
Can I say something before we go to break?
Go ahead.
If you getting punched by your teammate ruins your career, you're soft. End of story.
It can ruin your season.
You're soft.
Let's see if it ruins his career.
You're soft.
If it ruins your year, you're soft?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to go career.
It could derail a season for a team because now your clubhouse chemistry is divided. Well, if a teammate punching me ruins my career, I'm soft.
If it ruins a career, I'm soft.
I'm soft.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I think it's soft to get hit like that. I think it's soft to get hit. I think it's soft to get hit like that. I think it was a soft punch. Well, it wasn't a soft punch. That was derailed. It was one of the best right hands I've seen in the last few years.
That was
I think it was soft to hit your teammate like
Mike Tyson would be proud of that. I mean,
that was brutal.
That was a punch.
Brutal. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway. Cam and Antioch will get you at 888-957-9570 when it comes to this Warriors game tonight, folks. It's the most intriguing thing to you. Is it Chris Paul coming back? Is it Klay Thompson and Chris Paul playing alongside each other? Is it the start of the road trip to see if the Warriors can bounce back? Or is it the interactions between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green? Because we didn't see that the first time around because Draymond Green was suspended, which a lot of people were bummed about at Chase Center. But, we're going to get it now in the nation's capital. Plus, Tim Kawakami, 8:30. Casey Pratt, 9:30. Got a lot going on in the roast today, brought to you by Safeway.
Safeway, proud to be local, has great.
absolutely incredible.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
All right, got Warriors and Wizards today. We got FP in for Shasky. We got Big John in for Joe Spinoni. Spinoni will be back next week. Lubman is, he's around. He's the only guy I know who still watches college basketball. You see my Hurricanes lose to North Carolina? Did somebody from Carolina drop like 42? He scored like half of Carolina's points or something like that.
R.J. Davis, 42 points.
Miami almost stole one on the road.
So I used to love college basketball.
I used to love
We
it.
talked about Bird and Magic, Indiana State, Michigan State.
I mean, I still watch March Madness.
I remember texting my buddy going, "Have you seen this freshman at North Carolina? He is amazing. He jumps out of the gym."
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, dude. We were on the Jordan thing immediately.
I mean,
but we were college basketball fanatics.
Yeah, I was a fanatic. And then the Warriors happened, and then the NBA happened, and all the
And then
Guns happened.
And then they after their freshman year they turned
they're
pro,
leaving,
and then now they got the transfer portal. I don't know who plays for who anymore.
It's not the same, man.
It's just a jersey.
It's just not the
It's just
same.
a jersey.
It's not the same.
Sounding old. I'm sounding old.
I sound old. I used to love college basketball. Loved it. I can remember like when I saw Bibby come to the NBC Sports Studios, I was like, Bibby, 97 Arizona Wildcats, Mike Bibby, Miles Simon, Jason Terry, Michael Dickerson, A.J. Bramlett, Eugene Edgerton, Tommy Davison, Lute Olson coaching that team. They beat 3 number 1 seeds. Kansas with Paul Pierce, Ray Florence. They beat Providence with God Sham God and Austin Crozier. Then they beat Carolina. Then they beat freaking Kentucky in the championship. Then you got Rip Hamilton. You got Duke. Hey, I used to love college hoops. I swear, during the pandemic, that Final Four was good. When Jalen Suggs hit the half-court shot to beat UCLA in overtime, that was sick. I mean, I know they lost the national championship to Baylor. Wasn't even close, but March Madness still gives me all the feels.
Dude, the Running Rebels with Tark.
Come on, man.
Dude, those were great teams.
Grandma
When
Boss,
you just
Stacey
like,
Youngman.
you just like look at the players he recruited, where he got them from, and just like, oh my God, this is amazing.
It is. Tark. He's got a statue out there at UNLV. By the way, get you some 95.7 game gear right now at breakingt.com/957. We've got all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want, win or lose, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957. Let's get to Cam and Antioch. Cam and Antioch on the Warriors, man. What's up, Cam?
Yo, how you doing this morning?
Good, man. Good, Cam. How you doing?
Doing cool. I just want to talk about this man Kerr for a little bit.
Okay.
You know, the 3 highest paid coaches in NBA history all have winning records without their stars. Popovich without Duncan, 71-47. Spoelstra without Wade, 142-111. Except for Kerr without Curry, 64-104. Without Curry, Steve Kerr is a horrible coach. How is he going to do this 2 years in a row? First, he's playing Lamb over Kuminga. He actually said Lamb was a better player than Kuminga. Where is Lamb at? He's somewhere out the country not playing in the NBA. Kerr has to stop this stuff. How is Pod getting starting time over Moody? Pod is a great player, don't get me wrong, but he's not better than Moody. He's not doing the things that Moody could do. Why is Moody getting DNPs? Why is Sarge and Looney playing way more minutes than TJD? He has to get out of his own head. He has to play the players that are going to help us win games. Why is he sending Guy Santos to the G League when he's been proven to be a great rotational piece for us?
It's a lot of guys here. It's a lot of guys, Cam, and I feel you're passionate about Steve Kerr. Here we go about Steve Kerr. All right, he cited a record without Stephen Curry. Now, remember that 2019 season. A lot of those games played without Stephen Curry. The Warriors go 15-50. Curry played, I believe, 5 games. Could be wrong. Could have been 4. Could have been 6. Think about that. Of the 65. You had a rookie, Jordan Poole. He was awful that year. Rookie, Eric Paschall, who's solid. No Klay Thompson. You had guys. You had Marquise Chris playing. You had Omari Spellman playing. Kai Bowman. Like, let's chill. 2019 was awful, and that inflates that record when it comes to Steve Kerr without Stephen Curry. And then you get to the play-in year when Curry was out. They were bad. Caleb Oubre Jr., no Klay Thompson again. Wiseman is a rookie. Looney trying to work himself back into shape. So I'm not going to go in and say, hey, Steve Kerr's a horrible coach without Stephen Curry. There'll be a lot of coaches bad without Stephen Curry. But context matters. And look at the rosters without Stephen Curry. Look where the Warriors were without Stephen Curry. I'm not going to go there. Now, as far as Moody not playing, it does stink that Moody's not playing. But you knew that was going to happen this year, FP, with how deep this roster is. Somebody's going to be the odd man out. Moody got hurt at the wrong time, man. It sucks because he had back-to-back 21-point games. He was playing the right way. And, he gets hurt with the calf injury. Lester Quinones comes around. Podziemski comes around. And all of a sudden, there's a log jam at the wing spot. Are you going to bench Wiggins? Are you going to give him less time? Are you going to give J.K. less time? Now, as far as Anthony Lamb playing last year over J.K., I do agree. I wasn't a big fan of that. Anthony Lamb is now in New Zealand. He tore his Achilles. J.K. had all the talent in the world. And I get what Steve Kerr was trying to say, that J.K. needed to learn how to play the game better as a team player. And I get that. I agree with that. However, he needed the minutes to do that, to play. Because FP, you played at a high level. The best medicine for young players and getting better is by playing. You got to play.
Yeah, but the argument to that, and you're right, Bonte, you're right. But the argument to that is Podziemski had the confidence even when he wasn't playing. He had that swagger. Does Moody have that? And if Moody had that, he could be better than Podziemski. Yeah. But it seems like maybe it's because he hasn't played and he's doubting himself. He doesn't look as confident to me. And I saw this stat today, Podziemski versus Poole in the rookie season. Podziemski's averaging 10 points per game, Poole 9, 6 rebounds per game
in the month of February.
Yeah. So I don't know. It just I think Brandon Podziemski's better than Moody, and I think he's earned his minutes. And when you get your time, you got to do things to keep playing. Right. But I understand everybody's frustration. It's amazing to me to think, to hear all the callers since I've been doing the shows with you and on the station, that everybody thinks they know more basketball than Steve Kerr. Well, and that's kind of part of being a fan, right? It's part of being a fan. Fan is short for fanatic.
It is.
And you love the passion that you hear, but I can never think that I know more than somebody that does it for a living every single day.
Well, to solely blame it all on Steve Kerr, some of the losses is just silliness. Okay, do I disagree with some of his rotations? Absolutely. Do I disagree with some of his substitution patterns? Absolutely. Do I disagree with some of his finishing lineups, FP? Sometimes yes. But players got to play. He didn't turn the ball over 17 times the other night. He doesn't miss shots. He doesn't take bad shots or force shots like Clay has at times this season. He doesn't not know, like Andrew Wiggins, that's not a coaching thing. That's a player thing.
Yeah.
Obviously he flipped some switch and he's been a lot better over the last 5 weeks. Draymond Green getting suspended, that's not on Steve Kerr. It's on Draymond Green. So I don't know, man. That whole blaming the coach and firing Steve Kerr and all that stuff, and he's a terrible coach. All right, well, name somebody who you could get that's better.
That's where I always go to. Find me somebody better. He won 4 rings for you now, as a Warrior fan.
Now, if you want to get out Shanahan, that's a different conversation.
Why? Because he hasn't won a ring yet?
Shanahan gets so damn tight. That Super Bowl, I'm telling you, FP, that Super Bowl from a few weeks ago.
Well, how did he get tight?
Oh, he did. He got tight.
But how? Tell me.
How?
Yeah, well, what did he do?
Play calling, decision-making, putting players in situations.
Do you think he's over there just going, oh my God, what do I call it? Oh my God.
Just like coaching tight, where it's just like, you kind of you're frenetic. Like you don't have any, like just watch his sideline demeanor and how he's moving around. You're a big body language guy.
I am.
Look at Andy Reid compared to Kyle Shanahan in that Super Bowl.
Andy Reid can't move. It's a physical thing.
He can move. Oh, see, don't fat shame Andy Reid. Don't do that.
No, man.
Don't do that. Shanahan gets a little tight, man, with the play calling. He gets a little tight with the decision making. He just, I don't know, man. He did it in the Green Bay game, but that's a different conversation for a different day. FP, I'm sorry, man.
You're still not over it.
He elected to take the ball in overtime.
Do you know, I went to I went to see my boys at bus stop the other night, and they're still not over it. They're like, how you guys doing? They're like, we're still wallowing in pity over the Super Bowl loss.
That's a tough one.
It is. And how many weeks out are we? And I still am thinking about it and frustrated about it.
And now we're getting reports that they're interviewing Brandon Staley for the defensive coordinator job.
No. please.
Well, no, but you know what? Hire Brandon Staley.
He's the worst head coach in the history of the NFL.
I don't want to go that far. Rich Kotite on line too. But listen, but there's been some bad ones. You like that? And listen, there's been some bad ones.
There's nobody on line too, by the way.
Yeah, probably not. No.
Call Bonte now.
But no, seriously. Staley's not gonna. It's not gonna be his defense. It's gonna be Shanahan's defense. Shanahan wants his D coordinators to run his stuff. So, Steve Wilkes is out there lingering in the cut. Probably gonna get a position coach job somewhere. It wasn't his defense. It's Shanahan's defense. Oh, man, I don't know why I went down that road here, FP.
Dude, I agree to disagree with you. It was Steve Wilkes' defense, dude. He was terrible.
It wasn't his defense.
He was bad all year.
It wasn't his defense.
They ran all over him in the playoffs.
No, stop.
He's a DB coach.
It was Shanahan's defense.
He's a defensive back coach.
It was Shanahan's defense.
He's up in the press box way out nowhere for a while.
Honestly,
writing notes down and not looking his guys in the eye real time.
We've never cared about a DC being in the press box. Vic Fangio was in the press box for crying out loud.
Dude, D'Amico's down there like high-fiving, running down the sidelines, pumping his boys up.
You're drinking the sauce with Shanahan.
Dude, you're
drinking the sauce with Shanahan.
Dude, I don't care how established I am. I want to hear good job all the time from my coaches. I want a high five from my coach. Gosh.
So you want our slices of
Fred Warner is the best linebacker in football. He still wants to hear great job, Fred.
FP, you're a giant in left field.
Hi, Fred, there's a phone call for you on the sidelines. It's your coach in the booth. He wants to talk to you.
Here's FP. FP left field. Goes 0 for 3, strikeout, maybe an error. Giants lose to the Rockies 9-1, but FP's in the locker room. And Wendell Kim, third base coach, comes up to him. Comes up to him. Hey, FP, man. Solid that bastard. I know you're going to get one, man.
Insecure.
Here's your gold medal.
I'm not
here's
insecure,
your gold star
but everybody wants reinforcement.
Here's a Capri Suns.
If you have a good show, you want to hear somebody say, good show, Bonte.
Wilkes was the better coach in the Super Bowl. Nobody wants to talk about that. Was he not better than Shanahan in the Super Bowl?
No.
Yo, absolutely he was.
No.
They held Mahomes with 19 regulation points.
Okay. All right.
3 points in the first 9 drives.
We'll agree to disagree on this one.
Steve Wilkes, see, they got you, FP. I don't know who got to you.
He wasn't the right fit from day one.
That's how Shanahan.
Okay.
Wilkes told us all midway through the year, this ain't my defense. All right, we got a break. All right, sorry. I didn't know it was 6
We just got in trouble.
All right, sorry. Slap me on the wrist. Yesterday, Warriors Game Day presented by Xfinity. At Horror on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. How good of a job has Steve Kerr done this season? And do you agree with the extension? We haven't really got into it. Let's talk coaching here on The Roast.
Finally ready to entertain? Exciting.
Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
8 years ago today, out in Oklahoma City, Mike Breen on a call for ABC. Saturday night, Warriors, Thunder. Riveting overtime game where Stephen Curry hits a 35-footer to beat OKC. Mike Breen, and I don't know if you saw this last year, FP, but Stephen Curry presented Mike Breen with some shoes and that call. He opened the box and it was that call.
No way.
Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot. First of all, I can't believe that was 8 years ago today. 8 years ago today where Stephen Curry dropped 46 points. He hit 12 threes. He was 12 of 16 from the three-point line that night. 6 assists. Draymond Green had an absurd line. 2 points, 14 rebounds, 14 assists, 6 steals. Klay Thompson, 32 points on only 2 threes. I mean, Iguodala with 12 off the bench. You're playing KD. You're playing Westbrook. Kevin Durant had 37, 7 of 11. One of the most fascinating regular season games I've ever seen. Where were you at? Do you remember that?
No.
You don't? You're on the road? No. You were getting ready for spring training.
Yeah. Probably down in South Florida at the time.
South Florida. Where did
Locking
Nationals
into
trade?
baseball season. Back in that day, it was up north.
Okay.
North of Vero Beach.
Okay.
Space Coast Stadium back in the day.
Ah.
But like you read that box score, that's what Klay has to do again if they go deep into the playoffs. And then those days are over, right? Or are they?
I mean, that was 8 years ago.
I know.
Pre-ACL injury.
But Steph needs a number 2. He needs a number 2 now. Like somebody else has to step up.
Well, you hope that it's Andrew Wiggins.
He might go for 50 tonight. Steph might go for 50.
Well, he's averaged 30 a game against the Wizards.
He might go for 50 based on what just happened. And based on people thinking he was tired, and he's going to show the world he's not tired, and he's going to be on a little bit of a mission tonight.
Right. Well, he'll be on a mission.
He ain't passing.
888-957-9570. Where were you when Curry hit that shot? So quick story, FP. That day, I was at Dolores Park. It's my boy Mo Buddy, godbrother Mo Buddy, Lex, and we had the game on DVR. So we go to the house, we order some wings, Sand Tug wings out on Irving Street. Sand Tug wings, if you know about that. Pretty good. Irving and 22nd, I believe.
How are the wings? I like my wings dry rub.
No, these are sticky wings. These wings will change your life.
Really?
Yeah. They'll change your life.
So we have them bringing some in right now?
So we go to the Bachelor Pad where I used to live on 10th and Clement, right? Yeah. So we called it the Bachelor Pad because it was me and my buddy from Philly, the Philly Zoo. And we stayed there for over 10 years. And, we're single guys at the time. By the time I moved out, obviously, it was with Anna. So that's that. So we go there to the Bachelor Pad. He's waiting on us. He's like, where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? I got the game paused. We watched that entire game. We're about 45 minutes behind everybody. So we put our phones down in the middle of the table, turned them off, and just watched the game, breezed through every commercial. It was losing our minds. Now, mind you, FP, this was in the midst of the 73-9 season. The Warriors won this game to improve to 53-5. Think about that. They won this game to improve to 53-5. OKC was 41-18. 53-5, and when Curry hit that shot, the apartment just went nuts. I'm rolling around on the carpet, which was dirty and needed to be cleaned, and buddies jumping up against the wall. We're like, what just happened? And it's Steph Curry, the celebration. It would have been a 15-yard penalty in the NFL. In baseball, it would have been the equivalent of pipping a home run and then coming back up to getting hit by a pitch, by a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. He crip walked, he did the birdie, he celebrated. I mean, even people in OKC was like, what the heck just happened here? Some people in OKC, if you look at the crowd shots, they're standing behind looking, oh no, it's going to go in. Mike Breen, play the call again. Listen to Mike Breen. I want you to listen to this call, FP. Mike Breen's like, they got a timeout left. What are they doing?
The drive falling away. Won't go. Rebound taken by Iguodala. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
They do have a timeout remaining, and he just pulls up casually from 35. It hits nothing but net. It's one of the great nights. I mean, for Dub fans out there, man, that was it. I went out to the club that night, actually. And went out to the club, and you're going to disagree with this, FB. Because I was single at the time. I was still single. Go to the club that night, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even look at women because I was just thinking about the shot. That's how sick I am. Now there's 5 women walking around. I'm just thinking, Curry just hit one from 35 feet. Like, this is insane. And, of course, he was on his way to his unanimous MVP season. That was 8 years ago today. And he's still doing similar things, FP, at the age of 35. It's pretty absurd.
He is, but he needs some help from his friends,
he
too,
does
now.
need some help
He
now.
had a lot more help from his friends back then.
Yeah, he had some help from his friend. I mean, he did drop 46. He did drop 46.
You can only ask him to do so much right now, and I feel like he has such a burden on him right now because he knows what we're talking about.
But should it be a burden on him this year? Because everybody always talks about strength in numbers. You got a bunch of guys here. You got Curry, and you got a bunch of dudes who can fill in the blanks, right? Kuminga, Pods, Wiggins, Draymond, go down to Clay, CP3. It shouldn't be. He shouldn't have a full plate, FP. When you think about it.
But there are times this year when you see him forcing things more than before.
Yeah.
There's times when he's forcing shots and he's dribbling around and they're setting picks and he's dribbled and he's trying to find a seam and then he's trying to do the step back where before when there's other threats either down low or on the other side, whether it's Clay or whomever, he has more opportunities to get open. And if you watch him work away from the ball, he's still working hard, but he's not working as quickly with the spring in his step as he used to away from the ball.
By the way,
I think.
By the way, going back to this game, the Double Bay game, because I do want to follow up on what you just said, but I know you're down in North Florida getting ready for national season. That game.
Vieira Beach. That game in which Curry hit that shot. And Mike Snow, what up, Mike Snow, a.k.a. Raider Debater? That game on a Saturday night. Now, Steve Kerr missed the first, I want to say, 41 games. You know, he had some health issues, back and whatnot. Luke Walton was coaching. So Kerr was back by that point. At halftime of that game, Draymond and Kerr got into it. And Lisa Salters had a halftime report coming out of that locker room third quarter. And folks, security had to be called to the Warriors locker room. And Draymond apparently was screaming at Steve Kerr, "I'm not a freaking robot. You don't want me to shoot it? Fine, I won't shoot it." They almost got into a fight in the locker room at halftime of that basketball game, which is pretty funny. 8 years ago today. So some things never change, right? Yeah.
Draymond's yelling at Steve Kerr at halftime. Curry's banging shots left and right, 12 threes in that game. Clay drops 32, and the Warriors somehow win that game with a 35-foot three. Forgot about that. Lisa Salters goes, it was like serious, too. It was like she was reporting from the White House. Guys, security had to come into the locker room, and there was this fight. It was like, wait, what? Warriors are breaking their, at the time, they were 52-5. What are they fighting for?
Dude, I love that, though. I love that competitive edge. And sometimes when you have a coach that you vibe with so much, you forget he's your coach. And Travis Kelce in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Andy Reid. I mean, the competitive juices flowing, heat of battle in a game, in a big-time game. That's fine, dude. I got no problem with that. In practice before the season, punching your teammate?
Yeah, that's not
I got
cool.
a problem with that.
That's not cool. Lisa Salters, hey, Tyler Miller's so right. Lisa Salters, when she was reporting that, was like, she saw a ghost. It was like, serious. Hey, guys, just got word that security's called to the Warriors. Like, I'll be these halftimes are like 12 minutes. So who made the call to halftime? Was it a Warriors coach? That's what I need to figure out. Hey, Raymond Ritter, who called security into the locker room back in Oklahoma City? That's why it's 30 for 30 for the Golden State Warriors. Going to be fascinating one day. Who called security? What transpired? What started the shouting match in the locker room? And then, of course, Curry hits the double bang shot. So that was 8 years ago today. If you want to chime in on that, where were you when that shot happened? Like, we've had some iconic moments, right? We got Brandon Crawford moving on to St. Louis. We got the Warriors moving on to the nation's capital to start this 4-game road trip. And they've all been part of some great memories. But where were you 8 years ago today when Curry hit that shot? Wow, I can't believe that was 8 years, FP. We're getting old, man. I mean, you still look the same. You still look like you're 40, maybe 35.
Here's the thing, and I saw this tweet the other day about appreciating Steph Curry right now. And when we're in the moment and we're watching these once in a lifetime stars, we get so used to it. We get so accustomed to it. Steph probably go for 40 something tonight. Like, what is it? What does that mean to appreciate? Like living in the moment, because there's going to be a time in the near future where there is no Steph, there is no Clay, and there is no Dre. It's going to be Pajemski and Kuminga and whomever they draft, and it's going to be a different sign a free agent here or there. But like right now, you're in the middle of seeing the greatest shooter in the history of the game. And I think maybe one of the top 5 players in the history of the game. And we get to see him on a nightly basis. But pretty soon, though, like if you watch Jordan back in the day,
right? We
just took it for granted. Like there's MJ, and if you're a Bulls fan, you're watching him every day. All of a sudden, that's gone. So like right now, you're talking about 8 years ago and how fast time flies. And here is Steph, 35, 36 years old, toward the end of his career. Like how much longer are we going to get to see this greatness? Father Time is undefeated. Like there's going to be a moment here in the near future where we're not talking. We don't get to turn on the TV like we do tonight. Oh, it's the Wizards, whatever. Yeah. It's Steph Curry, man.
Steph Curry.
How long are we going to get to see Steph Curry play and to appreciate that in the moment? And I don't know, like all great athletes live in the present, but I think as fans we get so accustomed to seeing the greatness of Barry Bonds. All of a sudden, there's no more Barry. The greatness of Joe Montana. All of a sudden, there's no Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. And we talk about watching those guys play. But right now, I don't know, how long do you think we get Steph for? I mean,
I don't even want to think about that.
Right. But
because when Barry Bonds walked off and he was gone, I was like, damn, he's just got like, you're in the midst of those home run chases. You're in the midst of him winning Gold Gloves. You're in the midst of him going to playoffs, and then just like that, he's gone. And I know maybe you can shed light on it. I know Tampa Bay was interested in him being the DH the year they invested in the World Series. That was their missing ingredient that year. I think they beat the Phillies with Barry Bonds as a DH in Tampa with the Upton, with B.J. Upton and Carl Crawford and Evan Longoria as a rookie. Oh, that would have been great. But he was just gone. Like Jerry Rice, when he moved on, I was still, I was like a senior in high school when he moved on to the Raiders. And it was just kind of weird. Like, Rice is gone. And then 10 years later, FP, you look at his football career like, wait a minute. Jerry Rice had a Hall of Fame career before 30. Then he turned 30 and had another Hall of Fame career. Same thing with Bonds. Same thing with Curry. And so that's a great question. How do we appreciate Steph?
I guess it's different for everybody, right?
It's different for everybody. I work in the games on the NBC Sports Bay Area, obviously being here at 95.7 Game, and I've been fortunate enough to cover most of this run for the Golden State Warriors. When Steph Curry made the All-Star game in New York City and they won their first championship, that was the first year I covered the Golden State Warriors. It's been a decade. But it's kind of crazy how time flies. And I remember seeing it in Times Square. There's a billboard of Stephen Curry. And I was like, wow. That's a member of the Golden State Warriors on the billboard in Times Square, New York City for the All-Star game. Now, 10 years later, I didn't think this guy would be on a level of a LeBron James. Talked about amongst the greats of the greats. Being mentioned as the top athlete in Bay Area sports history. Like, that's what we're talking about here. So I appreciate every shot, every game, how he's figuring it out, how great he is, how humble he is. I don't know, man. But it is fascinating in sports radio. You mentioned this earlier, you mentioned this yesterday, and it's so true. There's a negative connotation when it comes to sports radio and fandom. Pardon me. So whenever we talk about the greatness of Stephen Curry, people kind of like, yeah, we know he's great, blah, 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 blah. Well, as soon as I throw out the number and go, 888-957-9570, Draymond Green suspended again. Otherwise, it's all lit up. Like, we've taken more calls on Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, Jimmy Garoppolo over the last 7 years than any other athletes in this market. And that's criminal. That's criminal. We got Steph Curry in our backyard. Stephen freaking Curry. So I'm going to appreciate it. And I'm like, I don't even think about the days where he may move on to FP. I really don't, because it makes me sad.
But how do you appreciate it, though? Like, how do you... That's a vague term, and I think it differs from fan to fan. Like, how can you soak that in? How can you be in the moment and just be like, man, we're lucky to have this guy? Because negativity moves the needle.
Yep.
When the Giants lost, my phone lines were full at the other place. Mm-hmm. When the Giants won, it would be like right now, nobody on the line. When you have a positive segment and you want to talk about the great things, people just want to bitch. They just want to, they don't want to complain.
Yeah.
They do. So that moves the needle. But like right now, like we're in a really cool time as a sports fan in the Bay Area, especially with the Niners, especially with the Warriors, in what they've accomplished. And the Giants at 10, 12, and 14. We're still talking about those guys. Did we appreciate Tim Lincecum enough?
I don't think we did.
Did we? I mean, Buster Posey. I said
Timmy.
I said this in the 6 o'clock hour that we got to see the best left fielder in Giants history for basically most of his career. He came over from the Pirates. We got to see the best shortstop in the history of the Giants in Brandon Crawford, and the best catcher in Buster Posey, and maybe some of the best pitchers. So now what? I mean, who's next? I guess is the point.
Who's next?
Who's next?
Who's next?
But
like, yeah. But you still got something to hear with Stephen Curry. He's still playing at an elite level. He's putting up elite numbers at the age of 35. He just hoped that he could maybe taste it one more time, that champagne in the locker room in mid-June.
Do you know how spoiled we are, Bonte, that every time he takes a shot that you're shocked that it doesn't go in? Like, how many guys in the history of basketball, when they shoot the basketball, it leaves their hand, you're shocked that it doesn't go in?
Oh, all the time. Clay and Steph.
He's spoiled us.
Right.
Clay,
he has spoiled
Clay a little
Clay,
lately.
But I know lately, but
He's
Clay, his
human.
form is just so beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, here it is, 888-957-9570. There's so much love about Steph. There really is. But what is it about his greatness?
He's humble.
That is the most enjoyable.
He's humble.
Is that the most enjoyable about his greatness?
He's a humble rock star, dude.
Well, is it the three-point shooting? Is it the ball handling, the ball movement, his on-court joy, the personality, off-court?
All that. He's like he's the.
If you had to pick one, what would it be?
For Steph, it's obviously the shooting. I mean, that goes without saying. But if you want to go away from that and another quality, it's how humble he is. Like to be that big of an international superstar, not a national, international superstar. Every country you go to, they know about Steph Curry.
Right.
And to just the way how humble he is, the way he approaches the game, he's everything that a professional athlete that's a superstar should be. Like he is the role model. He is the benchmark for what being a professional is all about. It's not about endorsements. It's not about me. It's about the team. He's humble. He just has a likability factor that you feel like you know him and you don't know him. And there's a lot of guys you don't feel like you know that are professional athletes. I feel like I know Steph Curry. I met him once his rookie season. As in an interview, but I feel like I know the guy.
Oh, he knows everybody. Trust me, he knows everybody. I read his staff earlier this season. One of the few times I've seen him.
How come he didn't get a drip for that? Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
I'm getting picked on by.
Listen, my voice wasn't underrated a couple times. The Steph Curry, I appreciate you, Steph. Yusuf, the whole 30
but
Curry brand.
He is
Stoney.
Bonte, you know him. He is what he portrays.
No,
right? He's authentic, right?
I tell people that all the time. This guy, so I was going into a story earlier this year. I was talking to his security guard, Yusuf, who you see with the braids. Obviously a former barber too, but we were just chopping it up about the team and life and everything. And Steph comes out of his presser, looks over. What's up, Bonte? Goes, don't you got to get up early in the morning? So oh, nah, man, tomorrow's Sunday. Oh, yeah, that's right. Tomorrow's Sunday. Like, he knew the schedule. He was like, yo, dude, you got to get up, bro. Get the hell out of here. You got a show to do. But, like, that's who he is. He's the same guy. He's consistent with that. There's no fakeness. There's no, you get around some pro athletes and they throw this facade on and then you meet him outside and you're like, oh, that guy's a real jerk. There's none of that with Stephen Curry. What you see is what you get. Authentic. He's authentic, man. So how do you appreciate Stephen Curry's greatness? What's the most enjoyable part of his greatness? Because he does start to dance. He's got the showboat. He's got the night. He's got the Home Alone. He's big hand bouncing. He's a showman.
But that never comes off as being a hot dog.
No.
Or being cocky. I mean, he just has the perfect balance of confidence, swagger, and humility. And just he's a smile on his face. He's playing like he loves the one thing I would say about Clay that has never endeared me to him like Steph is that at times he looks like he's just not having fun. Like his facial features, his body language. I don't know if that's lately more than before, but it looks like he's always grinding.
Well, he's got a little edge.
He's not having a good time playing basketball.
Well, he's got a little edge to him now because everybody's written him off, and he's hearing his whole fan base call him washed, and he needs to leave. And he's kind of come out to fans a couple of years ago. He's like, man, we got all these bandwagon fans. Then he kind of walked it back, and he's just trying to get back to that all-star level, and he's had to deal with those injuries. So it has That's taking a little something off of him. But let's get to the lines here real quick. Scott and SF, because I think this one will wake a lot of people up. Scott in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So here's my take on this, right? So love Steph Curry. Been a Warriors fan my entire life. And just like FP said, Steph needs help. And when they go down to go play the Lakers on March 16th, you're facing a LeBron James in his 20th season who is arguably the greatest of all time. If you go look at the stats, if you go put him right up against Michael Jordan, he has the same blowout seasons, he has the same averages. And so, Steph is great, but he needs a team. I mean, I think it's time we call LeBron James the greatest of all time, slap that table, and let him catch up.
No, come on, Scott. Scott. You're like, Scott, where the hell did that come from? We're trying to appreciate Steph's greatness. We know LeBron's great. But you know what? I'll go down to L.A. Are we tapped into L.A.? Where the Laker fans at? Or are the LeBron James fans at? Because I do like LeBron. I do. I've been a fan of his game. I don't, the antics and whatnot, convince me with that. But we're actually in the Steph Curry era. We were in the Steph Curry era. We may be entering the Nikola Jokic era right now. But before last season when the Nuggets went on to go win the championship, were we not in the Warriors in the Steph Curry era? He had 4 rings. LeBron had 2. And one of them was one of those Mickey Mouse rings in Orlando, the bubble.
Dude, I obviously respect what LeBron has accomplished, but he there's something about, it's not a popularity contest. There's something about his demeanor and the way he goes about it that doesn't endear me to him.
Throwing people under the bus.
He doesn't seem authentic.
No, he's not.
He seems like A-Rod.
There you go.
A-Rod and LeBron seem to be kindred spirits to me. Authenticity plays.
Turn your mic off. Go ahead. Don't be scared to talk, Big John.
Well, I just feel like there's also something to be said with staying for a franchise your entire career, right? Like LeBron kind of hopped around, had the big 3 in Miami, went back to Cleveland, then to the Lakers. Steph has been with Golden State since he's been drafted and been doing this with Golden State since he's been drafted. So
you got to be really good for that to happen, though. Like, because I know LeBron's jumped around and the whole Miami thing, and I'm bringing whatever my talents to South Beach. But, like, there's something to be said for playing for your sake. Like, I would love for Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford to have retired Giants, but, like, when your game starts to slip a little bit because Father Time, and then now you're bouncing around, it's going to be weird to see Brandon Crawford in a Cardinals uniform this year. It's like seeing Joe Montana in a Chiefs uniform. It's going to be strange.
It was strange. All right. More coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals. USDA choice.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey, RJ. RJ Fairfield. Ha 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 ha. How you feeling after last night?
Don't talk about that.
There's no beams being lit in Sacramento. The Miami Heat go up there without Jimmy Buckets. And they get buckets against the Kings. And they win in Sacramento. I mean, that was terrible. That was like a half a point. That wasn't even a one. But no, Sacramento loses, and RJ is probably not going to call the show. Good to hear from you, RJ.
Dude, I had friends last year when the Kings were playing great that in the city that were Warrior fans driving to Sacramento to watch Kings games because they thought that was like the place to be. They heard it was rocking there. So I know. That's like traitor stuff right there. That is Benedict
true.
Arnold.
I do like Golden One Center, though. I do like what they got going on in Sacramento.
I know, but like if you're a Dubs fan, you're a Dubs fan.
Right, yeah. No, but you know, when the Dubs were bad in the 2000s and Kings were good with Weber and White Chocolate and Divock, there was a lot of Warrior fans who became King fans.
I was at those games.
There was a lot of King fans at Oracle.
Get the drip ready. I was friends with Joe Maloof, man. I had good seats every night.
Wow. You talk about a flex.
That's the best hookup I've ever had in my life, dude.
How do Maloof's doing now?
Remember when the Palms was a big deal?
And then
I
the
was
Palms
going
is
there.
done now,
I was going there once a month, dude.
Is the Palms
for free?
Is the Palms still around?
I don't know. I don't think so.
How's the Maloof's doing? You ever heard from him?
No.
Did they keep those relationships?
No, I don't know. That was in the early 2000s. That was a long time ago.
Damn.
I mean, that stuff is not.
The Palms Hotel.
Yeah.
Is the Palms Hotel still around? I don't think.
Remember when it was a big deal?
I remember.
And everybody from Hollywood was going there.
I couldn't afford it.
All the athletes were going there.
I couldn't afford it.
Next question.
Me neither, but I didn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I was so lucky to be FP. So FP hangs with the Maloofs. He goes to the Palms. Yeah. He went to the University of Miami as a Hurricane. What years are those with the Hurricanes?
No, we don't want to say that. Long time ago.
No.
Late 80s, dude.
So you were there when they were back to back.
I was there.
Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah.
Steve Walsh?
Yeah.
You were there when they lost at Notre Dame?
I was at that game. Catholics versus convicts. I think
they got robbed.
I think I was witness to the best college football game in history.
That was it?
Yeah.
They got robbed in that
versus
game.
Convicts. Yeah.
They got robbed. I watched that 30 for 30 with Burt Musburger and everything. That was great.
I was part of the take your helmet off era.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun, dude. It was wild.
Beating up on Oklahoma.
That school was wild. Everyone thinks Miami's a big school. There was like maybe, I don't know, at that 8,000 undergrads. It's a small school. It looked like a junior college.
You guys are living, huh?
It was about 10,000 when I was there. So.
Yeah.
You guys were living.
Yeah.
So you lived a little bit, FP?
A little bit.
Damn.
Yeah, don't feel sorry if I get hit by a bus on Market Street today. I had a good life. On my scooter, riding home. I'm good. I'm out.
Anna's still asleep. We got to go out one.
It's good to go down.
You and I got to go out one night.
Let's go.
She won't.
Get a hall pass.
I don't think she'll let me go out with Guru.
She wouldn't let you go out with me either.
I'm kidding. Guru's married.
You just got engaged. You got some equity right now. You can go out.
We'll see.
We should get a hall pass.
We got a lot of games with the Warriors
get a hall
this week.
pass.
They got a 12:30 game against Boston on Sunday.
Ooh, maybe Sunday fun day after the game.
Maybe Friday night after the Raptors game.
Let's go. I'm in.
Friday night they play the Raptors at 4:30.
Let's go.
Post game show will be over by 8:30.
Oh, that's perfect.
I'll be at the.
You guys got room for a third?
Hey, Big John, you want to come? Bus stop, water bar.
I always got room for a third.
Well, I probably got to pay. I probably got to save some money.
Let's go.
What's up with this, Jerry? This is random.
I love random. Bring it. What do you got?
I don't know. Jerry Sosa's asked me, why do I have a Stanley Cup? What is he talking about?
Oh, that's the new thing. The
Stanley Cup is like your
the Yeti.
Yeah,
oh, yes, I do have one of those.
But it's Stanley now is the brand. Stanley
it's called
Cup.
Stanley? Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's one of the brands of cups.
Well, I don't know if I have that, but I have a Yeti that has a handle on it. It's really cool. I left it in my car, though. But it's really cool.
No, Stanley's very basic. It's like Starbucks, and it's the end thing.
Oh.
It's super basic.
Yeah, I like
it's
basic.
the hot thing now.
Yeah, I'm a basic guy. I'm a basic human being.
Yeah, if you have a Stanley, you're cool.
Yeah, I guess so.
But you're cool either way, Bonte.
I got equity, man. I don't know if I can go out with FP.
You got equity. You just got on a knee and proposed. You gave her a ring.
was listening yesterday when we were talking about.
You locked her up to a lifetime contract. You got it. You get a hall pass for that.
I think it's been proven.
I don't know if it's with me or should it ever be with me, but yeah, you definitely have a hall pass.
I don't think there's ever such thing as a lifetime contract. We're hoping it.
You just locked her up to a lifetime deal, dude. That's what that is. That's what that means. Don't get nervous over there on the other side. That's a lifetime contract.
Back to the Warriors.
Guaranteed.
Back to the Warriors.
It's actually 50-50. But
I know, that's what I'm saying. See, you keep talking, dude. So, marital advice, FP.
No, I'm 0 for 2. You don't want advice for me.
So, I need advice. Yeah, what
guy.
What not to do.
No, we're not getting to that. We're not getting to that on the radio, Monte.
I know.
Just be sweet and kind and loving. You can stop it'll all work out.
Yeah, you just get right over my butts.
Be a nice.
I'm telling you, my girl
man.
Shelly Kim, I heard from her over the weekend. She told me, man, and it changed my life.
What?
She goes, us women, we like our guys to have a little jerk in them.
Really?
Yes, she told me that.
I just saw something opposite of that today on the New York Post.
Well, it helped me because it changed my game.
Really?
Once I started becoming a little meaner, kind of,
No, dude.
Oh, it changed my life forever, FP. Now, I'm a nice guy. I'm a gentleman.
That's not good advice to give out on the air, by the way.
No, but if you're a single guy, because sometimes women just run you over. They want a guy who's tough. They want a guy who they know they can't run over. Women devour dudes that are nice, that are opening doors for them. And also women may say, oh, you're lying, blah, 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 blah.
Dude, it's called baby girl vibes right now. That's the thing. Like the Gen Zers want nice guys that are kind, caring.
That's a lie. That is such cap, as a kid say. That's all cap.
Jacob Elordi, I think is his name, the big, tall 6'5" guy that's all the rage right now. They want baby face.
That's a lie. Women are lying. They don't want nice guys. They don't. Nice guys finish last. I truly believe that.
Dude, they don't want male toxicity anymore. They want sweet and kind and loving and caring. They want to know your feelings.
They want a little a-hole.
I disagree.
They want you to be a little jerk. You know that, FP. You know it.
They want
women be lying, man. They don't want some nice guy. I was nice forever. Didn't work out for me.
Clean shaven.
Yeah, that's definitely cap.
They want sweet, kind, loving, caring.
That is cap.
Anyways.
That is cap. By the way, San Jose Jazz.
Women definitely love the beards these days.
You're digging.
No one wants clean shaven.
And they like the long hair too. Let's go.
That is also true.
Next question.
We're gonna get.
You're digging a deep hole.
No,
right
I'm good. I'm good in the hood.
Let's go back to Steph Curry.
I think my equity.
He's got baby girl vibes.
Yeah, I think
he's a sweetheart. He's loving, kind, caring. It's worked for him on the court, off the court, everywhere.
Look, man. Hey, man. I'm trying to tell you, Sam Lubman,
shaven-ish.
Become a jerk.
Sometimes
you'll be all right.
Yeah.
8 years ago today, Lubman, if you could, not Lubman, Big Chad, if you could pull it up. 8 years ago today, this happened.
The drive falling away, won't go. Rebound taken by Iguodala. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
8 years ago today. So we asked a question about Steph as the Warriors visit the nation's capital. And we know Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are going to play against each other for the first time all season. Is there anything to that with Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. There's so much to love about Steph. But what about Steph's greatness is the most enjoyable to watch? I'll give you a few options here, Roasters. Is it the three-point shooting? Is it the ball handling? The nice dives? The on-court joy? Or is it his off-court personality? I mean...
Can I throw another one in there? For me, the rings.
The rings.
Championships.
Is that what you appreciate most about Steph?
No,
not you, but people out there.
The humble nature is number one for me. How humble he is and how big he is. Like, they don't get bigger than Steph Curry. They don't. In any sport, ever. They don't get... I mean, he's at the top. For what he's accomplished, how he's changed the game with his shooting. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the NBA. He's revolutionized how the game is played. 3-pointers now. And it's not even close to the line. Everybody's stepping back. Damian Lillard. Everybody. He's changed the game. But being the rock star that he is, with all the money he's made and all the endorsements and all the championships and all the fame, he's still the same guy. Or appears to be. That's what I like about him. And he's having fun playing the game.
Yeah,
what's your favorite part? What endears you to Steph Curry, or maybe even people you look up to in sports? Like, what are qualities that you gravitate towards?
Well, it's his shot making. I I think being the ultimate teammate. You never hear about Steph throwing somebody under the bus. Picks up all his teammates.
When he threw his mouthpiece last year because he was frustrated at Jordan Poole, that's the only time I've ever seen him do anything that kind of shows a teammate up ever. That's how frustrated he was.
That was the one time. 14 years into 15 years.
It wasn't even that bad either, but it was just like, whoa.
That's the game for it. But,
whoa.
But, I mean, he's a humble superstar. And he's a genuine dude. And that endears me to him. So when you see him out there cooking dudes and you hear all the rhetoric about he's not clutch and he's got to do this, he's got to do that, he hasn't proven anything, he's not a true point guard, blah, 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 blah. It just goes out there and just destroys teams. Like Game 4 Boston. You see that look in his eye? You see him yell at the Boston crowd saying, I'm here after an explosive first quarter, and then he drops 43 on them in the most pivotal game of that season and tells them after Game 3, actually, I hope you guys enjoy your last victory of the season. It's everything. I can't narrow it down to one thing, FP. I really can't. Because the three-point shooting, it just leaves you, and you're like, what the heck is going on? But now you see him driving to the rack, finger rolls, off the rim, off the backboard. I mean, everything about his package. He's got the entire bag. He's gotten stronger. His handles are better. I love everything about him, man. I love every single thing about him. I just, again, 8 years ago, that shot happened. And he's still playing. Maybe he's not playing at that level where he made 402 threes, but damn, he's pretty close. He's right on par with that season. When you look at the numbers and you look at the percentages, I mean, he's playing that well. So, I don't know, man. It's everything for me. It's everything. I can't narrow it down. I can't narrow it down to one thing with Steph.
Bonte, who was your guy growing up? What superstars did you gravitate towards, or who were you a fan of in any sport? Like, who was your guy? Like, and what were the qualities you liked about him?
Love Bonds, love Griffey.
So you like a little swagger?
I love swagger.
You like drip, confidence?
I love big Deion Sanders. Love confidence. Love swagger. Love a guy talking, but also love the Joe Cools of the world. Guys with the quiet demeanor. Just went out there and got it done.
Joe Montana.
Yes. Joe Cool. You know, I was a big Steve Young fan. But I love Matt Williams. I love Matt Williams.
Why?
Just never got talked about. They like everybody had their guy, right? Everybody's like Will Clark or Kevin Mitchell, and then Kevin Mitchell moves on, and Will Clark, and then he moves on, and then it's Barry. And trust me, I love Barry. But boy, Matt Williams, just quiet. You never heard him say a peep. And next thing you know, he's hitting 40 jacks. Next thing you know, he's about to break Roger Maris's record. Then the strike happens. Then he gets traded around, and he finally wins his ring with the Diamondbacks. Matt Williams is one of the most underrated Giants of all time. He doesn't get talked about enough.
He was on pace to break the home run record in the strike year.
Yep. Not Joe Montana, Jeff Kent. I did like me some Jeff Kent.
Really?
Yeah, I know he was a jerk, but you know what? Jeff Kent for 5 years, he should be in the Hall of Fame, FP. He should be in the Hall of Fame as a second baseman.
You know, it's funny because as a young player, he was such a liability defensively. Shortstop, he would throw balls in the stands. Third base, he was brutal as a Blue Jay and as a New York Met. And then he made himself a good defender with the Giants, where you're never even talking about his defense.
Yep. And his bat.
Clutch.
Yeah, I was a big fan.
So, along the lines, we talked about the Jordan Poole punch. Barry and him didn't like each other, but they got along, but they never won a championship together.
Didn't win a championship.
They got close. They were like little kids with their egos. If Barry was late to stretching, Jeff had to be later. Mm-hmm. If Barry had 2 rows on the plane, Jeff wanted 3. It was just, they were like little kids.
Oh, my God.
They were like little kids. They were. It was amazing.
Insane.
So you like Jeff Kent. That's an interesting call.
You don't
he
like
was
Jeff
super quiet, super confident, professional, a guy that you wanted to be. You wanted him on your team.
Honestly.
And if you were on the other team, you hated him, which is old school sports.
Well, let me ask you this. Why have the Giants had him back at Oracle Park? Or has he been back in spring training? Because I don't see anything about Jeff Kent. And I think he needs to be honored. Honestly, I think Sabian's finally getting into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Which is past due.
Right.
Sabian, is he on the Wall of Fame yet at Oracle Park?
No.
That's a joke. All right, that's criminal. That's absolutely criminal. One of the best GMs in that organization's history, if not the best. And he's not on the Wall of Fame yet? 3 championships, multiple division titles, wire-to-wire seasons, where, of course, I know they lost to the Marlins in the first round, but Sabian's not. So you get what I'm saying here. We got to honor that stretch of baseball from 97 to 03, up until the championships, was the best era of Giants baseball in the city of San Francisco. We're not going to honor Jeff Kitt. We're not going to honor Brian Sabian. So now if we want to talk Giants, we can do that. But they honestly, I'm going into the season with a fresh perspective, but everything they do now as an organization, it just doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, why have they honored Jeff Kitt?
If I had to guess, and knowing JK the way I do, he's the kind of guy that just wants to go away and that's it. He didn't want it. He didn't want any notoriety. Never did. He doesn't care about the spotlight.
I know he doesn't.
I think if they asked him to come back, he would probably say, "I'm good." And it's nothing personal.
Yeah.
It's just he just doesn't want. He just that part of his life is over. He never. He's a lot like. I mean, he ate, drank, and slept baseball, but he's a lot like Anthony Rendon, where it was business, man. It was like he came in, checked in, was going to find a way to beat your ass on a daily basis. Was a good teammate. He told me some things that I still use as far as hitting goes with like younger players. Very intelligent, but like his priorities were his faith in his family, and baseball's probably third. But he just didn't come out and say it like Rendon did. And he actually played, and he posted, and he played hurt, and he was a gamer, and he was a guy you wanted on your side. So I get that. I get how you liked him. He's a winner, man.
He's a winner.
He's a winning player.
Absolute winner.
In a day where we're worried about launch angles and exit velocities and numbers.
No, Jeff Kidd just got it done.
He found a way to beat you.
He's got it done.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some Darren Lewis love. D. Lou on YouTube. You know what? D. Lou's a great guy. He's also a roaster. Ran into him a couple times.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Darren Lewis is a great guy. We got to get him on the show. We can get him on the show this week.
Probably call right now.
Yeah, we can get him on the show this week. D. Lou's the man. I love Darren Lewis. Love Darren Lewis. 93 team, so special. But no, Jeff Kidd, it is Sabian not being honored. As we watch Farhan, like, listen, I love Mike Krukow. I know he said, hey, the Giants, you guarantee it, book it. They're going to get a star this season. We're still waiting on that star. And I know I'm getting tagged in a lot of another one bites the dust, because that was my thing. When the Giants said, hey, we're going to go get this guy. We're recruiting this guy. Another one bites the dust. Cody Bellinger, you mentioned it yesterday. It's better to play at Wrigley Field. Is that the thing? Nobody wants to play here because of the park? Do we have a park problem?
Dude, it's the best ballpark in baseball.
So why can't we get guys here with the Giants?
I don't know. It's not a city thing. I think it's a philosophical thing, if I'm being honest. I think it's how they've gone about it in the past couple of years where players are smarter than ever. They're more in tune than ever. The social media aspect, they all text each other now. They bounce around more than they used to. So if you go to a place and they say you're going to be a starting pitcher and you're a reliever, or you go to a place and they tell you you're going to play every day and they pinch hit for you in the fourth, they're all texting each other, man. They're smart. Maybe Bob Melvin changes that. Maybe Pat Burrell's a hitting coach changes that. Maybe Matty Williams, your guy coaching third base, changes that.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden this is a destination for guys. But before, with the philosophy and the matchups, I don't care who you are as a player. Even if we buy into this is how we do it, you're telling me if you hit for me, Bonte, they're telling me that you're a better hitter than me. I don't care if the matchup says it or it's righty-lefty or if they bring you in for me as a pitcher. There's egos. With every athlete, there's egos. So if you're gonna have this philosophy and it worked for 107 wins, and maybe you thought you had the cheat codes when that happened, the guys, to me, it's not a city thing. It's not a ballpark thing. It's not a temperature thing. It's cold here, because that has never stopped players in the past.
Yeah.
What I think is making them pause or think twice is how they've gone about it the last 3 or 4 years with the philosophy.
And part of the head of the command, I guess, is Farhan Zaidi, right? When it comes to that philosophy.
And I think you will see that philosophy change this year.
Oh.
Because I don't think there's going to be mass pinch hittings and mass platoons, and they want their starters to go deep into games. You've read about it already. They want guys to get 4 or 5 at-bats. I think a guy like Michael Conforto, if they just let him play, will hit. But if you're constantly looking over your shoulder, like Jonathan Kuminga was when he heard the buzzer, I'm coming out of the game, and you're constantly like wondering and not knowing.
Right.
Or you do know even, because you're like, hey, be ready. You guys are all going in the 4th inning today, and I'm Dude, the starting lineup, when you walk into a clubhouse, it used to have meaning. Like, oh my, I'm in the starting lineup. Like, I'm playing tonight.
Right.
Over the last couple of years, the starting lineup is just a suggestion. It's just a suggestion in how we're going to start the game. But that doesn't mean you're going to go past the 4th or 5th inning, whether I'm the pitcher on the bottom in the 10th spot now because there's a DH, or if I'm the starting left fielder, am I going to finish the game? There's certain high leverage situations in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning that are championship innings that you have to get your best players in the best situations.
So you think,
but like in the 4th or 5th inning, if that's a high leverage, you got to let your guys play. And from a fan standpoint, if I want to fall in love with a player, he's got to be out there. He's got to play. If I'm driving 2 hours of the game, I want to see Bonte get 4 at bats.
You would hope.
And now I'll buy Bonte's jersey, and I can fall in love with you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Even if you're not a superstar, it's not about superstars.
Are we even gonna be able to buy a jersey?
Dwayne Kuiper was my favorite player. He wasn't a superstar, but I got to watch him play every day. Like Will Clark was a superstar. He's one of my favorite players, and he got to play every day. Mike Aldrete was one of my favorite Giants. So just throwing random names out there.
Marvin Bernard. Play every day.
But you saw him play, and you could fall in love with him. So to me, it's not a superstar thing. Like if you drove 2 hours to see a Warriors game and Steph Curry played for a quarter, you'd just be like, wait.
But we need that it player, FP.
Maybe that's a bad comparison.
We need that it player.
I heard that sounded better in my brain.
Yeah, no. We need that it player. Because honestly, you brought up Jonathan Kuminga. What would you say he's the 5th, 6th most popular guy in the Warriors?
Yeah.
He's probably more popular than any Giant right now. And he plays 20 minutes a game.
I would love to see him just play.
Right.
I think he's an all-star.
Brandon Podjemski. Now people know him around these streets, and they love Pods, and their Pods jerseys selling off their hook right now. People are wearing Pods jerseys. There's not a jersey on the Giants outside of Logan Webb, because I don't want to disrespect him. Logan Webb and maybe Camilo Duval, because I do like Duval. It's about it. That's it. Like, I want to buy a Luciano jersey. I would love to say, hey, I'm rocking Marco Luciano, but I don't know what he is. I've never seen him play. Got a small sample size. Casey Schmidt, is he a dude? Is he not? Is he going to get a chance to start at third or not? I don't know. J.D. Davis is probably going to be there. I don't know. It just feels like when we come around to June, and I don't know what this team may surprise some people. I have no idea. I'm going to be open-minded when it comes to the Giants, and I'm not going to sit here and say a week into the season, oh, my God, they're done. They're terrible. I'm watching Farhan and how he operates, and is the philosophy different? Are you not platooning? Are you actually getting guys 5 at-bats? Or are you going to continue to platoon and shuttle guys in and out of Sacramento? Because remember that whole cruise patch they had on the jersey? The cruise patch? It should have been an Amtrak patch. Because they were shuttling guys left and right up and down Sacramento. It's like, what are you doing? Guy comes 5 at-bats one day, and then boom, you're in Sacramento the next night. What are we, like, what is that philosophy going to be? So I'm intrigued to see it, man, because I'm out on Farhan, FP. I'll just say it. I'm out on him in the philosophy. I don't believe in it. I don't like it. I don't think he's good at his job, but maybe he proves me wrong this season. But I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of where the Giants are at right now.
I think you can get so caught up in matchups and putting yourself in situations to succeed from a mathematical, analytical standpoint that you can forget that there's human beings inside that uniform. And I think that's something I'm hopefully looking to see change this year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I'm open to that. I'm open to seeing people evolve and to see people change and to see people maybe get another chance. So if it's the All-Star break, Bonte, and you're still seeing the same things and the team isn't succeeding, I think you have more of a baseball guy at the helm now in Bob Melvin that's managed a lot and has a great feel for the game, and there'd be a marriage between the two, and I think you have to have a marriage between the two to be successful in any sport now, whether it's football analytics, basketball analytics, baseball analytics. There has to be a combination of the two. But I'm with you. I want to see not just I'm not old fashioned, get off my lawn, screw analytics, but like you have to remember that there's human beings in those jerseys, and that to me that's the most important thing, because if you care about the people more than you care about the matchup, if you treat people like chess pieces, they're going to act like chess pieces. So I'm hoping that there's a little bit of an adjustment, and I think there has to be. I really do.
I hope so. We're seeing it with the Warriors now, right? With some of these young guys.
All the successful teams in baseball, the best teams in baseball, adhere to analytics, but they also adhere to people.
Right. The human element.
The human element is huge.
Not robots.
And I'm not saying they treat people poorly. They might treat the Giants players too good at times. It's like the Four Seasons, man. They got everything at their disposal. They got everything there they need.
I hate to do this. Now you're starting to work me up a little bit because of what you just said. The whole Four Seasons.
They treat those guys so well.
Yeah, I know, man.
They do.
Like
whatever you need.
First of all, we ruined the cream jerseys because of these guys. Because nobody knew who the players were. So let's slap names on the back of the cream jerseys. No, you blew the jersey. Those jerseys deserve no names on them. We had our Yankee jersey. We had our Red Sox jersey. You know what I'm saying? They were iconic. No names. Well, when people come to the park, they don't know who these players are. There's a scoreboard. There's a cell phone. There's a box score. It's not that hard to figure out who's who in right field. Don't give me this crap about... And they try to do that because it was a money grab, in my opinion. And you can't make any money because nobody knows these players, and these players aren't good enough. So, I mean, you imagine that. Like guys like Austin Slater. And Austin Slater's a nice guy. These guys getting treated like they're at the Four Seasons.
Well, that's every team, though.
That's every team a lot of teams. The hell,
that's just the way it is.
Maybe we need to scale back and say, you know what? The hell with the Four Seasons. Sit at the day's end.
No, dude. No. They just never sign anybody ever.
Well, you're not doing it anyway.
The first thing that happens in free agency, and I think it happens in all sports, is you just say, like, how do they treat the families? Because the families make these decisions.
The family shoot the families.
The wives are in on all of these decisions.
But listen, they've got some more swagger on this team.
And nobody treats their players better than the Giants. Even the Yankees. Like, trust me.
Listen, though. I do like the swagger with Soler. I like the swagger with Doval. I've been screaming, kicking and screaming. I need swag. I need somebody pipping home runs. I need earrings in the ear. I need big Jesus pieces in the earlobes.
You want emotion.
I need hats to the side.
You want emotion.
I want something.
You want passion.
Get me to the yard again. Get me to the yard. Make me want to go to a baseball. Anna and I drove by Oracle Park yesterday. And she goes, oh, I'm excited about baseball season. I'm like, really? I'm excited about baseball, but I'm looking at that park and I'm looking at that team and I'm saying, they got to make me want to come to the yard. Make me want to get down there.
And what would do that?
Some flair, some swagger, playing like a professional baseball team, not platooning left and right. Not, hey, Alex Woods, you're going to play 3 innings, or you got the opener for 5 straight days, or whatever it is. You're going opener, starter for a game, then you go opener, starter. I need to just see it change. I need to see it. Now, I would like to see, I saw one half of the change last year with the manager, but I thought they should have blown out the president of baseball operations. I thought it was the perfect opportunity to bring in somebody new to run this team and try to build on whatever they have here in San Francisco. But see how Farhad here. He survived. So my eyes are on him. What is his philosophy now? Are you going to be able to get players? Are you going to be able to make the big trade? Because as this roster stands right now, and I don't care about spring trade. I don't care if they scored 0 runs. I don't care if they scored 9 FP. I don't give a damn about spring trading. But this offseason left a lot to be desired. It came up short again on some key figures. And Jung-Hoo Lee, like I know we're all happy about Jung-Hoo Lee, but I talked to you off air. Every baseball player I talk to, or baseball professional I talk to, what's up with the KBO, the Korean baseball? Oh, it's like AAA. Maybe even AA. That doesn't make me feel good about Jung-Hoo Lee. What's he going to do when he sees Major League pitching for the first time? What if he bombs? This guy just got $100 million. We didn't know who this guy was. It gave Jung-Hoo Lee $100 million. We don't know who he is. So I don't know, man. I'm trying to be optimistic about the Giants, but to me, it's all about Farhad and what he does.
Jung-Hoo Lee is in the lineup today, batting leadoff.
There it is.
He wants something to be excited about.
What I will say, Bonte, is your take. Everything you said right now is what I'm hearing from all my friends. Yeah. I mean, I grew up here. I grew up a Giants fan. I've been a Giants fan longer than all the other stuff.
Yep.
And I hear that from exactly what you said verbatim from all my friends. And maybe even family members now.
Yeah, I mean.
They just, the one thing I will say too, and maybe this is an era thing, when they had Mike Murphy's Wall of Fame ceremony last year that I was so lucky enough to be invited to, we were all in a room together. All the Giants from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. I was like a little kid in there. Guys I grew up rooting for. I'm like, oh my God. And I wasn't running around being a fanboy. I was just soaking it all in. I didn't hear one time that day, one person, we all talked, we're all baseball people, there wasn't one guy that said, I love what's going on right now.
Oh, I heard.
And these are from the ex-Giants. These are people that, and it could be a generational thing. And,
right.
A lot of the old school baseball really hasn't come around to this analytic age with guys that have never played coaching, guys that have never played in the front office, guys that have never scouted in the front office. Like there's a lot of animosity between the old school and new school. And I think that happens in any sport, right? Like our era was the best era and now the game has changed. And if I played now, and you kind of hear that. But there wasn't, and this was like 2 days of celebration for Mike Murphy, who's the greatest clubhouse guy in the history of the world. Actually called me yesterday out of the clear blue and made my day, and we talked for a while. Wow. We talked about Willie Mays. We talked about a lot of cool things.
Look at that name.
Yeah.
Right there. Damn.
It did made my day because he's the best. But those 2 days that we celebrated last year was, you have like reunions with the 90s team or the 2000 team and the 2010 team, but this was every era of Giants baseball all in the same room together. Like you just don't do that in organizations.
And they're all like, we don't like what's going on here.
Yeah, there wasn't one person that said, I love what's going on here.
I just FP with this ballpark.
It's the truth. I'm speaking the truth.
You are
I'm
speaking the truth.
I'm not trying to crush anybody. I'm just being honest.
No, you are being honest, and it's the truth. It is the truth. So I hear the same things. No speed. Do they have speed this year? Is there any speed with this lineup?
Jung Hoo. He can fly.
All right, we're going to see. I'm excited to see it.
Luciano can run. Casey Schmidt can run a little bit.
Give me some speed. Give me some guys who can go gap to gap. Give me some flair.
Can run.
Tyro can run a little bit. There's no doubt.
Patrick Bailey, for a catcher, can run a little bit.
Well, can he run now?
Yeah. I've
seen the photos.
I've heard from people that those photos, he looks, I watched the game the other day. He looks fine.
He looks fine now.
Yeah, he looks fine.
All right.
Yeah, he looks, I'm not just saying that. I was worried when I saw that picture you're talking about too. I watched the game. He's good. He's good. We're good. 25 pounds is a lot, but it's not a bad 25 like that picture showed me.
Right.
So maybe we jumped to some
healthy
conclusions.
25.
Is Pablo making this roster?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's just good to have him around, though, to be a mentor to the younger players, to look at the past and see what Giants baseball used to be and what it could be again.
Giants baseball.
If I'm the Giants and I think they're doing this, I bring my past and it's everywhere.
Well, they need to do that.
I want walking legends walking around. I want Barry there. I want Jeff Kent. I want Tim Lincecum. I want Brian Wilson. I want these guys leaning on fungos doing absolutely nothing except for being a resource.
Let me ask you this. Last year, I heard this. I don't know if it's true. But in the clubhouse, they have all of like the NL West divisional titles, and they've got the World Series titles.
That's true.
Did they get rid of all that stuff?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Yeah, why? I don't know.
Why would whoever made that decision? Why the hell? And this is what I'm talking about, folks. So like when you go to the Warriors practice facility, you see all the legends up there: Bully, Wilt, Al Addles, Nate Thurman, Rick Barry, Clifford Ray, Kevin Durant, Curry, all that stuff. You see all the championship batters, right? You used to go to Giants clubhouse. You see like the pennants, NL West champs.
Yeah, they still have those.
You sure?
When I was in there last year, like up on the wall, like above the lockers. They have on the one side they have the championships, on the other side they have the division ones. Now if they have I don't know, like, but in past years if they had like pictures and stuff, like big giant pictures of like moments like that.
Oh, gotcha.
I didn't say that, but like no, they have pennants in there that says 20, 10, 12, 14 champions.
All right.
So they have those at least.
I heard they got rid of those, so that's good because that's erasing the past. And when I bring in Giants here, and you want to be a Giant, I want that history displayed. I want it displayed. I think
the pictures were taken down, Bonte, but I think they're going to be back up.
All right, that's good. All right, that's good.
To me, I don't know. Some people probably had a problem with it. Whatever. If you want to have your time now, I get that.
Yeah, I want to see them embrace the past, though. This is what it's about.
I do too. I think
this is what it's about.
I think it's a tremendous resource.
Right. Like when I go to New Yankee Stadium and I see the photos of Babe Ruth at Italian restaurants and Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio, I'm like, man, that's Yankee baseball. That's baseball right there. Yogi Berra. I actually just watched the doc for the third time, the Yogi Berra doc. Fascinating. Did not know he was that much of a winner.
His reputation as being like his quotes superseded the fact he's one of the greatest catchers to ever play the game.
Ever play. I think he's one of the greatest baseball players. I think he's a top 25 baseball player of all time. You think about the championships, the MVPs. Anyway, Giants baseball. Jung Hoo Lee in the leadoff spot today. Maybe I'll watch. What time's that game?
I watched yesterday. I watched them score 9 runs yesterday, but give up 11. This typical Scottsdale spring training game.
Come on, FP.
I watched Jorge Soler get 2 base hits yesterday. FP. He looks good in the uni, number 2.
Right, FP.
Go get your number 2 Jorge Soler jersey right now. He looks good.
How laughable is it that people have takes about spring training games? Like legit takes like, offense looks anemic. The pitching's not getting deep into the game. It's spring training. You got to be a sicko to bring down spring training games or any preseason game or any exhibition game.
Well, I mean, I love that you're passionate about baseball right out of the gate, but if you're judging a team based on 2 or 3 spring training games, you're really telling people you don't know a whole lot about baseball.
No, I agree.
Or you're just looking for reasons to be angry.
Yeah,
no, I don't want to do that. Yeah. That's one thing that I promise you. I vowed to do this, FP and Lutman. I'm going into the Giants season open-minded.
Same.
Open-minded. I'm not predicting wins. Dude. I'm not predicting losses. I'm not saying this guy sucks. I'm going in open-minded.
I just know how much can happen over the course of 6 months or 7 months.
Yep.
And what you think is going to happen never happens. It never goes the way you think it's going to go, ever.
The mosaic?
You just don't know. That's why you got to go into the season open-minded and see if things change. I think they're going to change. I'm not saying wins and losses. I'm not saying World Series or playoffs. I just think you're going to see a more palatable, likable, maybe even wrap your arms around brand of baseball that you've seen the past couple of years.
I desperately need that.
I'm not going to sit here and predict. I don't predict. I'm not going to say that they're going to win and you got to love this. My credibility is at stake. I have to be honest.
No,
but I think you're gonna like what you see
because
more
you know
than
what?
Past years.
I hope so, FP.
Yeah.
Because I'll be truthful.
You're not going to see like, oh my God, what are we doing?
I told you I love baseball, but when it came to Giants baseball, they had sucked every ounce of emotion out of my body last year. Because of the way they played, because of the things they said, because of the way they acted. I just was out on it. I was like, I can't. Come on. Like, this ain't Giants baseball. This isn't it. And then the finger pointing, everything like that.
What is Giants baseball?
Giants baseball is a melting pot of a who's who. You got your Felipe Alous, you got your Alou brothers, you got your Mays, you got your McCovey, you got your Marichals. You got a who's who. You got the diverse clubhouse right there. You got a diverse clubhouse with a little bit of power, some speed, personalities. Giants baseball is this community. Like it was a thing. Like Giants and Niners were 1A and 1B. Now the Warriors are taking that shine. There's no doubt the Warriors have stolen that shine. They're on par with the 49ers when it comes to championships and Q rating and all that stuff. Giants used to be there. Giants was community. Giants was a diverse group, a melting pot of a who's who that brought everybody out to the yard. Whether it was Latins or Asians or blacks or whites, it did not matter. That was Giants baseball. We need a little more swagger. We need a little more diversity. We need a little more personalities on this baseball team. Make me love you again. I want to love the Giants again, FP. I do. Make me love you. I just doubt it's going to happen with Farhan Zaidi.
You guys cut that and put it on Twitter? That was outstanding. Make
me love you.
No, just the whole diversity thing and what Giants baseball is to Bonte. That's beautiful.
Seriously,
dude.
But I want to love them again, FP. I do. And right now I don't love them. And I have my doubts that I'm going to ever love them as long as Farhan is running the show. All right, real quick injury report. All right, we're going to get back into the Warriors. Tim Kawakami is going to join us at 8:30. We're going to get a feel of the Oakland A's and what the hell is going on with them with Casey Pratt from ABC 7 at 9:30. But CP3 is back. He is back. Shams Charania and Anthony Slater announced yesterday that Chris Paul will suit up for the Golden State Warriors today against the Wizards. What will his role be? We're all waiting to see. He's been out since January 5th with a fracture in his left hand. But head coach Steve Kerr said the plan for now is for Chris Paul to play the non-Steph Curry minutes. All right, let's get into the Warriors and Wizards. Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jordan Poole's on court again. Does that mean anything to anybody? I do want to get into conversation with Jordan Poole. What the hell's gone on with him? The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Draymond back on the floor with Jordan Poole in opposite uniforms. It's going to be something to see.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great deals on trucks that work hard.
the morning roast.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning with FP Santangelo in for Joe Shasky. The Butcher will be back soon. Joe Spadoni will be back next week. We got Big John in the building. Lubman. I, of course, am Bonte Hill. Let me get that out right. Good morning to everybody out there getting up the graveyard shift, the overnight dancers. Hopefully they had a good night on a Monday. It was a slow Monday. I don't think anybody made money last night. I don't think anybody made anything around here. Good morning to the beauty drivers, BART conductors, firefighters, cops. You know the drill. Students in their cars right now listening. All the parents getting their kids to school. That I underestimated how difficult it is to get your kid to go to school, whether it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kids do not want to wake up. Getting them to brush their teeth, getting them to eat. Oh, my gosh. Maybe I'll just talk about baby Chess, but it is a full-time job. Which makes me thankful sometimes to work in the mornings. It's getting a kid ready for school, man. I remember trying to get myself ready. My parents trying to get me ready. Yeah, it wasn't a pleasure.
Dude, you get up, you make their lunches. That's fine. Getting up early, that's fine. You make their lunches. What I didn't love is like we have to wait in the line with all the minivans to drop them off. And you had to get in line. And I don't like traffic. And there's always traffic at school in the morning. And then you drop them off. And then you got to go to 6 different practices. Wait, you just wait. They got to go to different practices
we've already
here.
Done that.
Different practices there.
You're
driving around. I miss it though, dude. I miss all that stuff. Well, I used to complain about it at the time, but I miss it now.
I do miss it, but no, listen. Taking baby Chance to swim class, and then taking her to ballet, and then taking her to gym class. Now we've cut out gym class.
Wait, how old is she?
3.
Damn, dude. It starts early now.
It starts early, dog.
Dude, I have friends with kids that age, and they're going to interviews to get them into these preschools, and they're vetting the kids, and then they're hoping they get in at 3.
Oh my God!
Like, what is going on? And it's expensive.
It is rough.
Because, your kid will be out on the street if they don't go to preschool when they're 3. your kid's going to be
Don't say that. But Montessori school has been good for Chestnut.
That's great.
She's got a couple best friends. They're hanging out. They have play dates or whatnot. So she's getting along. It's part-time, in and out. But boy, it is... All you parents out there, get your kids up and at them in the school, 8 in the morning, 7:30. Good job, parents. Good job. Good job. And hopefully we say good job, Warriors, after tonight. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. We're going to see Jordan Poole again for the second time, Warrior fans. Does that even resonate around here anymore? Does anybody care? 888-957-9570.
You always care about a guy that helped you win a ring. That'll never go away. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, he was one of the best players in that run.
Well, you hear some Warrior fans, they don't give a damn about Kevin Durant, which is insane to me, personally.
But but Jordan Poole was one of your own. He got drafted by the Warriors.
He was.
That's different.
Yeah,
he wasn't
you would think so.
He wasn't a Rena superstar.
You would think so. But this year, Jordan Poole's averaging 16 points a game. He's shooting just 40% from the floor. He's shooting just 31% from the 3. He's playing 30 minutes a game. The assist numbers are down. The Wizards, how many games have they lost in a row? I see 5 losses in a row here. You know what the Wizards' record is at home? This is fascinating. The other night we found this out. They're 3-23 at home, FP. At home. They've won 3 games.
Whatever the line is, take the Warriors to cover tonight. I don't know what it is. Just do it. Trust me on that one. I think it's 10.5 maybe. I'm not sure.
They've lost 11 games in a row. The Wizards. 11 in a row they've lost. They're coming off a road trip where they lost to Dallas, New Orleans, Denver, Oklahoma City. They gave up 147 to Oklahoma City. And now Jordan Poole's coming off the bench. Off the bench.
Question.
And now Chris Paul's coming back, so it's pretty ironic. You're playing against Jordan Poole. You got Chris Paul coming back. Does the deal look like a win for the Warriors so far?
Question. Did the punch derail his career, or did he just have a great year in 21-22 when they won the championship, and he's just not that good a player? Can your teammate punching you derail your career? Or is he just not as good as we thought he was? It's just that. Is it one or the other? What do you think?
It's a great question to throw out to the callers. 888-957-9570. Was Jordan Poole's year just lightning in a bottle? A fluke season, basically.
Because that's what I'm thinking now. I can't wrap my head around the fact that if a teammate punched me, it would change the trajectory of my career.
So it's early, right? This is his second season.
And I know he's a kid,
right?
And it happened at a young age, and that could be influential. And I just have trouble with that, dude. Like, I thought he was the next coming of Steph Curry in 21-22. He became my favorite Warrior that year.
Now,
last year, he made me pull my hair out. And I've never in my fandom been so high on a guy one year and so obsessed with how poorly he was playing the next year. Like, I was too obsessed with it. Like, every game, all I could do was focus on Jordan Poole. And like, what is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing?
I would tell you this. It affected the way I interviewed him after the punch.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wait, you looked at him differently?
No. So there was one time I asked him a long question. I asked him a question. It was like it was horrible. It was a horrible question. And I wanted to get to
what? Do you remember?
Oh yeah, it was about Draymond Green. He was starting, but his minutes got changed to where now Draymond Green was coming in with the second unit because the second unit was struggling last season. They were good.
Yeah, they were
starters to get a lead
all year.
Second unit blow it.
Yeah.
So Draymond Green started helping out that second unit. So I remember we interviewed him. The second unit started playing better, partly due to Draymond Green being part of that second unit. But I didn't know how sensitive he was to it because he was not really talking about Draymond Green. It was kind of a no-go zone, right? And I remember I asked him a terrible question. He goes, "What's the question?" And then I finally just said, Draymond Green. Because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to tiptoe around that. It was a thing with that organization. It was a thing, I think, and he was just, Jordan Poole's a different guy at the podium last year. Very different, very short. Now, one-on-one, he could still be vibrant or whatnot, but he had lost a little of that because of the punch. Look what it did to his self-esteem. So can it derail a career? I definitely think it could derail a season. Now, his career, he's still got a long way to go, right? You would hope that he has a long way to go. He's only 24 years old. You hope that he's playing for another 10, 12 years. But it definitely derailed his season. And with that said, he averaged 20, but by the time the playoffs came around, and by the end of the Lakers series, he was unplayable.
He averaged 20 turnovers, too.
Yeah, he did. He was unplayable by the end of the season. He was unplayable. So I think it definitely could derail a career, a season or two. But can it derail a career? I don't know. Let's ask the fans out there. Let's ask our audience. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening?
Hi, Bontai. How you doing, Sugar?
How you doing, Sugar? How you doing, Robin? Say hi to FP. You got to say hi to FP. FP's doing a hell of a job.
Hi, FP.
Hi.
Yeah, he's all right. Here's the deal.
Oh, wow.
Here's the deal. Okay, I'm not telling you about that, but you know how I feel about Draymond. You know, I can't stand Draymond. I'm glad he's playing good. He get paid to play good. That's what he should be doing, okay? But, and I'm tired of folks, not you, talking about Jordan Poole. The Warriors, I don't care what nobody say, I don't care what none of the fans say. The Warriors did Jordan Poole dirty. And people talk as if Jordan Poole is some elite player. He was still developing. And then, let's talk about, yesterday you were talking about there were two teams, Kerr didn't do a good job last year. Well, let's, the starters, the veterans, the entitled veterans who are now humbling themselves and welcoming the youngsters. Jordan Poole wasn't a part of that. They were fighting against that. Then people were always on Jordan Poole because he wanted to start. Well, sometimes, Bonta, it's like when you start out as a rookie, you play good. Not saying he's a rookie, but when you get acclimated or new to something, you be with the professionals, it makes you do better. At every turn, they derailed Jordan Poole. He was all over the place. Kerr had him doing this, had him doing that. He wasn't ready for none of that. So did Jordan Poole react immaturely? Sure he did. It didn't help, and then he didn't have a great season. Was Draymond the cause of that? Yes, he was. Were the Warriors the cause of that? Yes, they were. They enabled him. And I lost respect for him a little bit. Peace out, because I'm getting mad. Bye.
Wow.
Spicy.
Did the Warriors do Jordan Poole wrong?
Dude, I got that. Just thought of something. Was it the punch or the fact that the punch got out? And everybody saw the video of it, and you had to live with that being on everywhere. So if the video didn't get out, would that have derailed the season?
I don't know. And that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
Because that was humiliating, maybe. And if we didn't get to see it.
How many views has that video? Big John, do me a favor. Look up that Jordan Poole punch, or if Draymond's punch onto Jordan Poole's jaw, and, see how many views there's on that video, because it's all over Instagram. Now, this is you know this because you worked with the team before. You play for a team, obviously, in the bigs. You broadcasted for a team. Unfortunately, I hear some things working at NBC Sports Bay Area that the public doesn't hear, or that the regular folks don't, when you go to games or whatnot. But when that happened, I remember I came in the next day. It was a Wednesday when the story came out. Slater and Sharani, Anthony Slater, came out, hey, there was an altercation in Warriors practice. Got a couple calls that night. Oh, boy. Okay, this is big. That was by Wednesday night going to bed. I was told, oh, boy, this is huge. This will be the words I was told. This is on par with Sprewell choking PJ Carlissimo. So I go, really? Wait, what? So Thursday comes around, we do the show. We have the crossover with Willard and Dibs. I'll never forget it. And, Willard's talking. He's like, man, it's just a slap, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, guys, I don't know about that. I don't know if it was just a slap. I don't know if it was just, hey, by God, let's by guys, by guys. How would Willard know? How would Dibs know? But that was, they're told. Then the video comes out the next Friday morning. During this show, happened during the break, 6:42 a.m. It was a football Friday, FP. And as Shasky and I watched the video during the break, I watched the lines light up. And the video gets out. And so to your question about does he play like that if the video doesn't come out? I don't know. But he's got to live with that. And he's got to live with the fact that, boy, this team didn't really suspend Draymond Green. He went away for a couple practices. But he knows the system. You know what I'm saying? He's a veteran. He's been here for over a decade. He was there on ring night. And I remember the reception on ring night for Draymond Green as opposed to Jordan Poole. Because I wanted to go down the tunnel to watch it. They introduced Draymond Green. He got some cheers. He didn't get any boos. But there's a lot of fans with their hands in their pocket. They didn't know what to do. Because Jordan Poole had taken his community by storm. Everybody was having a pool party. FP, I was wearing floaties on the pregame set. Sunscreen lotion. Seriously.
I remember.
Poole he made that arena pop. And then he got popped and he was never the same. So you go to ring night and Draymond Green, a lot of people with their hands in their pocket, and then Jordan Poole gets announced. And he got a rousing ovation. But by the end of the season, people couldn't stand Jordan Poole because of the body language. But I understood it. Because I would probably react the same way if I got punched by a teammate or a coworker. I would look at the person the same. I've had interactions I worked before where you go back and forth. I've never looked at that person the same. That's just me. Everybody's different. I hope he can rectify his career. I hope he can get his, because he's a good kid.
Yeah, but let me stop you for a second. It's one thing to not look at the person the same. That's just being a human being. Right. It's another thing to let it affect your performance. And it didn't affect your performance.
Right. Maybe he just wanted to get out of here, FP. Was that a thing? Maybe he was just like, I got to go. I can't be here. I can't.
Yeah, I get that. When I lose respect for somebody, it's hard. The tank's on empty. It's hard to fill it back up again.
Yep.
When the light's on, and you got to fill up, it's like, that's hard.
And look, Draymond Green on the floor has been exceptional. But think about last year, the podcasting and the talking, and there was no apology, and then we get word out that Steve Kerr tried to get Draymond Green to take Jordan Poole out to dinner, and it never really happened, never materialized. And then, it was a lot going on last season. A lot going on. And now you see what's happening with the young man in Washington. He's on one of the worst teams in basketball. They're on a 11-game losing streak.
He got sent to Siberia.
Dude, they've won 3 games at home. It's unbelievable how bad it is. And you look at this February, wow, this video, the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green interaction, 5.5 million views on TMZ Sports YouTube. That's TMZ Sports YouTube.
Well, say Poole had a bad year last year and we never even knew what happened, we would be saying, wow, but his skills have declined.
Yeah.
And now we're attaching it to this video, or maybe just he's not that good.
Maybe he's not that good. Maybe it was lightning in a bottle.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. Let's go to Casey in San Jose. What does he think about Jordan Poole? Casey, what's happening?
Hey, guys. So, yeah, I agree with FP. I think it was lightning in a bottle. You know, we talk about Steph's gravity, and he got to play a lot during the COVID year, and when Clay was out. And then he benefited from that. The fact that, the punch happened, and Vontae, everything you said right now is valid. Last year was just, if a dude punches you and your teammates and the org don't really back you up, then you're kind of just going into a hostile environment every day you go to work, right? But for him to be this bad, I realize, the Wizards are trying to do whatever the Wizards are trying to do, be in the lottery again. But this is his chance to shine. I hope some good coaching or something changes over there in the next couple of years where somebody gets his hands on him and kind of can mold him, where he should at least be a serviceable player and not this guy who gets a big contract and he's just out of the league by 25, 26. So he's got to figure that out.
Yep.
And second thing, Vontae, congratulations on the engagement. Enjoy from this point till the day you get married. That's going to be the best year and a half, 2 years, whatever the timeline is of your life. After that, make sure you keep Tyler in the house, man, because she's going to get a lot of headaches. Otherwise, congratulations.
Damn. Damn. Big John's also engaged, too. You hear that? I hope you write notes, too. Trust me,
I got nothing to say about it.
I'm packing center into the top drawer of my nightstand, so don't even worry. Jim is San Leandro. Jim, what's happening?
Yeah, hey, guys. This punch thing, the A's of the 70s were legendary for fighting, right? And that did not affect them going out and winning 5 division titles in a row, 3 world championships in a row.
Different day, dude. Different era, different time. Players weren't that sensitive as they are now. That's a terrible comparison. Sorry. Terrible. It is.
But that's all right, but that's my point. I don't think it's terrible. I think that's the point, is that guys are more sensitive right now.
Okay.
Right? And they have to learn to get over stuff. They got punched. Well, okay, so are you going to put your career on the line? Are you not going to win? I just, Draymond Green and his antics, nobody likes them, but, the reality is that you just got to get through some stuff. You have to be a man. You have to get through it. I don't know. I just see it differently. I just think that the whole thing is Jordan Poole being a big baby.
All right. That's a fair. A lot of people feel like that. A lot of people feel like Jimmy San Leandro. They were ticked off. You just heard you. Man, Jordan Poole slipping on a banana peel left and right. I heard that from Guru yesterday. Or Evan or somebody called him banana peel, the human banana peel, because he was slipping all over the place. And he was turning the ball over. And by the end of the Lakers series, Jordan Poole is just unplayable. It was time to go after that.
I've said this before. My take is he's a kid.
Yep.
He wins a championship. That's a lot. He gets a big contract. That's a lot. He gets punched by his teammate after getting the big contract and winning a championship. That's a lot. In my experiences, I've seen guys have more trouble dealing with success than failure.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think there's a certain perception that he's soft if a punch.
Right.
But my point is, though, the comparison with the 70s in those days, that's when coaches screamed and yelled at you. They broke clipboards over your head if you were in football. They grabbed your face mask. It was a different era. And that wasn't in spring training. They didn't get fight spring training.
Right.
The fact that you start a season out that way after having a parade, when everybody's... Dude, if you've been... Bonte, you've been around championships. Yep. It brings everybody in the organization to a different level of closeness. Like if you have a tight organization in your family and you go through those battles and you win and you come out the other side a champion, these are bonds for life.
Yep.
These are friendships for life. You're 80 years old, texting your buddies saying, remember in 2021 when the parade and you were hammered and we did this, and like those, the families become closer. The front office, everybody that works for the team, you all get on the charters. You all experience this together on the planes, on the buses. They include the whole franchise.
Yep.
You have built bonds for life.
Yep.
And it's the closeness, the tightness, the family part of it, it'll never be higher. And for you to just start off the next season like that is weird to me.
Weird.
It's weird.
Especially after going to Japan. Dude, they went to Japan.
My mind was going in places that it shouldn't have why that punch happened.
Dude, FP.
I thought there was things going on I don't want to speculate. Yep. I was like, why? The only reason you would punch a teammate is over something silly? I don't understand that.
Yeah, no, it was why.
And I get the last call. I jumped on the last caller, and I should have. I get his point. Like I said that earlier. Is he soft? If one punch can derail your career, but then you think about it, the modern day athlete, and I've talked to coaches, Bonte. If you get on them like people used to coaches used to get on us, they go over and they fold.
Yeah, you can't. It's a different time.
They just walk away and you can't be in guys' face.
Yep. No, it's weird.
You lose the player if you yell at them now.
No, I agree.
They're sensitive.
I agree.
Just like everybody in society.
Yeah, that'd be.
That's just the way it is now.
That happened that early though in the season. To your point, coming off a championship, coming from Japan. Now he got me thinking when you were talking there, FP. You got me thinking about the championship. One day, the Warriors are going to bring back this championship team from 2022. They're going to be honored at Chase Center, whether it's 10, 15, 20 years from now. Would even want to come back. Like, what would that look like? Like, I know Steph, Dre, Clay, they're going to be there. It's honored that championship. Maybe not. Clay may be on his boat sleep. Who knows? But I think about things like that. Like, what's the interactions going to be 10 years? I just want those guys to bury the hatchet, man. Because
maybe they have.
Buddy, Jordan Poole looked up to Draymond.
Maybe they have.
Draymond Green spoke about Jordan Poole. I don't think they have.
No, you don't think they have?
No, well, it doesn't sound like it.
You know.
Draymond Green, for what he said all season, Draymond Green said coming into the training camp, he said, man, I didn't even want to come to work last season. So I don't think there's anything happening there with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. Let's go to David Fremont. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Morning, Dave. Morning.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Personally, I really felt like Jordan Poole was more of a product of the system that we had going on. You know, when you got Clay and Steph and Wiggins and these other great players on your team, you know, you're going to have a lot of open shots and you're going to have a lot of opportunities. My biggest problem with Jordan Poole when I was watching him is he just always seemed like he had something else, like mentally going on. And we've talked about it all over, sports talk radio about how, it always seemed like his mind was going faster than like his body. And then personally, I feel like when we played Dallas in the Western Conference Championship and then we went and played Boston, when they really started taking away the middle part of the lane and he started getting a lot of his shots just blocked and he was throwing up, weird shots and, driving and then kicking it out. I think that mentally kind of played with him as well too. And then obviously the punch, and who knows, he might be one of those people where, when he mentally collapses, it could be one of those things that, derails his career. There's no doubt that he's talented. But yeah, no, personally, I just felt like he was more of a product of the system.
All right, Dave. I get you. That's fair. We got to run here. Jay in Oakland, stay on. Hang on tight. We're going to get you right before Tim Kawakabe. We'll bring in Tim Kawakabe after Jay in Oakland. On the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It was this kind of hilarious moment last year where they started to try.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Shasky out. FP Santangelo in. We've got Lubman. We got Big Tron. We got Grayson and Let's get Grayson and Alameda on real quick. Grayson and Alameda. Let's get him on the show before we get to Tim Kawakami here on the morning roast. Grayson, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going? First off, Bonte, I'm a huge fan. I just wanted to allude to what Santangelo was just saying about how if you guys win a championship, if you guys deal with adversity and break through, you build a bond with your teammates for life. And I was just at the Mishop Hall of Fame 3 nights ago, and I was standing in the liquor line, and there's this guy standing behind me, this big tall guy, and come to find out it's Clifford Ray. And then he goes, yeah, I played for the Warriors. I had no idea. And he's like, yeah, there's Rick Barry over there. Rick Barry walks over, and it's him, Clifford Ray, and Charles Dudley standing. And they were alluding to what your man Santangelo was just saying verbatim. He said, Rick Barry looks at Charles Dudley. He says, how do you feel about the 75 season? And it was just three guys reminiscing on a championship that they broke through and got over the hump and swept the Bullets.
Yep. Hey, Grayson, Rick Barry, they joined us on the set right before the Denver Nuggets game. And Rick Barry, I said, 1975 championship, one of the biggest upsets in sports history. Rick Barry goes, one of the biggest. It is the biggest upset in sports history, no matter what the sport is. And those guys still talk about it. They're still proud of that 1975 championship. Wonder how it's going to be 20 years from now when the Warriors celebrate that 2022 championship there. Let's go to Tim Kawakami. Of course, Tim Kawakami, you can find the TK show on the Odyssey app, and you can find all of his interviews on our station YouTube page. Tim Kawakami's been a factor out here, editor-in-chief for former editor-in-chief with The Athletic, not just with The Athletic, but he gets all the cool interviews, covers all the teams very, very well, and he's a friend of the program. TK, good morning, man. FP Abante here. How you doing today, Tim?
Hey, good. Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good morning, man. And you were all over this, and you were around the team a lot last year. You've been around this team a lot during this dynastic run. So the Warriors are in the nation's capital. Chris Paul coming back against the team that traded for him briefly, and they're playing their friend Jordan Poole again for the second time this season, but the first time with Draymond Green on the floor. We're kind of just rehashing what happened and seeing what's going on with Jordan Poole. And FP, he's a former baseball player and played in the big leagues, and saying, look, a punch shouldn't derail your career. Now, Jordan Poole has a lot of time to fix his career, but the last two seasons obviously has gone awry, especially during the postseason last year. This year's been awful coming off the bench. How do you view the Jordan Poole situation now that he's been gone this season, TK? Because you're all over it. He was a different dude once he got punched. I think everybody can admit that.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously was a big part of the championship run in 22. There's no question about that. I come at it from a little different because I was never the biggest fan of his game. Thought it was off script stuff, which I know you need, and it helped the Warriors when he was really focused. But sometimes he would be bad even then. Like his ups and downs were pretty highly skewed, and sometimes you can't really do that when you're trying to win big games. He was big for them. Boston series was huge. Memphis series was huge. I'm not discounting that. I just think he was a little different guy, and the way I put it, I'm not trying to be mean to Poole, because you should never be punched. This should not happen. Certainly not a teammate, Draymond, Violet, all that. But it just wasn't a shock that it was Poole who elicited that. Also early in the season, Steph was shaking his head at him at some mistakes that season. Kerr, would be exasperated by him. He just did exasperating things, not to deserve getting punched. Not that. I always want to be clear about that. That was Draymond's. He's got the blame that he had to deal with it, not Jordan Poole. But this was an exasperating guy, still is, and I think that was in a winning situation. That was when he had those guys, Steph for sure, and other people that this is our standard. This is how we play. I think he fit within that as best he could. You put him on a terrible losing situation, it's going to exaggerate the worst of them. We've seen this over and over again in the NBA. There's a culture that wins, and there's a kind of cultures that don't win. Like the cultures that win are all the same, and the cultures that lose are all different, but they end up the same place. Mm-hmm. The Wizards are an ultimate losing situation. Yep. They tend to gather these kinds of players, scattered, distracted players, put them all together, and it's the worst thing for Jordan Poole. No, not the worst thing for his salary and for all that kind of thing. He's still young, but I think the things that were loose and kind of bothersome with the Warriors that could be managed at times and sometimes not are completely just out there with the Wizards, and we're seeing it. And even the Wizards of all teams are saying this isn't good enough for us. That's a pretty low standard. But I'm not terribly surprised by it.
His February was just god-awful. I mean, he's picked it up a little bit over the last couple of games, but for the last couple of games, he's averaging like 9 points a game in the month of February, shooting in the 20s and the 30s here. But Steve Kerr, let's get your thoughts on that. Steve Kerr's contract extension came out of note right before tip-off against the Hornets. We're about to go off the air for the pregame show. Boom, Steve Kerr gets a fat, shiny extension. Why now? Did you expect it to happen? I guess you expected it to happen because it was always on the table, but the timing was a little weird to me, TK.
Yeah, it was weird. It was, I do think when you think back on it, it was kind of like one of the last times they could have comfortably do it and not feel like they're up against, they start getting towards the next few weeks. You're in the stretch run, and why are you doing a contract negotiation in the stretch run? You might as well just wait till after. Yet, if you go through the playoffs, then it's like he could go. He could go at any time. Like that kind of was the Myers thing. Different situation, different guys. But if you go too far, then you start playing with fate. Like, then what happens if they go on a 7-game losing streak? What I'm not saying they were. What happens if the playoffs are terrible? What if they get blown out? Emotions become much more involved. What if Kerr is just tired, wrung out, and can't talk about a contract? I think this was kind of the last moment. They were on an uptick. They saw things they wanted to see. Kerr felt good things about it. I think they both knew by far the likeliest situation was he was going to come back next season in some form. Steph Curry wants him to come back. As I always say, Steph Curry is going to have the coach he wants. The coach he wants is Steve Kerr. That's not in question. It just was a matter of process. I think the timing was they had an uptick. Jonathan Kuminga is playing, which was a big deal for the front office. You know this, Fonte. This was the tension. Yep. Play the young guys. Kuminga's the guy. Wiseman didn't work out, but Kuminga's the guy. Wiseman, Kuminga playing more. Kerr worked that in, figured that out. The rotation got settled. The team started playing better. So if you're not going to do it then, you might have to wait till the end of the season. If you wait till the end of the season, who knows what could happen? There's all kinds of variables with that one. Then Kerr's got to do the Olympics, right? I mean, things really start to get faster at that point. Do it now. Maybe they had another few weeks they could have done it, but if you decided to do it, if Steph Curry is going to be on your team, which he is, you bring the coach back that he wants, that is now working with the young players, and has the team pointing in the right direction. Once that team kind of started winning with Kuminga in there, I think they might as well do it. The price tag is there was nothing to negotiate. It's got to be higher than Monty Williams, right? You can't pay Steve Kerr less than Monty Williams. So once that's hit, once you're there and everybody feels comfortable with where you are, you're not going to say, okay, maybe you got to do this, maybe you got to do that. Just like this, we like what's going on. I think that was the time. And, they had to get it on at the end of your show. Like, they made sure they had to get it on at the end of your show.
I wanted it on a Thursday night so I could talk about it the next day on radio. I had to wait till Monday to talk about it on radio. Nobody cared because the Warriors lost to the Nuggets.
They buried the lead.
Go ahead, get in there.
We were talking about this earlier in the show. Klay Thompson and Chris Paul coming off the bench now. Like, how many teams have 2 future Hall of Famers coming off the bench? And it speaks volumes of what they think about Podziemski and Kuminga. But help me out with Chris Paul. How is he going to make a difference? Because I still haven't wrapped my head around Chris Paul as a Warrior. Like, I know he doesn't turn the ball over. I know he's a professional. I know he's great off the bench. Maybe he has a great influence on the younger players and stuff that we can't see. But help get me excited about CP3 coming back tonight.
Well, I just know what they think. He was one of their better players before he got hurt. I mean, that's statistically, it's just there. That's mostly because the starting lineup at that point was terrible, but you don't discount what he did. If he was bad in the early season, the Warriors would have been way worse than they were. I mean, they wouldn't even be near 500 because that starting lineup was terrible. Draymond was hurt and suspended twice. Klay was not playing well. Wiggins was playing terribly. Looney was not playing well. They needed that second unit of Chris Paul and Chris Paul blending in with the first unit for a lot of minutes and closing games to kind of hold on. They needed him. Now, they're a different team now, but you can't throw that away. The guy can run a unit. He can get you organized. We've seen them be scattered at times. We've seen them not be able to get the ball over half court against pressure because Steph's getting doubled and no one else wants the ball. They need somebody at times to just say, I'll take it up. Steph's going to be fine. I'll take it up. We'll get into the set. It won't be panic time. We've seen them panic, at the end of games, certainly, when they've just thrown away games. Can they spot him in those moments? Yes. I don't think he's going to be playing 30 minutes. I think that's put a lock on that. He was like 29 minutes a game early in the season. He's not going to be that. He's going to be 22, maybe, max 24. Sometimes he's going to play 16. But if you just say, take the Lester Quinones minutes, that's that was 12 a game or so, 14 a game, and then add a couple other shifts in there. Maybe Podziemski loses some minutes. Maybe they figure out some other ways to get him in there. That's 20 minutes. And 20 minutes of Chris Paul, where you're not matching him maybe against the toughest, big guard. If you're not forcing him into a catch-up situation, if you're just trying to hold on to a lead, sustain it while Steph's out, I mean, it's better than Quinones, right? It's better than some of the other things they've done. And they'll see, and they'll go, this is a very practical team. If it's not working, they'll limit it. If it is working, they'll play him more. That's one thing I think fans that haven't picked up about this team is Steph and Draymond are very practical. What works? What's working? If it's not working, let's change it. Let's get Kuminga to play more. Let's do this. James Wiseman, they threw him out there a couple of years ago. He was terrible. He's out of the lineup. That locker room kind of manages that with Steve Kerr. They're going to manage it with Chris Paul. Now, I don't know what Chris Paul's reaction is going to be if he's not closing most games, and I don't expect him to, but that's all part of it too. They got to manage those emotions. I think Chris Paul does not want to be the guy that screws this up pointedly. So if they're winning, I would imagine they're looking at Chris Paul for 20 very precise minutes and probably not out there for most of the closing parts of games. And they feel organized when he's there, and then they're a little bit different and younger when he's not out there. I think they can manage that.
Tim Kawakami here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Find the TK Show on the Odyssey app, and you can find all of his great interviews on our station YouTube page, whether it's Joe Lacob, whether it's the voice of the Niners, whether it's Eddie Giant. He talks to them all. TK's got clout out here in this market. I'm hearing whispers that Andrew Wiggins may not play today, so that minute thing may have to wait until Thursday in New York City to see how Steve Kerr divvies up these minutes here with Chris Paul back in the fold here. But Draymond Green, we were rolling this yesterday because I think a lot of fans got subdued after that Denver loss where Jokic just took over with the 32-16-16 TK. But Draymond Green on his podcast said, hey, I believe we're legit contenders. I don't fear anybody in the Western Conference. And Willie and I talked about that on TV and kind of agree with Draymond Green, but then you watch that Denver game and say, boy, they're missing something here. Do you believe the Warriors, if they get into the dance, if they get into the playoffs, that they could be legit contenders? I don't want to write out Stephen Curry, but boy, the West looks a lot deeper this season.
The West is good. I mean, you can't say that they're going to win 3 rounds against, like they might start against Denver or the Clippers, and then you would have to play Oklahoma City or the Timberwolves, and you have to play another one of those teams. Like that, I don't see. But what I agree with Draymond, and certainly Draymond has to think this, he's not going to say, oh, you know what? If we match up with the Nuggets, we're done. Forget it. No, we're going to Cabo. No, you can't say that. You can't think that. Any one series, you have to like Steph Curry's chance, right? Any one. And if they're playing well with Kuminga, with Wiggins, with Draymond, you can see it line up, but that's any one series. About 3 of those series, it's going to be really tough. To go 4 of 7, win 4 out of 7 over any one of those top 4 teams is going to be very difficult. They can increase their odds by moving up the standings, get out of that play-in. I do think their odds of beating the Lakers last year were reduced heavily by screwing up Game 6 against the Kings and forcing them to have to go up to Game 7. And they have the quick turnaround to play the Lakers in Game 1. And guess what? Mm-hmm. At home, the Warriors lose Game 1. Mm-hmm. Like you can ease your path there if you certainly you hold your serve, you play sharper in these games to get you through the rounds earlier. But no, I don't. I just can't imagine they're going to be favored in any of these playoff rounds against any of the top 4 teams. So you win one, and then see what happens on the next one. That's where they've got to be. Do they, would they like to avoid the Nuggets? Yes, but you know what? Everybody will like to avoid the Nuggets. Nobody has the matchup for Jokic. Even the Timberwolves aren't. They have Gobert, and they've got all these other big guys. I think I remember Jokic beating them last season. Yeah. So, this is not like, go get the guy who can stop Jokic. How dare they? Well, I don't know who that is. And actually, Draymond is not bad against him. Listen, that game a couple nights ago was pretty clear, but it's one way to attack them, and they have at least that answer and try to get it from everyone else. But no, one series, yes, you can see it. You can make an argument. It's just when you start going, okay, maybe they got a 30% of that one, maybe they win it, but then they get another 30% chance the next one, a 30% chance the next one. Those odds start dwindling. But yeah, one round, you give Steph Curry a chance to win 4 out of 7. I do think that. It's just a matter of piling up round after round. That's going to be very difficult in a stacked West.
Tim, I could be wrong. I think if they go deep in the playoffs, that Klay Thompson is going to have a lot to do with it. And I was reading Sam Amick's article in The Athletic the other day about how Klay and Larry Bird in the All-Star break, and Larry mentioned something to Bob Costas about how he loved Klay Thompson, and that's kind of boosted his confidence. How is he dealing with this whole sixth-man thing? And maybe talk about that Larry Bird interaction a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that some of the old-time classic players love Klay's game. It's a very classic game, right? It can hold up over time. We'll see. I don't think Klay loves coming off the bench. I know he doesn't love it. I know he wants to play himself back into the starting rotation. It's possible. Things are fluid. It's not the plan right now. I think he's kind of into okay, I'll come off and I'll be Ray Allen, right? I'll come off and be Jamal Crawford. I'll come off and be something, kind of a old school 6-man microwave guy and do some other things too. And he's been mostly closing games. That's the important thing. Like starting is big. I know. Yep. It's closing. Like who does the coach trust to try to win this game? And Klay has been out there a lot. It will be some juggling. Sometimes it's maybe Shemsky, whatever. But I think he's embracing that part of it. Now they start losing and he's not starting. That's when it always becomes the question. It's not when you're winning, because who wants to be the guy who's bitching when you're winning? You don't want to be that guy. It's not who the Warriors are. When that happens, that player tends to leave. And these guys have stuck this out and have won, and they don't want to be that guy. Now, if they're losing and Klay's not, starting or closing, it's the same thing with Chris Paul. Like, wait a minute, I'm who I am. Look, you see what I've done? We can be winning if I'm out there. We'll have to see. Maybe that never happens, but we'll have to see. I think he's at this point accepting who he is more so than he has like in the past year or so. He understands that Podziemski's really productive. He knows he's still going to get 26, 28 minutes. He's going to get shots up. He gets that. Klay is not dumb. He's just super competitive. He wants to play every minute possible. He thinks he's going to make every shot. Some of that's got to be calibrated now because it's a little different. But there's still going to be frustrations. Right. He's still going to want to play as much as he can. It's just a matter, are they winning? Are they winning? And it's Steph, what's best for the Steph era? Steph is going to decide a lot of these things. Right. And it's going to be towards what's going to be able to win the most games, play the best minutes, what's the most efficient way to do this. And they'll have to figure this out as the season goes on. I think it's more pointed towards next season. We'll see what Klay's role if he's back next season. But I think they have a shot this season, and they're going to take their best shot in 24-25.
TK is so well said about who finishes, because that's been my thing all season long. Everybody was so worried about Chris Paul going to be happy if he doesn't start. No, who's playing the final 5 minutes? I've always thought, and Klay, obviously, when they played the Brooklyn Nets and he didn't finish, he was not happy about that. I do wonder, TK, if this may be a good story idea. Look at me trying to pitch a story to you. You don't need the ideas, but Michael Thompson, his father was the #1 overall pick, right? And went to Portland, got drafted by Portland, went to San Antonio, and when he won his championships, he came off the bench. Now, he's a different player from when he came out of college, but if there's anybody who has perspective on being the #1 overall pick and starting and being that guy to coming off the bench for a championship team, it's his own dad, Michael Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, Michael's is a large part of instilling what we've seen in Klay. And I hear all the time about how he rails against other players on other teams who don't think about winning first, who don't sacrifice things for winning. Now, Klay's got to do it here. But it's different. Klay won championships, right, as a starter and as a great player.
Michael was a role player, no doubt. I get it.
Michael got hurt, I think, too. There's some different things. He gets to the Magic, Showtime Lakers, and adapts his game. It's a little different. It's a lot different, let's say. But no, Michael's in his ear. I love Michael. I love talking to Michael. One of my favorite guys. And he is all about winning. He is all about, this is the structure you have to, put down for yourself in order to help your team win. It's just different for Klay. I mean, he thinks he's still the guy, and sometimes he still is the guy who was such an incredible player, a Hall of Fame player at his best, who got hurt at his best, guy. Remember that. He was at his best. Game 6, he was bleeping incredible. And then he gets hurt. and then 2 years, and then tears his Achilles. And he wants to come back and be that guy again. He was 30 when he came back?
Yep.
And he lost 2 incredible peak years. I think we have to understand that, too. And he worked so hard to get back there. Had a great run in 2022 to help him to the championship. Thought that he's going to pick up from there. No, I think those 2 years still wear on him. Those 2 years will never, what he lost there, he'll never get back. And we see it go up and down because he just can't be that guy. His legs don't allow him to be that guy every night. So it's just part of the emotions. It's just, when you're been to that top, when you've been that kind of player, when you've been, a guy played the most minutes in the finals, by the way, in 2022. That's still a stat that's amazing to me. He comes back in the middle of the season after 2 years out with 2 massive leg injuries, and he has the most minutes in the finals in a Game 6, 6-game series. So it's just he's got to ride that out. I don't know his dad ever really had to ride that stuff out, but he's got other people he can talk to, other people who he can listen to, other careers he can pattern himself after. I mean, Kobe obviously was such a huge influence for him, but he's a strong-willed guy. Again, he's so strong. I mean, Draymond and Steph joke about how strong-willed this guy is, and these are 2 pretty strong-willed dudes, by the way, who point to Clay as the most competitive of all. When you're that competitive, you don't want the fire to burn out and say, hey, you know what? That's okay. I'll play 20 minutes a game. That's fine. You want the guy to fight for more minutes. You want the guy to be upset when he doesn't play, the full rotation. Then it's how he deals with it later. That's you want the fire to burn, but you also want that player to understand what's best for the team. And he's not the only one going through this right now. CP will be going through this. Yep. I'm sure Kevon Looney's going through this. Yep. At points, Wiggins has gone through this. Draymond goes through this sometimes where he doesn't play a full rotation, and I'm gonna stay with TJD out there, what he did a couple games ago.
Right. TK,
everybody
real quick.
Everybody but 30 has to deal with that stuff. Because 30's in a whole other.
He's 8 years ago today. He made that double bag shot from Mike Breed in OKC, was dropping 46. It's crazy that he hasn't really chopped off months from that point when he was unanimous MVP, still playing at a high level. We got 30 seconds left, TK, before we got to run here. Brendan Staley. Is that the new defensive coordinator for the 49ers?
It could be. I mean, I've heard they have another candidate or 2 that they were pursuing, and there's been some complications. So it could be Staley. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a Staley guy, but it's the Fangio system. Will he have his own thing? But he's super talented. I mean, I don't doubt that he has been an early candidate. He's somebody they've looked at. We'll see. It's not exactly what they were talking about, but we'll see. I mean, maybe they go to him as somebody they can count on. They know can run the defense. I'm not sure he fits every category, though, but I could be wrong.
All right, TK. Good stuff as always, man. Check out the TK Show on the Odyssey app, and you can find all his interviews on our YouTube station page, 95.7 The Game. TK, you're always good to us, man. Keep up the great work over there at The Athletic.
All good. Anytime, guys.
All right, Tim Kawakami here on 95.7 The Game. A lot of insights there on Clay, Steph, Draymond, the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins, breaking news here from Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider. He'll join us tomorrow. He'll join us from, I believe, New York City. Andrew Wiggins now listed as out for the Warriors tonight against the Washington Wizards. Personal reasons for Andrew Wiggins. Out.
But out is not good, but personal reasons is
never good.
That's why he missed so much time last year, right?
Yeah, over 2 months.
And he's playing so well right now. He's the old Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah. He's out. So tonight's rotation is going to be who starts in place of Andrew Wiggins. Is it Moses Moody? Is it Lester Quinones? Is it Klay Thompson?
Yes. Last one, for sure. 100%.
Now,
let him go for 30 while Steph goes for 50 tonight.
Now, I already know where people are going to go with I already know where people are going to go with this, FP.
What, rumors?
We've been talking about Jordan Poole, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. I know people in their car radios or not watching on YouTube can't see what I'm doing. They were tight. They were peanut butter and jelly on wheat bread, man. They were tight. Remember in the locker room.
That sounds good right now.
That did sound good. Big John looked, he kind of looked close.
There's donuts out there.
I like wheat bread. You don't like wheat bread, Big John? I like wheat bread.
I like wheat bread.
I like wheat bread, but just not on a PB&J.
No, I love wheat bread, PB&J. Oh, my gosh.
Same.
Toasted sourdough.
Yeah,
Where are you going with this? Well,
I don't know. Well, I'm not going with this. I know where fans are going to go. I know where fans are going to go with this because remember the video, and they were tight. It was no secret they were boys. And I'm going to get a bag. You're going to get a bag. I'm going to get a bag in the Boston Celtics locker room when they won the championship a couple seasons ago. But they were boys, and so Wiggins wasn't a big fan of what happened last season. They were boys. That was his little brother. It's just I know fans how they operate. And they're going to think like, oh, Wiggins doesn't want to play against his best friend.
No.
He doesn't want to do that. I don't think it's the case.
You want to play against your best friend. Are you kidding me?
You don't think so?
It's kind of weird, but you want to do it.
See, David Chang, I hope Draymond hugs Jordan Poole tonight. I would love that too. But Andrew Wiggins out tonight. So we're not going to see the full rotation tonight until Wiggins gets back.
We'd have a better show tomorrow if Draymond punched him again.
Oh, my gosh.
We'd have 4 hours of content.
We'd have 3 months of content.
Just walks out and smokes him before the tip-off.
We'd have
part 2. Ain't going to be no rematch.
Dude, we'd have 3 months of content. We'd have a year's worth of content.
I'm stupid.
The games, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that?
I don't know.
Why would you want to even put that out there to eat?
You asked in the 6 o'clock hour. You said, "Is there going to be something between those two? What's going to happen tonight?"
I don't remember what I said.
But hard foul would be good.
Hard foul between those two.
Foul.
Some trash talk.
Yeah.
That first isolation when Jordan Poole against Draymond Green switched on to him.
I want drama.
You're telling me people are not going to be locked in on that?
No.
So more people are going to be locked in on Chris Paul coming back as opposed to Draymond Green defending Jordan Poole on the floor?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. You're right on that. You should be locked in on Steph Curry and his coach saying he was tired and him showing the whole world he's not tired tonight. Well, he's going to go for 50.
Well, you know what? It's possible. Remember he dropped 51 in front of Barack Obama.
Watch.
Were you there at that game? You may have been at that game. The Warriors visited the White House. Barack Obama's there.
You know what?
Curry dropped 51 there, and he was shimmying, and Barack Obama was in the White House saying, Curry's clouded, and he's bouncing and this and that. He averages 29 points a game against the Wizards. That's his best points per game average against any team in the league.
You heard it.
So you might be right. 50. I'll go 40.
The reason I didn't go to that is because that's the only tough ticket for the Wizards is when the Warriors come in.
Really?
My son's going tonight with his wife. They're back in Maryland.
What are they doing out there?
Her family's from Maryland.
Really?
So he went back to visit the in-laws.
So he's going to the game tonight.
They're going to the game tonight.
Wow. Just don't tell them to call us and give us a breakdown of what happened.
Yeah.
FP Jr. We don't need your expertise.
We don't. Just go to the game.
We love FP.
Go to the game and have fun.
Go have fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Warriors win.
Yeah, they're rolling like 15 deep too. The whole family's
Where
going.
they sitting?
I don't know.
Prime time?
I don't know. No, I got no connections there. Not for 15. I mean, if it was just he and his wife, I might have called in a favor for he and his wife.
FP Jr. courtside, or did he call NBC Sports Bay Area for a credential?
They're going nosebleeds, probably.
He's sitting with the Jesus. You know what we call those? We don't even call them nosebleeds.
What do you call them?
We call them the Jesus seats.
Oh, really?
You're sitting with Jesus.
You're that high?
You're that high. Sitting with God, baby.
The Bob Marley seats?
Above the banners. Romeo in Oakland. It's not a good feeling. Romeo in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast. Oh, excuse me. Not Oakland. Orlando, Florida. Romeo in Orlando. Calling away from Orlando, Florida. My bad, man. I saw Owen just assumed Oakland. Romeo, what's happening?
I'm doing well, thank you. I listen to your show all the time.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm calling to say that Steph Curry should be appreciated. You know, he has brought so much joy into people's homes. He's just number one. And he's like a natural mystic flowing through the air.
Wow. What do you appreciate most about Steph Curry, Romeo?
His calmness, the fact that he's down to earth, and he's just a great person overall. He has a great personality, and it's not anything that's forced. It's just natural.
Love that. How long you been a Warriors fan?
Well, after Kobe. After Kobe exited the scene. And I was watching Golden State, and I saw Curry, and I said, wow, he is just phenomenal. He's just so much more than anything I've seen.
Wow. So, yeah. So are you going to go to the game later on in the season? I know the Warriors have a trip to Orlando. You better go to that game, Romeo.
I will try because I was trying to find tickets, but they cost so much.
Oh, my. Even in Orlando? Well, the Magic are playing well.
Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Hey, listen, you got Stephen Curry. I appreciate you being a Steph Curry fan. Don't sleep on Paulo Banchero out there in Orlando.
Yes, and you guys have an awesome show. I watch you all the time. So
thank you so much.
Keep on doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Roman. I appreciate that. Wow, all the way from Orlando, Florida. Just made my day.
What's more expensive, going to a basketball game there or the Magic Kingdom?
Probably the Magic Kingdom.
I would say, right?
The Amway Center. What's it called now? Down in Orlando, got a new building. I think it's the Amway Center.
Disney on Ice ain't cheap either.
No, Disney on Ice, man. But dude, my credit card is hurting, dog. Dude, the popcorn's going for $25. The snow cones are going for $22, and you get the cup. Then you get a pick. Ariel, Elsa, Anna. It was like, geez, all right, that's enough. We'll get dinner after the fact. Dude,
and nobody fell?
Nobody, well.
Nobody fell?
No, well.
Ariel didn't fall?
My best friend, my big
Elsa made it?
Elsa made it. They all made
Nobody
it.
crashed into the boards?
No.
They didn't check anybody into the boards?
How about this frozen drink?
2-minute misconduct at Disney on Ice?
First drink I've had in months. And I brought this frozen drink. It was a vodka and rose.
Oh, you get drunk at Disney on Ice?
You can. I needed to, and I was buzzed, man. I was singing all the songs. Love is an open door. Love is an open door. With you.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Oh, my God.
I could go Let It Go.
You crushed it.
Let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway.
I'll take the Disney on Ice. Yeah, that's got vodka in it. Perfect.
Can you get him another beer?
A drink name there?
Dude, they had drinks.
Parents get hammered, spend more money, watch Elsa crash. I want to go.
Dude, you're so evil, man. Why do you want to watch Elsa crash? You want to dramatize?
I want to root for injuries.
Our kids?
Yes. Let them know that life is real, and sometimes
Come on, man.
Ariel gets checked into the glass.
Come on, man.
Down in the corner, going for a loose puck.
Open door.
She's going for a loose puck. Yes.
I'm telling you, man, when this song's in it, Encanto came out. Maribel, oh my gosh. You don't know. Wait, we don't talk about brew. No. We don't talk about brew. No. Come on, baby. I got Disney on Ice.
Yes. That's how
Disney with Dad.
You're causing car accidents right now by singing.
Hey, it's all good.
Everyone's running off the road.
I'm a terrible singer. I am. You're listening to 95.7 K. In case you're wondering, it's not 106 or 102.9 or anything like that. KZMZ FM in HD, West San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 K. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. I am struggling to sing. It's okay, though. I'm going to try. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to get good at it. Maybe that's one thing I can't get good. I don't know. Junior Pacifica, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, well, a couple things, and I'll end with a question. So the first thing is, a lot of talk about Chris Paul, and the trouble with Chris Paul is not Chris Paul. It's the current events. He's like comfort food for them. So when he's around, when he's available, we don't invest time in the younger guys who might do almost as well. We give it to old steady Chris, who just plays a different style of basketball. Mike Dunleavy did his job. So Steve Kerr's great, but this is a weakness of his, I think. Second comment is it's early, and anyone can take one night off for personal reasons, so we shouldn't panic yet. But I would hate to find out in the long run that the one thing on a basketball court that Andrew Wiggins would fight for is his friendship with Jordan Poole. That would not be my favorite news. And finally, yeah.
Go ahead, Junior. Go ahead. Finish strong, Junior.
Okay, so to finish up, I think is the world of the dispensary promotion like overlapping with our sports radio? Some of the commentary recently has been let's say cloudy. So keep up the good work, you guys. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you. I mean, he made a weed joke there, a little weed reference. Hey, listen. We don't discriminate, but I also say kids don't do drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. You're listening, you're on the way to school, don't do drugs. Please don't.
Dude, the Wiggins news is bigger than you think, I believe. I would be more comfortable if he had something wrong, like his knee was hurt or his ankle was sore. No, because personal reasons could be, this could be another long time thing. And he's playing as well as he's played in a couple of years.
Don't say that, FP.
No, but like the personal reasons, that's a big deal, dude.
When it comes to Andrew Wiggins,
I'm not trying to like be an alarmist here, but in my mind, that's bigger than if his ankle was sore tonight. And hopefully, do you miss one game for personal reasons, or last year he missed what, a month? Was it more than a month?
Missed 2.
2 months, yeah.
He didn't come back to the playoffs.
This is alarming to me. This is breaking news. Like this is a big deal in my mind. In my mind.
888-957-9570. You would FP there. By the way, who do we have coming on at 9:30? Casey Pratt, ABC 7. Talk about what the hell's going on with the Oakland A's and that situation. I'm so lost on that situation. I don't even know where they're playing. But Andrew Wiggins, 18 games, his last 18 games. He started these last 18 games. Obviously got inserted back into the lineup. Nearly 15 points a game, nearly 5 rebounds, 2.5 assists, but the efficiency is back for him. He's shooting 44% from the three-point line and 52.5% from the floor in his last 18. So to your point, FP, he is playing his best basketball. He is. Now, Steve Kerr's trying to get his rotations. And this is why Steve Kerr, I hear what you're saying when you say this is Steve Kerr's best coaching job, one of his best coaching jobs this season. Because think about everything he's got to deal with. Guys are in and out of the lineup all season long. As soon as you get Chris Paul back, boom, another guy is out of the lineup. Now, again, it's personal reasons, but I'm just talking about the whole landscape of this team in the season. Guys have been in and out of the lineup. How are you going to set a rotation for the playoffs if you get to the playoffs, if guys are consistently in and out of the lineup?
You said you heard whispers about him having the night off tonight.
Yeah.
So you kind of knew something was coming down the pipe. And then when Sam sent us this Anthony Slater text mid-show just a couple of minutes ago, I saw Andrew Wiggins is now listed as out for the Warriors tonight against the Wizards, and I thought, oh, okay. And then I saw the next 2 words, personal reasons, and then the tweet jumps out at me right there.
Personal.
It just jumps out at me. That's not good news. That's not good news. You never want anybody to have. Here's the thing, Bonte. Like we all have things going on in our lives,
right?
We all have personal things going on in our lives. But as athletes, when we get to the arena, we get to check those things at the door, and it's our sanctuary. Yeah. We get away from those things. Yeah. For those things to be so bad that you have to miss a game at the highest level, that's a big deal, dude. This is a big deal.
See, I'm going to take it from you.
We all have things.
You're the pro athlete.
Guys
here.
go through divorces throughout the course of a season. Guys have tragedies throughout the course of a season. Like, you miss a game here or there, if a loved one dies, so I hope it's not that.
Yeah.
But like this personal reasons, if you're taking a game off because you got stuff going in your life and you miss a game, dude, you're missing a game. He missed 2 months last year.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. You hear all the rumors. You go on the internet, whatever. Rumors are rumors. But to miss 2 months of a season because of personal reasons is those are personal reasons. And if you're missing a game on the road, he's probably not even on the trip right now if he has personal reasons. He's not there.
Wow.
This is not good.
Wow.
Not to just completely undercut what you're saying, FP,
but you're going to. If you preface it
I know,
like that.
I know, to set it up like that. Yeah. But it could also just be
with all due respect, you're an idiot.
I know. But I do say this with all due respect. Is it possible that maybe they say personal reasons just because it's easier to put that than load management? Because I know the NBA, that's a loaded word.
Okay.
Sometimes in the past, like LeBron James sits with like a foot injury, but they say foot injury because that looks better on the injury report than load management.
But I'm triggered because of last year and 2 months by that.
Yeah, no, it's understandable. Again,
but I hope you're right. Talk me off the ledge.
Yeah,
Sam.
no, I guess I was trying to just pull us back. But again,
that's a good point, Sam. That's a good point. No, teams do doctor up injury reports all the time. You would know that, FP.
Why won't you put load management then?
Because you'll get fined. And the NBA's trying to get away from that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so, just say lower body injury. And it's not a knee, it's not an ankle, it's just a lower body injury. I don't know. All right, we got a break here. Let's break on time for once today. It is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. They're taking on the Wizards in the nation's capital to start a 4-game road trip. And believe this, at home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices, courtesy of Xfinity. We love Xfinity. Go get you some Xfinity. It's the faster internet out there in the world. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Andrew Wiggins is out. Does that mean anything to you? Personal reasons, plus Casey Pratt at 9:30, ABC 7. Talk about what the hell's going on with the Oakland A's. We got a baseball season coming up, and FanFest is, what are the A's doing? What a dumpster fire. We'll get to that with Casey Pratt in about 20 minutes here on The Roast.
Freedom is all about choices.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Having a lot of fun today on the Tuesday. We got Warriors and Wizards. NFL Combine going on in Indianapolis. It's crazy. The All-Star game, NBA All-Star game was just in Indianapolis. It was snowing. It was cold as hell. Saw people posting photos from the Combine in Indy. It's over 70 degrees in Indianapolis. Not a cloud in the sky. Wow. Weather flipped there quick, but NFL Combine going on. John Lynch is there, of course, and a lot of things going on with the 49ers. Who will be their DC? Will the Bears keep the number one pick? Will they move off of Justin Fields? There's a lot going on in the NFL. We'll wait for some news to break. The legal tampering period is, about a week away here. So news will be happening when it comes to the 49ers and the NFL shortly here. Andrew Wiggins out due to personal reasons. He's out. Boy.
And I'm not going to speculate.
I'm not speculating.
Because it must be serious, so I hope everything's okay.
I hope everything okay.
But it's still concerning to me as a fan based on what happened last year is all. And I hope he's okay, man, because if you miss a game, that's a big deal for personal reasons.
No doubt.
I hope he's all right.
No doubt.
And his family or whatever.
I'm with you. And they need to get rolling here, man. Like, they just started playing good basketball. They've won 10 of 13. The Wizards they've lost 11 in a row. The Wizards have won 3 home games. They're 3-23 at home. 3-23 at home.
When you're having a good season, things kind of fall into place. Like the plane never breaks down. The bus always gets to the plane on time. Everything flows. It's just kind of like the universe is telling us we're having a good season. When you have all these things happen that the Warriors have had happen this year, you're fighting it, right? You're always fighting it. You know, Draymond getting suspended and this guy's hurt and the controversies off the court. Now you have your coach passes away.
Yep.
Like they're battling, they're scrapping, they're clawing, they're fighting. They're trying to stay in this thing because they have championship resume and they know what it takes. But man, there's just so many things that haven't gone their way this year that it's not telling
bad omens.
The universe isn't telling you it's your year.
This is a championship
This
team.
Isn't your year. It just isn't, and that's okay. I mean, it's hard to win a championship.
But is that okay for a lot of Dub Nation?
I don't know.
If they don't win a championship, I know it's not okay for Joe Lacob. They're thinking big. They're thinking championship,
and they shouldn't. You have an owner, Bonte, that's like that.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Amazing.
I love an owner like that. An owner is spending money, paying the tax. I got no problem with that. None whatsoever. But I'll say this, too. If the Warriors didn't win the championship this season, well, did Kuminga get better? Did Podziemski get better? TJD? Moses Moody? Do I have some young guys who could ride along with Stephen Curry next season and Draymond Green next season and hopefully Klay Thompson next season and Andrew Wiggins next season? I don't know what's going to happen to Chris Paul. He has a team option. But do I got some young guys who I can build around? Or I know, hey, I got a player there. Jonathan Kuminga looks like he could be that player, and I expect him to have a monster game without Andrew Wiggins alongside of him. That's more shots for him. That's more shots for Steph. That's more shots for Klay Thompson when he comes off the bench. But for me, FP, this team, they just haven't had consistent lineups. It's just Moody gets hurt. Wiggins is in the fuck. Then he gets hurt. Kuminga's out of rotation. Now he's starting. Now he's coming out the bench. Now he's starting. Klay Thompson, starting. Bench, starting. Not finishing. Now he's coming out the bench. Like, it's just been an inconsistent rotation for Steve. And that's why it's hard for me to come down Steve Kerr's road, FP. What is he supposed to do? I get they've blown some games, and some of his rotations have drove me crazy. But guys are in and out of lineup. Chris Paul out since January 5th. Gary Payton II has had 2 stints on the injury list. Draymond Green's been suspended twice. You know, he's missed half the season. So I don't know, man. That's the most annoying part of this season for me is just the inconsistencies with the guys in and out of the lineup.
And then Steve Kerr's getting criticized for his rotations and his lineups and who's finishing. I mean, he's trying to put it together with like duct tape right now, and he's trying to find a way to put his team in the best situation. I know there's been a lot of criticism, and I feel like unless you're in the room and you're in the building, I'll always defer to a guy with as many rings as Steve Kerr has. Sorry, I just will.
You know what? It's funny. Dublin Marge. What's up, Dublin Marge? She's one of our favorite YouTubers. She didn't win YouTuber of the Year. That went to Ernie Chavez. Doobie Awards. Coming to a city near you in December. Dublin Marge. Bonte, I'm okay if the Warriors are working towards next year's championship. Okay. How many people are cool with that? The Warriors are working towards a championship for next season. This could be the stepping stone to that championship.
Yeah, but you know how you do that is you finish the season strong.
You have to.
You're still playing for your coach who passed away, and the effort on a nightly basis has turned up 10 notches since that happened, and that's the best tribute to anybody is going out and playing hard, and they've done that on both ends, on defense too, and you just finish this thing off. You signed up for a full season, you play a full season, and you see what happens. And in your effort and the way you approach, you're developing for next year. You're not just like checking in and saying, okay, this year we've been dealt a rough hand.
Right.
You're a professional. You go out there, play. You're gonna watch Kuminga get better. You're gonna watch Podziemski get better. And meaningful games late in the season and getting to the playoffs is part of the development.
Yep.
This isn't a play-in city. This isn't a wild card city in football. This isn't a wild card city in baseball. This is a championship city.
Thank you.
This is about championships.
Thank you, FP.
Thank you, FP. We don't settle for anything less, and that's
Thank
good.
you, FP.
And
you know what?
And that's good.
I'm glad you said that because I argue with Shasky all the time.
No moral victories are looking toward next year,
Right.
but if you play this thing out the right way, the development will happen naturally.
And people will understand it.
Yeah.
This market is smart enough to understand what you're trying to do here. And if you're built towards that championship, we got no issues with that. It's 26 games left in the season. Hopefully they get some playoff experience for the youngsters and we go on and move forward here. But I'm glad you said that about championships. Because Shasky, we always go back and forth. And I say with the 49ers, man, it's Super Bowl or bust. And it's okay to embrace that. Like as a fan, why wouldn't you want to embrace that? Your team is out there, and they're talking Super Bowl or bust.
I want my fans to embrace that if I'm those teams.
Right.
I want my fans to
But I want my teams talking like that, too.
Yeah, exactly.
On the flip side, as a fan, I want the Niners saying, hey, we're Super Bowl or bust, homie. If we don't win a championship this season, it falls short of expectations. Dude, I'm okay with that. Why don't we embrace that as a market?
Bonte, I want my front office not to say, like, if we just get in, or if we're the wild card. If you're talking about that before the season, I mean, there's 3 trophies on the corner of 3rd and King. There's, 5 Lombardi trophies with the Niners. There's 4 recent trophies with the Warriors. Like, I want my coaches, I want my front office. I have no problem with Draymond said the other day. I don't want to hear, hey, it's all we have to do is get in the wild card. Look at this team from last year. They got in the wild card and they did this. I want my owners, my front office, my coaches, and my players all talking about we want to win a World Series. We want to win the Lombardi Trophy. We want to win an NBA championship. That's why we're here. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It's not delusional.
Thank you.
You should think that as an athlete, and you should expect that as a fan.
I love that.
We're spoiled. We're entitled. Whatever.
Clip this and send it to Joe Shasky. Send it to him because this is something I love. I love the mindset. I love the mentality. We're not playing for Big Six, so what the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Like, example of my career, FP, real quick. I remember I was doing a graveyard shift at the other station. I was running Giants replays. And this young man, I'll just say his name, John Wilson, he's one of my good friends. But I remember he told me after a graveyard shift, he goes, Bonte, man, you're probably going to have to go to Bakersfield or Eureka or Fresno to get your start in the gig. And I was like, man, the hell with that. If I can't compete with the big dogs in this market that I grew up with, then what the hell am I doing this for? No disrespect to Bakersfield. No disrespect to Eureka. No disrespect to Fresno. But my goal isn't to do radio in Fresno. I want to be in the big boy market. I believe I can roll with the big boys. It was a challenge to myself, but it was also the mindset. I'm not settling to be in this market to intern and then move away to a top 75 market. That doesn't make any sense to me. If I can't stay here and find my way here, then I'm just not good enough, and then we got to recalibrate the situation. Forget all that. It's a championship mindset. I can be with the best. I can do things with the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we should feel about our football teams. Super Bowl or bust, NBA title or bust. I like that mentality. And we got that from Jan York. We got that from Joe Lacob. I don't know if we had that with the Giants right now, which is bugging the hell out of me. I don't know what the hell their mindset is right now. Platooning, flipping Yaz and Slater and platooning with Lamont Wade Jr. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, FP. But that championship mindset, I love that you embrace that. We should all embrace that.
Yeah, when it's junior college, so take that with a grain of salt, but we won the state championship at Sac City College.
Oh, I got love for junior college.
We talked about it every day, Bonte. That's why I'm bringing this up. We talked about it every day. I talked about getting the last out. It's going to be hit to me at shortstop. Right. I'm going to throw it to first. Every last swing in batting practice was championship game, bases loaded. We talked about it all season long, then we did it. And I got the last out, and it was like a dream sequence. But I think you have to think that you have to have championship mentality as a franchise, as an organization, as a fan base. Yep. Do I criticize myself as a fan that we're entitled all the time? Yeah, I've been a fan around here since I was a kid. Like maybe I'm a little entitled too, because there's a lot of regions, there's a lot of cities that haven't experienced as many parades as we've gotten to go to, be in, whatever. Like, so maybe we are spoiled, but I think if you ask the teams themselves, I want my fan base to expect this because it motivates me to be great every year.
So I like that.
It motivates me to make moves as a front office to stay great. It motivates us to, we love the high expectations. We don't want to just like have a developmental season where we're good in 4 years. Even though they've shown that blowing it up can sometimes work, but that can't happen here.
Yep.
I can't.
The JUCO angle, I love that because I bust my chops at JUCO. Yeah. No, I cover City College San Francisco men's basketball team. They're about to enter the state tournament once again. And Justin LeBlanc, Adam DeQuisto, and Tom McNichols, Coach Tom, they've done a great job. They changed my life, right? Deron Sims is now there. But they were championship or bust. And I remember when I started covering them, they lost in the Final Four. They lost in the championship game. And it was like, wow, City College San Francisco hasn't won a state basketball championship since 1962. When they finally did it, that whole year, it was all about winning, raising that banner. From there, it's all about raising banners. They've lost in a couple state championship games, and they can't stand it. They talk about that more than the 4 championships they won. You know what I'm saying? But that's the standard. I love the championship. My CFP, man, you're moving up my book, man. Stock is improving in my book. Because that's something that people are afraid of. Super Bowl, or you had a good season. No.
But Bonte, you also appreciate the effort that it takes to put yourself out there to get to that point. And you also understand how hard it is to get to that point. Yep. So two things can equally be true. You're never satisfied with second. Screw that. But you also appreciate what the Niners did for me as a fan this year.
Right.
You appreciate all the thrills and how hard they worked and all the mental and physical energy and the preparation it took to get to that point, and it didn't go their way. They put themselves out there. They exposed themselves on the biggest stage, and they want to do it again, which is hard. It's hard to even think about them getting there again. And what happens if they don't win it again?
Well, it's funny. Brendan IU on YouTube, he's one of our good YouTubers. But I tell you, when are you going to argue with FP? We did about Steve Wilkes. He said Steve Wilkes is terrible, and I said Steve Wilkes is the best coach in the Super Bowl for the 49ers. Dude, the guy calling the plays is the one who got tight, made all the bad decisions.
I don't like arguing.
I know you're not an arguer.
I'm not an arguer on radio.
I could tell. We don't argue. We just call it healthy debates.
Healthy debates are fine.
It gets a little loud at times.
You argue with your boss. You argue at home. I don't want to get in my car and hear arguing on top of that.
Right.
I turn on Stephen A on ESPN in the morning. They're screaming at me.
Yeah.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Chris Russo and Stephen A are screaming. I just woke up and you're screaming at me.
In that peace voice. Joe Shasky and Bonte just woke up and they're screaming at me on 95.7.
Don't scream at me when I wake up.
Shasky and Bonte just screaming at each other.
Let me ease into the day. I don't want to hear people screaming at each
Unless
other.
Unless it's Shasky and I, right?
Yeah, it's fine. You guys are great. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best.
No, we're not the best.
You are. You are the best.
We're very mediocre.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins out today in the nation's capital. So Warriors visit the Wizards to start a 4-game road trip. They'll take on the Wizards tonight, the Knicks on Thursday at the Garden, Scotiabank Arena, Toronto, Friday night, and then, of course, Sunday against the Boston Celtics, and then they'll come back home next Wednesday against the Milwaukee Bucks, and then blow back-to-back against Milwaukee and Chicago. So Warriors, man, they got to get going here with 26 left, but baseball season is around the corner. We know about the Giants. Tristan Beck flying back to San Francisco. Something going on with his right hand. That's not good. He's one of your starters in the rotation. I'm not going to freak out over that, but hopefully it is good. But what the hell is going on with the Oakland A's? Like Sam Lubman, our producer, was at A's Fan Fest. I had no idea what was going on. And I guess the fans basically organized this fan fest. But a guy who's been all over this A's situation for the last 3-4 years, man, he's done an unbelievable job. This tireless work covering this team, this organization, John Fisher, Dave Cavill's Carnival Acts. Casey Pratt, ABC 7, sports reporter, good friend of mine, man, good friend of the program, does a terrific job over there at ABC 7. But, this guy should win an award for what he's done covering the Oakland A's. Casey, good morning, man. What's happening?
What's up, Bonte? And, man, I've been covering this since birth, and I'm in my 40s, dude. This has gone on way too long. 3-4 years would be wonderful. And before I get off on a tangent, I just want to say my heart and my thoughts are with the Shasties.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, we're still remembering him. It's going to be a tough week for Shasky. Hopefully he's back soon, but definitely our thoughts are with Papa Shasky, of course, who left this earth a little too quick, a little too prematurely here. Casey, man, so first things first, Fan Fest. I had no idea what was going on. I was out at Disney on ice with the kid and trying to get some family time in. So Saturday happens, and was this a fan-organized Fan Fest? Did the Oakland A's just say, the hell with Fan Fest this season? What was that about?
Well, I tell you, believe it or not, this is actually the second time A's fans have had to throw their own fest, if you will. They did it one time at Brooklyn Basin. Last year, the A's just had a Spirit Week. They didn't have a Fan Fest again. And then this year, when they had decided once again not to have a Fan Fest, A's fans organized through their own event, and it was huge. I was the MC of the event. I didn't know how many people were going to show up. I didn't know what to expect. But when I hit the stage and saw a sea of humanity, I was blown away by the response. And it just shows you, I'm sure you saw the selfie I tweeted from the stage. But if you invest in the people invest in you. And this team has never had an owner since the Haas family that truly invested in the team. And that's really the problem we have now.
Casey, when we did the pre and the post game show for the A's, we were invested. We were invested every single time. How you doing, dude? It's good to hear your voice.
FP, man, I love you. I miss you. And yeah, me and FP, if you guys are listening right now, did like 1,000 A's pre and post game shows together. And we had to sometimes go outside the office and just take a little walk to blow off steam afterwards. But it's been a wild ride, FP, as you well know.
It was good training for me early in my career when I had to spin things on the A's post-game show when they were playing so horribly. But Casey, I love how passionate you are about this. I follow you on Twitter, and I love what you're doing. But $380 million in public funds they need. There's supposed to be artist renderings. They don't know where they're going to play. Nothing's official. It seems like Vegas doesn't want them because it's going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money. They want schools built instead of a stadium. It's supposed to be where what is the site? They're going to
Tropicana.
Yeah, they're going to tear down the Tropicana Hotel and they're going to put up a stadium there. So what's going on? It looks like it's inevitable, but man, what an S show right now.
Yeah, it feels inevitable to me, too, because Major League Baseball is behind this. Like, Vegas power players are behind this. And it seems like they're prepared to sort of carry the A's kicking and screaming across the finish line despite themselves sometimes. I'd still say it's about 75%. I spent some time out there for the Super Bowl. The Vegas insiders out there were all 50-50 on this, which is a lot lower than me. But, if you look at that market, that's a town that can see a scam coming from a mile away. That's how they were built. That's how they thrive and function. And when you see a group come in and say, we want the money up front, and then maybe we'll show you the plans. We want the money right now, and then maybe we'll show you a drawing in the stadium. It sort of tweaks people the wrong way. And the A's have yet to even put out a real stadium rendering. They put out fake ones before they got the money, and then their own architects themselves said, wad those up and throw them in the trash. They're not real. So the people in Vegas are like, what is going on? If these guys aren't going to act like serious people, then we don't want them here. And so walking around Vegas, I wore an Oakland Roots shirt. Like the first day I got there, I wore an Oakland 316 shirt to the media party because I really wanted people to like approach me and talk crap. And no one did. It was like, yeah, we're with you. Keep fighting. The fans out here love you. I was like, oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting. But yeah, that's it.
Casey Pratt, ABC 7 here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. The Game's done a great job chronicling this A's situation. So there have been reports of a deal between Oakland where if the A's get to stay through 2027, Oakland would be first in line for an expansion team. How legit is that? Is there any validity to that? How possible is that deal?
Well, the story itself is 100% valid. You know, I was told the exact same thing. But I think there's more to it, Bonte. And first of all, like, there's never going to be an expansion team in Oakland. If baseball gets out of Oakland, they ain't coming back. Unless Joe Lacob puts together, like, this superstar group of power players that just woos MLB off their feet. I don't see expansion ever happening here once the A's are gone. I think that's first and foremost. But there's a plan. And the plan is to ask for the impossible, because you know the A's can't give you an expansion team, right? Mm-hmm. You could say you also want the A's name and colors. The A's may not be able to give that up either. So what the mayor's office is doing is actually quite smart, and they're asking for something they know they can't get, because they don't want to get to yes. They don't want to grant the A's those years at the Coliseum. The A's don't want to be here. They want to play here because they need to stay on their TV contract, and they need to be in a major league facility. As much, you know, as Oakland gets knocked as being a major league facility, it's better than playing in minor league parks. So if they grant the A's that lease expansion, not only do the A's get to keep all their TV deal, they also get bailed out, and it helps them get to Vegas. So the city of Oakland's like, no, we don't want to help you at all. We want you to sell the team to someone like Joe Lacob, and let's keep pro sports here. Any concession is basically killing pro sports in Oakland forever.
Casey, what are the chances, being from Sacramento myself, of the A's landing there? I think that's a baseball town, man. They support the Kings, but when you talk about all the players that have come from that city, all the major leaguers, that's a baseball city. Do you think there's any chance? No, is that bad to ask? This is for me. This is a personal question for me. I know. I think it'd be cool if Sacramento had the A's.
So I'm with you, FP. I think it's a great fit for the A's because obviously that's the A's territory. There's a ton of A's fans out there. I love Sacramento fans, but I also see it as hypocritical because for them to bail out this ownership group after everything those people had to go through with the Kings and the Maloofs and saving their team as it was about to get ripped away, it would seem like hypocritical to me. The issue isn't really the fit. I think it's actually the best fit for them if they don't play at the Coliseum, but the problem is it's technically outside their TV deal. And FP, you and I spent many years inside those A's studios at NBC Sports California, and we saw the ratings, man. We saw the ratings, and you know NBC Sports California isn't about to help the A's in any way, shape, or form if they leave their current contract. They're going to get out of that deal so fast your head will spin. They're not paying $70 million a year for those numbers. That is for sure. So that's the problem with SAC. Technically, it would be a breach of contract, and if that's the case, then the A's can't really play there because they need that money.
No, you're so right about those television ratings, man. I saw them from last year, and it wasn't even like it was depressing seeing those numbers that the A's produced. So what happens?
50 and 112. Right. No one's going to watch it.
Nobody's going to watch them, but still, when you get the ownership group and you look at the crowds, so what happens now? Baseball's going to start here. We're going to play at the Coliseum. This is going to be a repeat from last season, Casey? In terms of like fan attendance and parking and all that stuff, strikes and protests, we're going to see the same damn thing we saw in 2023?
Yeah, I mean, the A's their lease goes through this season. This could be the last season they play in Oakland if they don't extend that lease. And yeah, opening night is already a huge boycott protest is planned. And, you know, in the past, they were trying to be respectful and show like MLB that they can support a team. So they had reverse boycotts where they packed the stadium. And then Rob Manfred said, oh, yeah, that's just an average crowd. And so clearly it didn't work. So now the protests are like full-on boycotts, not reverse boycotts, like don't go inside the stadium boycott. So that's what they're planning on opening day. They want everybody to come, have a massive tailgate party out in the parking lot, but don't go in the Coliseum. We'll see if they pull that off. But every time these fan groups have come together, it's gone gangbusters, like both the reverse boycotts, the Unite the Bay thing at the Giants Park. And then this Fans Fest, man, like I don't think there was an official count, but I'm telling you, there's well over 10,000 people there for this fan-organized event. And, I mean, there are fans as far as the eye could see. And what I posted was the outdoor stage. There was also an indoor stage and a full-packed venue inside. Wow. So it was nuts, man. They go off every time.
Look, I was kind of out of the loop with the Warrior stuff going on and, you know, trying to spend a day with the family. Saturday, Dizzy on Ice, by the way, in Kanto and Frozen, man, those are my ones, Casey. Dizzy with Dad. Listen, watching this I'm seeing the photos from FanFest. I'm looking at their Instagram page right now. Follow Casey Pratt, ABC7 on Instagram. It looks fascinating. Kudos to A's fans. Now, with that said, what's left with Dave Cavill, John Fisher? I mean, are we going to ever hear from these guys? What's going on with these two? Because those are the culprits here where they promised a lot. Well, Dave Cavill did promise a lot of things of, you know, the whole rooted in Oakland, dump your Giants hat for an A's hat. Where have they been at in the last couple months here? What's the latest on those two guys?
Man, Bonte, Dave Cavill's kind of gone into isolation like Elsa in Frozen.
I like
before
that.
she comes back
Well
out and
played.
emerges. But
Let's
you
go.
know, by the way, dude, I got 2 young daughters, and Encanto and Frozen are on like constant loop at our house. So I could probably sing every song with you, dude. We'll do that.
We
off the
don't
air,
talk about Brew. No.
They don't miss, and dude, both those movies, they don't miss. They do not miss. But yeah, Dave is not granting many interviews these days. He's been around Mesa, Arizona. I'm not going to bother to come out there because, to be honest, man, the story isn't the team anymore. The story is the situation and where they end up playing, and the future of the entire franchise in Oakland sports is in the balance. So, you know, a 50-win A's team doesn't really concern me that much. But, you know, they've all gone silent, man, and that's the problem. You can't ask for public money in Oakland and then ask for public money in Las Vegas without public discourse. You can't say, I want your money, but I'm not going to tell you my plan, right? Like, if you're some big, giant billionaire developer and you want to come in and build something with your own freaking money, then you don't have to tell us crap. But when you're asking for other people's money, you need to tell them the plan, and that's the problem with the A's. They don't tell you anything. I'm in constant contact with them trying to get John Fisher on camera. Hopefully it happens someday. But, you can't ask for public funds without public discourse, you guys.
Embarrassing, FP. Embarrassing. Destroying a historic franchise, man. It's just unbelievable what's going on over there. Casey, thanks so much for the time, man. You're good at what you do, man. You've done a great job chronicling this, and, of course, you guys do a great job over there at ABC7 covering all sports there. Casey, thanks so much for spending some time with us. And you know all about FP has no idea how much money we lose at Disney on Ice. It is an expensive ticket, an expensive day.
There is no price for the happiness of your children.
There you go.
Bro, I work for Disney. Disney owns ABC, and sometimes I get free tickets to Disney on Ice, and I still leave with my pockets empty because they find every way to get you, dude. They're so good at it.
You shouldn't tell me that. I'll slide into DMs for free tickets. Hopefully I can save about $40. Casey, good stuff, man.
See you, Case.
Later, guys.
Anytime, man. Casey Pratt, man. Good dude. Well, he's a great guy, man. He's solid,
run for mayor of Oakland.
Dude, he's so solid. Him and Chris Alvarez over there at ABC7 alongside Larry Bill. Those guys are tripped up, too. You talk about outfits and being sharp on camera.
Yeah.
But he does a great job. I'm looking at the photos of FanFest. You grew up in Sac, and you grew up a Giants fan, but you know about the history of the A's.
Dude, I used to go to A's games more than Giants games as a kid initially before I became a Giants fan because we moved out from Michigan and we were Tigers fans. So every year the Tigers came to town, we would go see them at the Coliseum. Right. Back when the Coliseum, you could see the hills in the back. That was a beautiful ballpark.
Beautiful park.
And so I probably went to more A's games as a kid because it was closer to Sacramento. Candlestick was cold, but I went to a lot of Giants games once I was a teenager and became a Giants fan. So, yeah.
It's disgusting, man. It truly
lot of love for wearing the clown shoes, dude.
Yeah, no, it's Dave Cavill. We had Dave Cavill on a couple of years ago on the roast. Kate Scott, Shasky, and I. And Cavill avoided every question. I just asked him, I said, is John Fisher ever going to address the fans? Well, you know, I got to tell you about this great campaign we got going on. I was like, I didn't ask you that, homie. Where's John Fisher at? Where is he?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I feel terribly. Like, you watched those games last year with the A's. I just feel sick for the fans, FP.
I do, too. It's such a passionate fan base, too. Like, we'd get 15, 20,000, and they'd be the loudest 15 or 20,000 you ever heard in your life.
Those
banging
drums.
The drums.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
And then you play like the Red Sox or the Yankees, and you get a full house, and that was sick, too.
I was sick.
So, anyway, I don't know.
We used to be the flagship of the A's here at 95.7 The Game, and I enjoyed it because they would preempt my show, and I would go to all those day games. Take all my buddies and day games out there. We live bet the games here and there, but go out there and see all your favorite guys in the American League. All these home run hitters that were coming up, whether it was Mike Trout, whether it was Joey Gallo with Texas, whether the Yankees were coming to town, whether the White Sox were coming to town, and Jose Abreu when he was a White Sox. It was awesome going to those games and just feeling the energy and the passion of the A's fans. And you see that happening, man, what's going on there. But the Fan Fest, man, what a showing.
Well, it's just a storied franchise with some tremendous history, and some of the greatest players ever to play the game have worn that uniform.
Ever.
And now it's just like a laughing stock. And now I think the saddest part about it, Bonte, is that people feel sorry for the A's now. And they were a story because people feel sorry for them. Not because they're winning 100 games.
Right.
Not because they've won 4 World Series. Not because of the great teams of the 70s and the 90s and the early 2000s. they're feeling sorry for him. Like it's a national story to feel sorry for the A's, and now they're the cool team to root for because you feel sorry for them.
Well, yeah, you feel sorry.
To me, that's awful.
It is awful. And then you think about the place they play in.
Dude, I went there.
JUCO Stadium. You talk about JUCO. There's JUCO stadiums better than what's going on in
I call it the 70s drive-in that they just let go to crap, and the grass and the weeds grow through the cracks, and the theater, the screen is all dilapidated, and the old like speakers that you hooked up to your windows are all screwed up, and it's got tumbleweeds blowing through it. That's my analogy. And I went there with my son last year, and we went to a Red Sox game, and the seat was literally duct taped together. And we got there early, and we went to get, I think, Round Table Pizza, and they were out of pizza before the first pitch of the game because I guess they had their biggest crowd the night before.
Right. That's incredible. That's insane.
And I have some of my fondest memories as a fan going there.
It's incredible.
And the most fun I ever had playing baseball was there, easily in my life. And it's sad.
It is sad. It is very, very sad what's going on out there. The stadium's crap, bathrooms are crap, whatever. They're going to have to play baseball there. We'll see if this is truly the last season in Oakland. It could be the last season of professional sports ever in Oakland, California. Now, I know the Warriors are still there here in the Bay Area, which is cool. But obviously the Raiders being down in Las Vegas, it's just tough. As we continue to talk here, a little baseball. We got about 5 minutes here. I want to play this. I don't know if you saw this, FP. Let's have a little fun here. We do have the Warriors and Wizards. Chris Paul's coming back. Andrew Wiggins out due to personal reasons. Steiny and Guru will be all over that. But I'm going to play this clip from last night's Pistons-Knicks game at Madison Square Garden. The fighting Detroit Pistons. They were playing their hearts out last night at Madison Square Garden. Almost stole one against the Knicks. Now listen to this play where Dante DiVincenzo dives into a Sir Thompson, and the Knicks get the game-winning basket.
10 seconds to go, he throws it away. Ball loose, picked up by Brunson. Brunson inside the Hart. Hart's banks it in, and a foul. Knicks take the lead. Monty Williams is furious.
Mike Breen on the call there. Of course, he's a play-by-play voice of the New York Knicks as well as ABC/ESPN. Now, if you watch this play, folks, and I know you just listened to it, but if you watch it, DiVincenzo dives into Thompson's legs. I mean, it's not even close. This should be a foul. They call it no call. Now, there's been a lot of talks about the officiating in the league. NBA officials, we hear calls it seems like every other day now we hear somebody ripping the officials in the NBA, and I agree. The officials in the NBA have never been worse in my life. They are awful to the point where I don't even talk about them because it is to be expected that they're going to blow calls left and right. But listen to Monty Williams right after the game. Head coach of the Detroit Pistons.
The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game. Period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long. And enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called. Period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
Dude, I'm watching it right now on YouTube, and DiVincenzo was going for the ball, and he did take his legs out.
Right. That's a foul.
I know.
It's foul. Hey, you blow that? You don't call it?
It was a full-on, chop block.
Now, the Pistons are 8-49. They're not doing anything, so it's kind of funny when Monty Williams says this is a huge game. But James Williams was the crew chief. And if anybody knows who James Williams is, as an NBA official, I'm not sure if you know who he is, FP, but Gucci Mane. He looks like Gucci Mane, a rapper in Atlanta. So we always give him a nickname. We always call him Gucci. He's the official. He's a lead ref of that crew. Gucci Mane did not call a foul. That crew didn't call a foul. And the Pistons walk away with another loss. But it's a bigger deal, man, because the officials in the NBA have just been all-time bad. All-time bad. I don't know what you do about it. Maybe you get another ref. Maybe you get more camera.
That
I
was
don't know
in the
what
garden, dude. You call a foul late with like 5 seconds left in the garden as an NBA ref, you ain't getting out of there alive.
Oh, please.
He did dive at his legs.
He dove right at his legs.
I love coaches that talk. I mean, he's going to get fined. He's like, my fine doesn't matter. My credibility and having my players back is far more important. You can suspend me, you can fine me, and he might get both, but whatever he has to pay is worth it.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Man, what a fast show.
That's fun, dude.
Fast Five coming up.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
I'll start us off, FP. 650 right now. Bonte, what Disney song would you use for CP3's return? Listen, man, it's been a love-hate relationship with the Warriors and Chris Paul, but he is coming back. 26 games left. I want to see this team go to the playoffs. So I'm just going to say, love is an open door. Love is an open door.
It's a small world after all.
Don't do that.
It's a small world after all. What was I going to say? Oh, Brandon Crawford. I want to thank him publicly on air for being the greatest shortstop in Giants history. He's apparently signing with the Cardinals if he passes a physical, which I hope he does. Check the Giants' schedule. The Cardinals are the last home game of the season for the Giants. So Brandon Crawford could technically end his career at Oracle Park.
Wow. Shout out to B. Craw. Great guy. Got to meet him over the last couple of years. He joined us on Warriors Pre and Post. Great dude. Great shortstop. Greatest shortstop in Giants history. Should get his due here. Hopefully has a better season than last and makes an impact on the Cardinals. Go ahead, Love.
Yeah, no, my final thought is, farewell to Brandon Crawford officially. It honestly feels like that grand slam he hit against the Brewers in his debut, it feels like it was yesterday. I saw highlights of the grand slam he hit against the Pirates in that wild card game, and I just remember how nervous I was all day long going into that game. He put that ball in the right field seats. I was chill the rest of the game. It was a great career, so thank you very much, Brandon Crawford, and good luck in St. Louis.
Big John.
We got March Madness around the corner, boys. And I am more excited for women's college basketball this year than I am for men's college basketball. There are so many star-studded teams. And just to put it in perspective, Caitlin Clark and the number 5 Iowa Hawkeyes are playing number 2 Ohio State. It's the most expensive ticket in women's basketball history, and that includes the WNBA. The cheapest ticket is going for $4.90 right now.
Wow.
It's a good call right there.
Good call.
WNBA team coming to the Bay Area soon. Can we take for Caitlin's coming?
Yeah, I got a name for the WNBA team. Right?
Oh, what is it?
The Golden Girls. And then you play the theme song to the Golden when they run out of the tunnel.
Thank you for being
Betty White.
The Golden Girls.
Travel
Sweet that.
Back.
Be careful with that one.
Patent it.
I do like that. That's not bad.
That's
not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I do like the theme song though.
Yeah.
Thank you for being the friend.
Yeah, and they run out of the tunnel to that every home game.
Oh my gosh. That's brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go.
They have gray home units.
Get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Guru next. And they'll be talking with some dubs here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager.
what for?
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. What's going on? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Your boy had a big night.
Evan?
No.
No. Oh.
I don't know what Evan did.
What's up with you?
You know, I very rarely go out on a school night and very rarely break curfew. Yay! And I was home by 12:10, but I was with two legends last night.
Dude, you posted a picture. You were amped.
I was with two legends last night. You ready?
Yep. Because I don't know who they are, Steiny.
Van Morrison, one of the greatest musicians of all time, and Irish Pat Lawler.
Dude, how did I not guess that?
The most famous fighter to come out of San Francisco. He beat Roberto Duran and Wilfredo Benitez.
No mas.
Lost to Hector Macho Camacho in 10 rounds. Irish Pat Lawler.
Did you buy him a beer?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, no doubt.
We talked a lot of the night. That's a legend right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to tell the story, though,
I'm
about
excited.
how there's only one Lawler around these parts. And he said, that's me.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we're sitting there, and somebody next to me said, yeah, not to me. He said, yeah, I'm Pat. I was included in the conversation. Said, yeah, I'm Pat. I turned around. I said, there's only one Pat that's worth anything in North Beach, and that's Lawler. And he goes, that's me.
Oh, come on, Steiny.
Yeah. I said, what's up? Anyway, Warriors Wizards.
Yeah. The Jordan Poole, well, Evan and I were at the game when he came back. Draymond wasn't. So what does that make me if I want to see, like Kobe and Shaq, when Shaq went to Miami? What are they going to do before the game starts? Is there a bro hug, Steiny, between Poole and Dre? Well, Poole ain't starting.
Well, I'm excited about how Wiggins is going to play tonight. Warriors on a 4-game road.
You missed the
I'm sorry?
Update.
What?
He's out due to personal reasons. Andrew Wiggins.
Who is?
Andrew Wiggins. I got PTSD.
I know that.
Just say sore throat or bruised kneecap. But when I hear, I'm being real, Steiny, when I hear personal reasons and everything, he was playing well, I get PTSD. Tell me it's nothing.
I don't know what it is.
I'm being honest with you, man. I posted that to my thread, my guys from the Union, Dodger Pete. Guess what he said about us?
Uh-oh.
Called us Abbott and Costello, Steiny, because I put Wiggins is out due to personal reasons. Dodger Pete, yeah. Anyway, Steiny, I mean, nothing to see here, right? What do you mean personal reasons? You just had your daughters at the game Sunday.
That's weird.
Or Friday.
You said you...
Yeah, he was in a good place. So I don't know. And I thought him and Jordan Poole were besties. So I thought he'd want a little friendly competition. Nothing to see here, I guess.
Doesn't help. Doesn't help when you're trying to build continuity. Interesting.
I just hope it's Calipari, one and done. One game, and he'll be back, Thursday?
I like John Calipari.
I do, too.
He's one of my favorites, actually. Tells it like it is. Oh, sure
Rick
he cheats.
Pitino is just...
Sure he cheats.
I need a shower every time I hear Pitino. Did you see his all-white linen fit Sunday? Dude, the dude's a creep, man.
So Pitino...
He's a creep.
Says, my players stink. Then the next day says, I didn't throw my players under the bus. And then on day 3 said, I'd like to apologize for throwing my players under the bus. I love them.
But they're hot now. It works now.
Did they win a game?
2 in a row.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, they're implementing his system. So yesterday we came in after the Denver game and, we're talking about the Warriors, lost to the Nuggets by 16. Okay. So they're not where they need to be just yet. Now they start a 4-game road trip, Goo. Washington, Knicks, Toronto, and Boston. I'm going to leave Milwaukee out. That's their first game back after the thing. So, we were talking about this before the show. Willard, when he came in yesterday, he had a good mark. They had a good perspective on it. He said, okay, yeah, they'd won 10 to 12. Then they lost to the Nuggets. Okay, no shame there. The key is to not end the momentum. You still got momentum right now if you're the Warriors. You got to go on the road, and you got to win two of these 4 games. And
I'm saying 3.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. The problem with the Toronto game, though, is going to be it's a back-to-back. Customs. It's the Customs game. So that's the one you got to get tonight. Washington's lost 11 in a row.
Damn.
So you got to get tonight. Then you go to New York. They've been a little banged up.
But they play hard.
They do.
Right.
They're good. The Knicks are good. And it's your favorite players on that team.
One of them, Jalen Brunson.
Yep. Randall's hurt, and I guess Anunoby, AJ Anunoby, OG Anunoby has been
man, MIA.
Yeah, well, he's gotten hurt. He's been great since he got traded there, and the Knicks have been really good since he got traded there. But no, the Warriors start, and I guess my question to Warrior fans is, what do you want to see on this road trip? I mean, this road trip's big because you got to keep the momentum going. You got to win 2 out of these 4 games, and yeah, 3 would be incredible, but 2 keeps you in the ball game. You're still at number 10. And you know what? I'm starting to think, I'm looking at the standings, and I'm the guy who always says, it's not baseball. You don't go to a city for a weekend series, sweep, and then your competition loses 3 in a row, and boom, you pick up 3 just like that. That said, Sacramento might be within reach. There's something wrong in Sac, too.
That's interesting, but they had a big win the night before. They were on a back-to-back last night and lost to what was left of a Miami Heat team, who played their ass off. And what is it, Jaime Jaquez? He's a baller, Stein. He put a move on, who was that, Sabonis at the end of that game, up and under. Oh, my God, it was pretty. But I will say this, you and I are wired different.
Sabonis probably had a triple-double, though, right?
If you're looking at Sac, at some point you got to go 3-1 instead of the 2-2.
No, you're right. You're right about that.
And the 2, I don't want to say gimmies or, starting tonight with, you think the Raptors, you owe them because they came in and kicked your ass not too long ago. The new look Raptors, Steiny, and then also tonight's game, Washington. So that's just the standard to me. So now we're asking, can you beat New York without Randall, without OG Anunoby? You should be able to accomplish that. Then we talk about Sunday against Boston, who you've beaten before. So I know it's the Sunday national game, but that's one of those games that I felt like had you beat Denver, everybody knows what Mark Willard was saying. And you know what? Willard had me too, Stouty, because I got in the car like, my one goal yesterday was not to come in here and let you trick me into saying, because they didn't beat the champs, it's over and everything that they've built is evaporated. No, not at all. It was just like, you know what? The O word, the big O, Oscar Robertson. It was the opportunity to get a quality win. And who better than the Boston Celtics come Sunday, who have the best record in the NBA?
God, I hate to do this.
Oh, boy.
Who'd you bring up?
The big O.
What's his name?
Oscar Robertson.
Robertson.
Yeah, that's what I said. Evan?
Hey, don't pull me.
I said Oscar Robertson.
There you go.
There you
go.
What did you? Robinson?
Yeah, like you said for like Frank. No. I misheard. Yeah. This is Tuesday. I'm feeling good.
Like Frank.
I got earwax.
Yeah, my phone will tell me if
that's that's my bet. Funny thing is that happened last night too at La Roca.
How did you get there?
Walked.
No, to the concert. When did you say I'm going?
At about 6:30.
I know not one song. Evan knows all. Evan's going Wednesday.
Yeah.
He's
going for the second time.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get out more.
You do?
Yeah. I went to the gym yesterday. Hit him. Cam got me inspired.
Who's Cam?
Cam Newton. I'm swearing. I didn't run. I just lifted weights now. Your boy's strong. I just concentrated on the weights just in case.
You think Chris Paul will start tonight with Wiggins out?
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Me neither until just now.
Wow, Steiny. Boy.
Or will Clay start?
I think that's where we go with Clay.
Next question.
Yeah, I think Clay starts.
I think I would actually, let me think. I want to not start both Clay and Chris Paul. I don't want to start one and bring the other off the bench for some reason. I might be wrong there. But who else is there?
Looney? If you want to dust him off, I'm just saying, Looney, let's not sleep on him, man.
Well, if Steve Kerr said he needs to use Looney, I guess tonight would be the night. Washington stinks.
Or TJD.
Oh, wow.
That's true. That is true.
And we got Sam Amick, who did a great article on Klay Thompson, and Larry Legend.
Now, this is weird.
In The Athletic, he's coming out at 12 to talk about it, but Stoney, this is weird. I just came down Larry's road for kind of being, not around for Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics. You keep saying he's a painter.
He is a painter.
But he's a leprechaun. That dude.
He's a Hoosier.
No, that dude's a Celtic. But
they mistreated him on the way out.
Him and Clay got something in common. It was you got to check it out on The Athletic. But he's one of Larry Bird. Klay Thompson's one of Larry Bird's favorite players to watch and has been.
We got I know, and I was thinking, I wonder kind of why.
They shoot or shoot.
Yeah, but they didn't really play the same. But
he didn't say he plays like me. He enjoys watching them.
And there's nothing wrong with
Bird
that.
was an assassin. So was Clay.
Don't talk to me about Bird. Seriously, it's like
I think you're hard on him on defense. That's what I like about you.
He's a great team defender. Great team defender.
See, that's what I was when I played. Great help defender, Stoney.
Well,
there's a skill in that.
Yeah, there is. I forgot what I was going to say.
Something about Van Morrison.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Oh, you have a text here.
Read it.
Okay. This is from the Comcast Business text line. Hey, Goo. Your Chris Paul disrespect has been really on one lately. Why don't you clear some stuff up, man?
Oh.
He's a future Hall of Famer.
Hey, but hold on.
Put some respect on his name, Goo.
I told you before he got hurt that I gave him a bouquet of flowers, the same one for Draymond Green when he came back. Chris Paul is needed. Chris Paul is a soldier. And Chris Paul, had he remained healthy with Phoenix, they might have beat Denver, as Eddie Johnson pointed out with this yesterday. So when Chris Paul got hurt and he had started shooting that three ball, Stoney, I was on board. Like, you know what? It's just about the bridesmaid. He always will leave you at the altar, Chris Paul, because of health. So don't talk to me about CP3. I've been in his camp. He's back. And why I'm excited is, Stoney, they need his bravado. They need his wits. They need his they need it all. I cannot wait. Now, the $1 million question, Texer, is, where are those minutes going to come from? I want to see Pods continue to play, and Pods has every opportunity or minutes that have been allocated to Pods, Stoney. He's never been that guy to where, Coach, I need 21. If you give him 5, he makes the most of 5, and that's how it got to 10. You give him 10, he makes the most of 10 and got to 15. So I'm not worried about him, but I do wonder, GP2, how this. The trickle-down effect of Chris Paul coming back. And if I had a prediction tonight, Stan, I'm going
140 to 60.
Peyton Manning, 18 minutes for Chris Paul.
That's fair. By the way, I stand corrected from one of San Francisco's finest, the great Joe Shasky.
Butcher Boy.
I was in touch with him last night. Once I was feeling all San Francisco-ish,
look at my boy.
I start texting Shasky.
He hit your back?
He said it's La Rocca, not La Roca.
Oh, no.
La Rocca. Thanks, Joe.
Wow. Butch.
Dude, Irish Pat Lawler. I'm going to say it again. He beat Roberto Duran. Fists is, what is it, hands of stone?
I'm being honest right now. You see Mike Tyson.
Have you ever heard of Roberto Duran?
Dude, come on. He had one of the greatest fights against, he quit against Sugar Ray.
Have you ever heard of Wilfredo Benitez?
Yeah. He had good hair.
How about Hector Macho Camacho?
Come on, Stoney, that's
Lawler
my hair.
fought them all. He fought them all, and he beat.
I couldn't recognize
him. He beat 2 of them. He beat 2 of them, and he lost in a 10-round decision to.
Does he still look like you don't want to get into it with him? Because I was analyzing. You look like you had your chest out. Does he look like you don't want to mess with this dude?
Well, I don't mess with anybody.
Well,
we talked yesterday. I've never been in a fight in my life, and I certainly ain't going to go. My first one be with Pat Lawler, but I guess he's about 5'9" ish. 5'10".
But how about
stocky?
Be okay. All right.
Fun night.
I was like, who's this dude? And then the commenters, I'm with KD looking at the comments, and they were like, I met him too. And I was like, that doesn't help me. Give me a name.
He's a legend around North Beach.
Man, he was a legend in the ring.
Yeah.
Those were some big time dudes.
Steiny's jealous Larry Bird loves watching Clay.
Like that.
but I guess one of the things we'll ask Amick is when Bird saw Clay's 60-point game with 11 dribbles?
Man,
or whatever
11,
it was,
Steiny, yeah.
That's when Bird was like, take a closer look at this guy, or that's what he.
So he recorded.
And that's when I said, that I get.
That's big.
That I get.
But
Bird would have loved that.
He recorded a video at All-Star Weekend. Ritter sent it to Clay.
Really?
And Clay said it'll never be deleted off his phone. And Clay's daddy used to have your Lakers Celtics. That was a video game.
Yeah, Bird used to do
Evan don't know nothing about that. You wasn't even around. We were in the lab. Lakers Celtics.
Yeah, Bird used to use Michael Thompson like a bar of soap. I'll never tell Michael that.
I'm uncomfortable with that one.
Well, it's just true. Bird used them all in L.A.
Well, he lost to the Lakers in the finals. You know now, Snyder.
Yeah, but
Twice.
Yeah, thank you, Evan.
What's your point?
I'm just saying you didn't think I knew anything.
I didn't say that.
La Rocca.
La Rocca.
Oh, La Rocca.
La Rocca
Possibly.
down in North Beach. Fun time. Hey, let me tell you something else, Goo. I was
you look
actually
good, too. No bags or nothing.
Dude, well, I'll tell you why. And I was thinking about this on the way in. We joke around a lot. We talk about about the bar and went and had a few.
Cafeteria.
Let me tell you something. If you do things in moderation, you can last a lot longer and feel a lot better in the morning.
There you go.
Probably had one beer after like 8 o'clock.
Good job, man.
Yeah, it was fun night.
Hip ain't bothering you. Yeah.
Well, I had my 1 month post-op last Thursday, and
thumbs up.
Everything's locking in for Steiny. Everything's locking in for Steiny. I got Chris Paul. Boy, I wonder who is going to start tonight. Not that it really matters.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what. It's time to get on with it. I said, Goo, what are you feeling today? And he said, Jordan Poole appreciation.
Seriously.
Okay. It might be a one-man show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding.
No, you've always given him his propers. You said, Steiny, tell me if I'm wrong, verbatim, the Niners, the Warriors don't win the 2022 NBA championship without Jordan Poole.
I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't believe that.
Yeah, but he'll never be that. And I could be wrong. I'll always root for him, Steiny, because he turned in Stacey Adams, the dress shoes slipping and falling. But that was a I never used that one. But that was a byproduct of the punch. And the sad part is he never has recovered. I don't know if he will, but Steiny, I understand how I felt watching what I thought was the heir apparent to Steph Curry. Not that he was Steph Curry, but a guy that could manipulate the zebras, a guy that could go to the free throw line, make them, a guy that would stay all day at the lab, a guy that got sent down to Santa Cruz, came back, and when Curry went out, him and Clay held it down. You need 30? I give you 34. You need 31? I give you 35. We took that for granted, man, and now again, if I got hit by my teammate and it went plastered all over the world, Steiny, I don't know if I would ever be the same, but I am rooting for him, and he's coming off a game off the bench where he scored over 30 points. So, I'd like to see him get some buckets tonight. Where's Wiggins?
Personal reasons.
Oh, man. That makes me nosy because I want to know.
Well,
I'm being the rat on the table, brought to you by ADCO.
We could try to put some crazy dots together a little later, but I'm not really sure about some stuff.
Elvis Choku on the First NorCal Credit Union chat. Elvis Noku says, Goo overrating Poole. No, I'm rating his contributions.
Nobody overrated him about his 2022 year.
All right. And that was the best Jordan Poole was here.
The bottom line is, and 888-957-9570, whether you like Poole or you don't like him, I think we can all agree the Warriors do not win the title in 2022 without him.
That's just real.
Did he go downhill? Yes. Did he get punched? Yes. Is he less effective now than he was? Yes. They don't win the title 2 years ago without him. Come at me. And Goo.
No, I don't.
But you won't.
Yeah, if you're reasonable.
Anybody. That's right. Anybody who's a reasonable basketball fan knows that Jordan Poole was instrumental in the Golden State Warriors winning their fourth title. Uh-oh. Let's go to FedEx Mike in San Francisco.
Okay. Eddie.
Hey, FedEx Mike, what's up?
Well, Shasky's wrong. It's not.
Oh, no.
What
happened? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
It's LaRocca's, and it's Irish Pat Lawler. And that's all we got to say.
Okay. I was wrong, FedEx. I said LaRocca. Shasky corrected me and said it's LaRocca. So, yeah. But did you know this?
Yeah. I didn't hear you say LaRocca, but good place to be. Sometimes you'll see Irish Pat Lawler in there.
Like last night.
A lot of good stories in that place. And like last night, did he have on his Irish hat?
Oh, he sure did.
Damn,
I was ready to knock it off his head if he didn't clean up his act, but he hung in there. Hey, thanks, FedEx Mike. Appreciate it. By the way, here's the other thing. Those that know Irish Pat Lawler, they kid him because he's half Italian. His mother's Italian.
Come on, man.
His mother's Italian. His dad was Irish. So they took his dad's Irish name, Lawler, and so they call him.
Did that come up last night?
The bartender who knew him really well, and I think's a big, like kind of an old time San Francisco guy that everybody knows. He told me the story about. He said he's not. Well, they were using some salty language, but he basically said, "Patty, you ain't Irish. You're Italian.
Man,
you're half Italian."
So the most famous boxer to come out of San Francisco, because I care about this stuff. I know on 98th Avenue, Oakland has a boxing gym. I don't know where that one or if there's one here in the city, but if I were to ask you who's the most famous boxer to come out of Oakland, obviously to me it's Andre Ward.
Right.
Shout out to the God, but it's got to be Irish Pat Lawler from the city.
I think so.
That's incredible.
I think so. Unless I'm missing
Shasky will let
somebody.
us know if he's still listening. No, it's Irish Pat Lawler.
I would think so. Yeah, I think he's 61 now. Somebody's asking how old he is. I think he's 61. Still looks good.
No, I saw.
He still looks good. He does look good.
So when I looked at my text, I need readers. I'm still in denial. Yeah. I go Lawler. I thought it was the old Clipper announcer.
Ralph Lawler,
who had the first one to 100.
Lawler's Law. First one to 100.
I said, what happened to him?
I'll tell you what, he'd be a fun guy to get on because now it's about 125. Jeez. First team to 125. Yeah, Ralph Lawler, longtime voice of the Clippers, used to say Lawler's
41 years.
First team to 100 wins most of the time.
That's incredible. Not anymore, Pat.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm out.
Well, not anymore with everybody blowing 12, 14-point leads. I wonder what kind of crowd they'll have in Washington. I bet you there's more Warrior fans than Wizards fans tonight.
Stoney, they've won 9 games.
None in 11.
They got too much talent.
They have no talent. Come on, Goo.
They've only won 3 of those games at home, by the way.
Dude, what?
I think they're. What hurt them is
what
they had Gaffigan at center. He was good center. He was funny. He was on the.
What does that got to do with basketball? He's funny.
Well, dude, he does stand-up comedy and plays center.
Well, that's the problem.
Gaffigan.
Leave that alone and work on your game. They're missing
Gafford.
Bradley Beal.
Well, that's
that was a joke. They couldn't get in the playoffs with him, dude. Can you? They're 9-40.
What are the Pistons? Pistons are coming.
They got robbed last night. Kind of pissed me off.
The rest, I guess, I didn't see you.
DiVincenzo dived into
what's new. Let me guess. He dove.
Dante DiVincenzo.
Hey, no, you know what? You know what's funny? Nobody's saying the Warriors could use DiVincenzo, but they could use a DiVincenzo.
They got one.
Who?
Gary Payton II. When he's available, reminds me of him.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Not as fluid, but yeah.
No. So this is the kind of call that scares me. We're going to get to a couple calls. We got to wait till the other side. But,
oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Give me a hint. Who is
There's a Paul in Oakland who's saying it's just the title is most famous boxer in SF. That tells me that he's got another name on his mind.
But we can't think of it.
Well, I mean, if he may come at us and say, you realize that Joe Frazier was born or something like that.
That's Philly. Yeah.
That's what, you know what? We talked a lot about Joe Frazier last night because these guys knew him and had done some training with him. And
Ali needed money, and Joe Frazier loaned him money.
Joe Frazier's
in the
man.
back of a limo, and then Ali went back talking mess about him. It hurt Joe.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson. Warriors start a 4-game road trip. Washington, then we got New York, Toronto, and then the Boston Celtics. Got to keep the momentum going. I know Warrior fans would love 3 out of 4, but I think 2 out of 4 keeps him in the ball game. Then you come home against Milwaukee, but we're not looking that far down the road. No. We take it one day at a time. On 95.7, The Game.
A hilarious moment last year where they started to try and cancel like dead people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, like John Wayne.
if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shut up, Ross.
Oh, you didn't say that when he talked.
Oh, no.
He got us in trouble. I cleaned it up. We're good now in the Bay.
What happened?
We didn't, when he said Niner fans crying, Bonte went in on us.
I'm all talk. Yeah, I mean,
I'm learning that.
Like, next time Michael Thompson comes on, I'll be like, I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot of guys guard Larry Bird, none better than Michael Thompson. That's the kind of guy
Speaking of which, I was talking to Norm yesterday. You better be careful when we have an interview. You won't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
I don't care.
I got to pay you back for that yesterday. Evan, my boy did a drive-by on me, man. Left it. I said, he's not talking about... I got to tell you, we've had moments. Okay. That was one. I was like, you know what?
All right. I'm going to apologize for that.
It's too late. It's like,
it's too late to apologize.
Uh-oh.
One Republic? Yeah. I'm having a hell of a start.
Not Banana Republic.
You know what's funny?
Republic.
20,000 people could have listened, could have heard that yesterday and been like, that was the biggest jerk move I've ever. Steinmetz, that's
Make
bad.
It 30K.
But I don't care about any of them. But if Norm said something, then I owe you an apology.
He said Suggy was tongue-tied. I couldn't believe it.
My bad.
Yeah.
I'm out. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Get this show on the road. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I have a comment and a question. Comment is, I think a lot of Jordan Poole's problems this year is that the Wizards are last in assists in the NBA, and he's just not getting the ball, I don't think, or not being fed properly. And then my question, do you think when the Warriors lose that, or let me ask you this, do you think Kerr being the top earning coach in NBA is getting out-coached in the losses?
I mean, I'll just go to what he said, and he said we lost a bunch of games this year, about a half a dozen that we had a shot at winning, and he said I bear as much of the responsibility for those. I could have made better decisions. Could he have? Probably. I always still think it's about the players, but, I mean, nobody's perfect.
I'll take a crack at it, Stoney and Caller. He was not 1 out of 10 from three like Curry was in the latest example of a game, which was Sunday. But I will say this about Kerr. My only critique is I don't care how good those players are, call timeout. You called the timeout not too long ago, and Curry hit the game winner when Bradley Beal went for the steal. So that would be my biggest critique of Kerr, because that's one of his biggest attributes is plays out of a timeout. Call the timeout, draw up your genius, and let Curry and the rest of the gang execute it. But as far as missing shots, I don't feel comfortable putting that on the coach. Like they were up 16.
I put less on the coach than most people. I'll acknowledge that.
It ain't CYO,
I'm more of a player guy.
Do you want them to go to a 1-2-2? You know, like that. That's high school, and this is guys got to go out there and make it happen, man.
All right, let's see if we've got any boxing knowledge. According to the 4-1 about what?
About the boxer.
You don't know.
He's from the city. Him and Shasky.
Yeah, but Shasky's got a greiter sense of San Francisco history than Bonte.
I would say it's a tie. They're both great.
Well, they both are.
Look at you trolling.
I am trolling.
Boy, some people will fall for it.
415, most famous, parentheses, recent Bay Area boxers. Tell me if you've heard of them.
All right.
Andre Ward.
Oh, my God. Come on.
This next guy I've heard of. For some Nonito Donaire? The name is familiar.
They say where he's from?
San Leandro.
Okay, what? The Dro.
3, Robert Gilroy. 4, Kareem Mayfield, San Francisco. That's from Tommy Gunn.
Please tell me Devin Haney's on that list. He's from the town.
I don't see Devin Haney. Win a fight first. You got to win a fight first.
He has. Come on now. Devin Haney's a big boy.
Yeah. He just had a fight, didn't he?
He's living in Vegas.
Did he win? He had a fight in the last 2 months, I believe.
Yeah, some that he won.
Look at Lucas. Lucas in the studio saying, what are we doing?
That's the director. Call him by his name, his stage name. The director.
Listen, he may be a director, but you know what he still can't do? Oh. He can't override an expense report like Nahigian can. Dude. Hey, I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my expense report from Vegas.
I know how February you were in 5th. Class, man. It's bothering me. Evan tried to help you 100 times.
I just got my routing number, and now it's like bank account number. Oh boy. What's that one?
It's on your phone.
Is it on the phone or is it on your credit?
If you go on your phone, if you got online banking, which I'm sure you do.
It's hard to get to.
It'll be right there with your routing number.
Hey, 650, be careful. Gilroy doesn't count. Yes, it does.
Please, this debate.
Yes, it does.
Yep.
Oh, it's 415. You said San Francisco Boxer Steins. I'll tell you what, I'm still on a high from last night.
No, we can tell. I like it.
Yeah.
Last year, out of gas. You know what? That was negative.
Hey, Evan and I were going over some things, and you were doing something. I'm not sure if you were listening, but you were right next to us, ignoring us. And we started talking about a lot of our conversation from yesterday, championship or bust, this, that, and the other thing. So let me throw this at you. So 2 years ago, the Warriors won the title.
Shocker.
Last year, they went to the second round. Remember their record last year after 56 games?
This is where I wasn't there. I'm going to say 32-24.
28-28.
Come on.
And I want to say that might have been after a 4-game winning streak. I have a vague recollection they were 24-28. I'm not sure. But anyway, they were 28-28 last year.
All right.
This is what I've forgotten. Their championship year. Hey, Sam, let me throw this at you because we all know the answer to this. Sam, can you put your headset on, please? And I'm not doing this to embarrass you. I was way off on it. Sam, what do you think the Warriors' record was 2 years ago? And if you know, you know. 2 years ago when the Warriors won the title after 56 games. This was I'd forgotten.
I think it was my guess was after 56 games.
53. Give it to 53 us. They won that year.
33 wins, I think, at this point of the year, I would say.
They were 41-15.
Oh, wow.
Damn, man.
We forget. I want to say they started 2 years ago 30-9. Remember they started 18-2.
That I remember.
It might have even been better than that at some point.
41. You were destined to. They won the title before they won the title. That was the message.
So let me throw this at Warrior fans. You're 29-27 this year. You were 28-28 last year. The year before, you were 41-15. Does this team resemble last year's team more or the championship team more?
Wow.
Or are they somewhere smack dab in the middle? See, I think, well, go ahead. You can answer.
Okay, because I'm going to use what just happened this morning with Andrew Wiggins and him being out for personal reasons. I just am. So, Steiny, I'm going to never in that championship season was it as ugly as it was the first 20 games this year. So I'm going to give you my answer and say this mirrors last year. The connectivity, which was an issue, and I thought was out. All the residue was out, Steiny. I'm a bit concerned until Thursday when Andrew Wiggins comes back. But with what happened today and him not being in there and the little tea leaves that are going on with the Jordan Poole and, him and Jordan being good friends or best friends, him not being in, I don't like that. I'll leave that there. But to answer your question, my friend, it mirrors last year.
Uncle Looney brings up a point, and I knew this, Uncle Loon. The Celtics, the year that they went to the finals, they were like 21-21 after 42 games. I remember that. And come to think of it, maybe that's why the Warriors, if you remember 2 years ago, they were 18-2, they were 41-15, then they leveled off, and then remember what happened. And to me, it was a big deal, and I think it really helped them. Curry missed the last month of the season.
No, I used to hate that, but I get it.
I think we can all look back and now say, boy, that didn't hurt him at all.
The battery were charged.
No doubt. And not only that, he comes off the bench against Denver. They go through a grueling 6-week playoff. And who was the best player in that series at the end of that series? Steph Curry.
Man.
Steph Curry. Maybe there's something to be said for load management. Let's go to Joe in Concord. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I realize you guys changed the subject, but a couple of quick.
Yeah.
You guys mentioned a while ago Donaire.
Yeah, Nonita.
He was badass. If you get a chance, watch his videos. I think he had a brother too who was really good. Underrated. I thought he could have been a champion. He might have been a champion.
What division was he? What division was he? Do you know?
I want to say he weighed about 130, somewhere in there.
All right.
The guy was incredible. He reminded me of the other Pacquiao, but a little skinnier.
So you got a good story about Duran and Irish Pat Lawler?
Yeah, I was in Burlingame back in the mid-'90s probably. I had a little band playing at this club, and then in comes Duran with a couple other dudes. And you know, he was having a fight that Friday, I think. And it was Lawler. And I went to go meet him. Duran was really cool. And then I just said, hey, aren't you supposed to be training? And then he raises his beer and says, this is my training this week.
Wow.
Interesting.
Having one. The Suns.
He got his butt kicked, by the way.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked a lot to Irish Pat Lawler last night about Jerry Quarry. Jerry Quarry. I'll tell you what, that
another
guy, victim
of Lawler's? Or
no, Jerry Quarry was a heavyweight.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Quarry was I
don't remember that name.
Damn good fighter, but he happened to be fighting in the same era as Frazier and Foreman.
Well, that's why.
Norton.
Yeah.
Quarry, I want to say, beat Kenny Norton in San Diego, if I'm not mistaken.
Ken Norton Sr.
But Jerry Quarry was known to, like, he bled a little bit. He could bleed. With the best of them.
Yeah.
Not like Chuck Wepner, the Bayonne bleeder, but Quarry's face used to swell up, and it used to look terrible, and they'd stop fights, and he'd be like, "What are you doing? I'm fine."
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, you're not. You're losing blood.
Bonte Hill saying Donaire is called the Filipino Flash.
That is sick. The Filipino Flash.
And the 415 saying Donaire was 118. Could you imagine?
Oh, it's built like a rock.
Thinking you got a guy 118
starting
coming on, and you're like, look at this guy, 118.
He would knock me out.
He better be careful.
No doubt.
No, you better be careful.
Well, it was 118 at the weigh-in. Like, that's the thing. Fighters always make the weight, and then by the time they actually get to the fight, they're a little bit bigger than when they stepped on the scale.
Man. Well, it's like me. If I can fast for 36 hours, you lose a couple pounds.
Have you ever done that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not me.
Actually did it yesterday.
36?
Yeah, would I have a meal Sunday, dinner, and then yesterday I didn't really eat a lot.
You had some calories.
Fasting, though, usually means everything.
I got you. No doubt. You were eating something else.
Just not
calories.
Not,
I mean, let's be honest. Before UFC was even around, when we were in Vegas at Radio Row, Banyas, Texas, too, I'll tell you what it said.
Oh, boy.
Looking at Lowe's guy.
Which one? Oh, Chuck Liddell?
It was almost like he was a pit bull. Like, I was sizing him up, starting like, this dude fight to the death. Just in a regular fight. I didn't want them problems. That's why I was telling you and Evan, be on good behavior, man. This dude still got it.
See, I'm a firm believer in like guys like that who are really, really legit. They're not going to mess with a guy like me.
But
they may mess with a guy like you.
We'll call you a civilian. Yeah, us, a civilian. Like, but man, they rip us apart, man.
Well, they'd rip you apart. See, I'm smart enough to get out of a fight. You're not going to back down like me.
Yeah, I done took a few L's.
I'm meek.
Yeah.
When the chips are down, I ain't going to be there.
Okay.
I ain't going to be here.
Mia called. We found out.
Wait, what?
With the usher thing and the hotel room. Nobody remembers.
Oh.
Yeah. Ibanez is mad at us. Just ask me why.
How come?
He wants giant baseball talk. I said, not yet. I told him it was a little early, Mark. We got you, baby. I am excited. I'm watching more spring baseball than I have.
You know what? Evan and I watched some of that Giants game yesterday.
Dude, I'm in.
Here's the problem, Mark.
Talk to him.
with spring training baseball is you're down in Arizona. The air's thin. The ball travels. You just get a skewed view of this team.
Oh,
it's just not.
boy.
You don't get You don't get any kind of accurate idea of what a team is in spring training.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the club.
It's like
anymore.
It's the old Jim Murray. You think you know, but you'll never know. I like the Soler pickup.
Yeah, we all do. I'll say this.
Enough of baseball.
Yeah, but one thing about baseball.
Yeah.
I hope Bob Myers is not listening because he didn't like my bucket list of playing in the celebrity game or coaching.
You want to be an umpire?
No, I want to go to spring training. That's on my bucket list, man. The weather, like right now, you said Cali. I'd take it to Arizona, right? AZ. Have you been?
Oh, yeah.
I know Evan has.
I went about 20. When was Evan?
No, go ahead.
Well, why'd you do that? Yeah, I'm old. I'm a little older than you. So what do you want to stick it to me every time I go to the past? When were Tony Gwynn's kind of last years in San Diego?
I made the World Series in '98, so late '90s, early 2000s.
Okay, so I was probably there in the late '90s.
So you experienced it. Sun out, guns out.
But apparently it's much different now. It's much more crowded. It's
activity.
And I've told this story before. When we went to spring training, I think it was in Scottsdale, we were watching Giants-Padres game. Gwynn played right field, right?
Yeah.
And in the right field, at this stadium that we were at, in right field, they had a lawn, like on an incline, so you could take a blanket out with beers. And
picturing it right now.
At that time, we in between pitches, you'd be like, Tony! And he'd turn around and acknowledge you. And I'll never forget, he had his back to us, but in between pitches, we would just shout the names of major league players. And he would give us the thumbs up, thumbs down,
man.
or we'd say Don Mattingly, and he would be like thumbs up,
Come
meaning
on,
he should be a
Steiny.
Hall of Famer. And I can't remember the guy we said, but one guy we were like, I don't know,
Give me you got to remember
Thurman Munson.
Give us
Thurman
somebody.
Munson,
Yeah.
and he's like,
oh,
he'd give you the shake, like maybe not.
Now that's a dope ass story.
Yeah, he was a lot, but I guess it's kind of not like that anymore because it's a little more corporate, a little more crowded.
Only the young guys really interact with the fans. Like someone like Tony Gwynn, who would probably around that time be in his late 30s, like obviously a Hall of Famer. Those guys don't interact with the fans much anymore.
Man.
Or not most of them.
Right.
Yeah. We got you, Mark. Just hold tight. It's about the Warriors.
When's opening day?
April.
Yeah, nobody knows specifically, do they? Not even Evan.
Actually,
but I mean, Evan's
they're going to open
the quote unquote baseball guy.
First week of April.
What about Giddings posting his high school clippings yesterday?
I didn't see those.
4 scoreless innings. I was reading. I was like, let me see my boy. Evan, I'm proud of you, baby.
March
4
28th,
scoreless.
by the way. It's actually early this year.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Had a good day.
scoreless.
Tough day for South San Francisco, I'll tell you that.
Oh, this wasn't at Willamette?
No, this was like my buddy sent me this from the East Bay Times in like 2004 or 5
This
or
is crazy.
something.
You were too busy at a concert.
Yes, I was.
It's kind of like saying you lose
4
track of
seats,
how
by the
many
way.
all-star teams you're on when you're younger. So
I
it's just
know.
one of those type of things.
Oh, I know.
Yep, I do too.
I know. One thing that was cool, not for nothing, but you guys know that I went back east for my dad's memorial. My mom had kept all his scrapbooks from like the 50s and 60s when he coached and played. It was wild.
Did you bring some home?
No, they stay there.
Right.
They stay there. But you know what? Pops was all right.
And he was people knew of Rev Steiny. Come on now.
He played Division II.
And he loved the
Kutztown
game.
State.
Where?
Kutztown State University. That's where Andre Reed went. Remember? We were talking about that. And he was making fun of Kutz because and Larry Allen also. Oh, no, he was Sonoma State. What am I thinking?
Sonoma. Bench 700 pounds.
He's a cowboy.
Yeah, hello.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to have some fun today. Not as much fun as the boss thinks we're going to have, because whenever he thinks we're going to have too much fun, he always worries.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
You don't give the...
Pause.
You don't give the...
No, there was some ceremony going on before.
I know, but you still got to go like this.
Yeah, I have my hands full
Real
with my
soft
luggage
knock.
and all that stuff.
Because you'll interrupt the Zoom call without even thinking about it.
Wow.
Warriors Wizards tonight. By the way, seriously, what's the timing on Warriors Live? 2:30?
3.
3 o'clock.
Tip off at 4.
Look at Willard and Dibs. Oh, they like this week. They like this week. So Willard and Dibs, wait a minute, they're not even going to be here today. Willard and Dibs probably won't even come in today.
They're probably
They have an hour.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if they'll come in or maybe.
See, they're dedicated. You would probably be like, you don't want us in, huh?
I don't. No Andrew Wiggins tonight.
Personal reasons.
What if I told
PTSD?
What if I told you, Goo? That kind of bothers me too.
Do you know why?
No, of course not. Nobody knows why.
Because every time we get burnt thinking it's just a one-off.
Steve Kerr knows probably, but
yeah,
I don't. See, when I look at the Warriors, and I'm interested to know what Warrior fans think of this. Okay, so last year, everything went wrong, right?
Totally. And they still made the playoff.
You had the punch. We could go up and down the line. Myers was a lame duck.
Wiggins
went AWOL. The punch. There was some other stuff, too. Oh, Clay was extremely up and down. He had a couple great months, but he had some bad months. Do you feel like this year, Warrior fans, the issues of last year are all behind this team? Or does it feel like more of an extent? Because now you can look and say, well, this has been essentially, five games over 500 the last year and, the last 140 games. Does it feel like the same kind of year as last year, or do you feel a little more optimistic, Warrior fans? Because remember, at this time last year, like they had a lot going on, and we all knew. I remember, Goo, you'd be like, you think they can make a run? I'm like, it just doesn't feel like they're together. Remember I said agendas. Yeah. There's too many agendas last year. Warrior fans, does this team still have agendas, do you think? And we don't have to use that strong a word. How connected is this team right now? Do they feel on a scale of 1 to 10, Warrior fans, like they're connected and they can make a run at this thing?
Here we go. Up until this morning with this Andrew Wiggins news, I would say, Steiny, they are connected more so than they have been in a long time, and that's why they were able to get off the mat and get past this early, turbulence of a season. So there's already progress there. But again, I keep going to Andrew Wiggins being out tonight, and I could be totally wrong. But now I'm wondering if stuff is seeping. Is there some residue?
Well, let's just assume, just for the sake of that Wiggins has an ankle injury.
Okay, then I would answer they are connected.
Don't put Wiggins one game personal thing.
I got you. They are connected, then, my friend. Because you don't turn this season around in the manner that they have up until this point without being connected, Steiny. Let's keep that real.
Yeah, they're not anything close to where they were 2 years ago, I don't think.
Well, you didn't ask me that one.
Oh.
You said last year.
Yeah, I'd say they're better than last year, but not as good as 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But they're
collateral damage sometimes. You can it'll never be the same type of stuff.
I mean, to me, there's the things that are going on this year are more basketball related than last year. I thought most of what they had going on last year was non-basketball related.
And still got to the second round. I know we're up against it.
Barely won the first, by the way.
They still got to the second round.
Yeah, but they were thumped. They were flat out thumped in that second round.
4-2.
Yeah, exactly. And they lost game 6 by 40. Remember, they couldn't.
It was a Friday night. It was ugly.
The Warriors looked like a team. They couldn't even get the ball up the court in game 6.
It was ugly. Wave, Steiny.
Oh.
You got to wave.
I got a read to do.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah, people. This is like when this is like a performer who's performing in the round.
Yeah, and you were just at a performance last night, so it should be in you.
Asked me about my seats last night.
I'll do that on the
other side. Hey, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. 888-957-9570. Let's get into it. The Golden State Warriors, big 4-game roadie coming up. It starts in Washington. Last year, the Warriors were 28-28, and there was a lot going on. How connected do you feel this team is, and what do you want them to do on this road trip on 95.7 The Game?
That's why they're called averages.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who's the Wayne game? You've heard of this song. Hello. Playing a new game.
I like the beat.
It's from like 1965. It's got
a positive vibe to it. Uppity, like that.
Brown. Which one's that? Brown Eyed Girl? Yeah,
Brown Eyed Girl.
Yeah, Van Morrison last night at Bimbo's with E. It was a fun time.
Wow. Was it packed?
Oh, yeah. It was very expensive, too.
Well, you're Steiny from Steiny and
Let me ask you a question,
10 to 2. Come on, baby.
I know. I was just peeling off fives last night. Oh, man. I was like, next thing you know, $25. Yeah. Let me tell you something about one of the reasons I love music is because it's just like sport. It's just like a team. A band's just like a team. It's the exact same thing.
Well,
Van Morrison's doing his thing last night. He's Steph Curry. I mean, Steph. He controls the whole thing. You got a guy on the piano. You got background singing, but it's all about Steph. And here's one thing. I'm watching Van Morrison last night, and all I can think about is Steph Curry. Steiny, why? You're probably saying. I'll tell you why. Because Van Morrison's a legend. Steph Curry's a legend. Do you know that Van Morrison, he'll play for about 90 minutes? He doesn't say a word to the crowd. Not one word. He comes out, he starts singing, he says, Bobby James on the sax. And then he'll play another song and he might be like Billy Smith on the drums.
Giving everybody love.
He doesn't say, great to be in San Francisco. How we doing? He doesn't say one damn word.
Wow.
He's a songwriter.
I bet his buddies appreciate that.
Who?
He's an equal, the band members. Evan Giddings,
anyway,
Matt Steinmetz.
So then I'm thinking of Steph Curry, and I'm like, that's how you be a showman. Like Curry. Now, Curry puts on a show.
Every night.
He doesn't punch it. I mean, he punches the clock, but he puts on a show. Van, I know you're in the Bay for a couple more days. Hey, great to be in the Bay. That's all. Hey, having a great to be in the Bay.
Dude, I ain't been to Bimbo's in forever. Man.
Is scalping illegal? Could I get in trouble for telling? I got a couple from the streets last night.
It's nothing. Yeah. Compared to this new world and
face
crime,
value.
Yeah, you're fine.
I think only if you gave the government names of the people that you bought them for.
Yeah, I have no idea.
As long as there weren't
guy was about 68 years old. He looked like a doctor with his wife. They were like very well dressed.
Oh, so you got a deal. They weren't hard up for bread.
He said face value.
Oh,
I was like, show was starting in 15 minutes. Yeah. He's like, look, I don't, he's like, he kept saying, all we want's face value. If we don't get face value, we're going to go in and see the show.
I would have called his bluff.
I know you would have, but that's typical. I was just like,
brother, come on.
So I'm peeling off the money, and it was, he needed something in $50.
Yeah.
It was 50.
Yeah. Look at my
so
boy.
I'm peeling off my 20s, and of course I get to 40, 60. And I'm like, you got a 10. And he goes, yeah, I got a 10. He looks in his wallet.
I bet you do.
He's got 2 singles and like 4 20s.
I love it.
The guy's wearing a 3-piece suit. He's like 70 years old.
Not 10 off. Here you go. You know what I mean? Come on.
And see, this is it. I get, what's it called? People get over on me all the time. What do you think I did? Just take the 20.
No,
here's
boy.
460.
Yeah. You overpaid.
He said, well, I really thought I had a 10. I'm just like,
I bet you did. Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm glad you and he had a good time, man.
It was fun. Good.
Now see what the Warriors do in the nation's capital.
La Rocca. I think I'm going to be there a few more times in the next year. Just, not a lot. All right, if you're just joining us, I was with 2 legends last. Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking about the Warriors? Okay.
Well, they do have a legend coming back today.
Please explain.
Chris Paul.
CP3.
See, I like to do stuff like this. Hey, Goo, I'll give you not good. Can you name the coach of the Wizards?
Well, he's a brother.
He was.
What you mean he was? He ain't been 9 wins. I ain't the type of guy that would Google it.
I don't know.
I'm just not. I'm going to try to think.
I can't think of it. I mean, I think Bickerstaff Jr. was a guy. Or
Washington.
I've never heard of this guy.
Connolly? What's his name?
Brian Keefe.
Oh, he's got something up his sleeve for Curry tonight.
I knew Wes Unseld, but
that's right. Wes Unseld
Jr. They capped him.
He gone.
Wow.
I get Bickerstaff's in Cleveland. Yeah. He's still in Cleveland, right?
Doing good.
Bickerstaff Jr. Yeah, doing well. They're absolutely doing well.
Coach of the year.
It's possible. They're like in fourth right now.
But what are they in the offs, though, guys? Cleveland.
I think they could win a round. They're second.
They're in second place.
Well, you got to win a round if you're second, if it's real. I'll never forget, was it, who was the coach for the Hawks? They were number one, went out first round.
Nate McMillan?
No, Coach Bud. Remember who beat him? Somebody beat him first round. It was like, man, you can't. You got Coach of the Year, number one seed, and got ousted. I'm trying to think who knocked off that Atlanta. This was before your boy was there. Slank.
Yeah, was it the Heat?
I want to.
You know what? If you're ever looking, will somebody be? It's usually the Heat.
Man,
I don't know if they got upset as a 1 seed.
They were the Coach of the Year, had the best record in the East and lost first round. I'm gonna find it.
Remember the year? I want to say it was Kerr's first year, maybe the second year. I could have sworn when the Warriors went 73-9, didn't they play a game against the Hawks when both teams were like 35-5? And I want to say the Hawks won the game. And then the NBA with the gimmick of all gimmicks. Like, remember they gave Player of the Month or something to all the Hawks.
I remember
starting 5 hit the pike.
Oh,
well, they had all
Evan
their
with
guys.
Some details.
Yeah, they had all their guys as all stars. Remember, it was like Millsap, Corver, Jeff Teague might have been there.
Teague
Al
got
Horford.
a podcast now. Tito, they call Al Tito.
It's correct.
I follow his wife.
That year, though, they did make the conference finals, but they got swept by the Cavs.
The Cavs? Oh, LeBron's Cavs.
Yeah,
Bron.
That was the first year the
Young
Warriors won.
Bron.
Gotcha.
Bron was still the best Bron. Miami Heat LeBron was the best Bron.
Well,
damn, he was incredible.
Well, I would expect that. Play with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
I forgot that. But yeah.
Here's where you usually would say, he's playing the easiest basketball of his life. And we always say that. Hey, playing along the shaft.
Well, he's doing that now.
The easiest basketball
with Austin
of his
Reeves
life.
and AD.
Yeah, Kyrie and K Love.
Well, no, man.
Mm-hmm.
We got cheated out of that finals. No shade at the Warriors.
I never.
Well, of course you didn't, because you only look at things.
And the first game went overtime. I'll never forget that. Both of them got hurt. Kyrie at Golden State. Yeah. Love and Kyrie got hurt here in Golden State.
But Kyrie did. Kevin Love had already been hurt.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, but that's different than the J.R. Smith big mistake.
You and I were there doing
2018.
They got swept that series.
Yeah, and he went the wrong way to the liquor store. Remember the memes? He got the Hennessy bottle.
Glad I didn't say that.
LeBron's two hands, like, what are you doing?
Dude,
put it back
I've seen J.R. Smith talk about that. He was so bummed.
So he really...
Well, he was bummed that he made the mistake, but he was also bummed that LeBron did him like that right after the game.
I mean, I don't think LeBron...
I don't know what LeBron was supposed to do. I don't know. Hey, keep your head up, kid.
Honor student, J.R. Smith.
Oh, hey, let me tell you something about him.
We got into that going back to school. Rodney Dangerfield.
I don't remember.
When you're paid and you go back to school, there's no struggle.
He's playing.
No,
he played golf.
I hear you.
I love J.R. Smith. I always liked him.
Why? That's like Larry. That's like you saying, why does Larry Bird love Klay Thompson?
You would think he was on your list of what's our boy that shoots that you don't like? You
Nick
know,
Young.
Nick Young.
He took the game more seriously than Nick Young.
Well,
I have a soft spot for certain guys like that. You know, I love Terrence Ross. I love Terrence Ross. Is never retired, by the way. I mean, Terrence Ross
still shooting.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I don't have a problem with guys like that. Nick Young was on a different level.
Okay, see, that's where I was
Nick
going.
Young was on a different level of immaturity and a different level.
Well, don't follow him on IG because it ain't
competitiveness.
much. It's still the same. He's corner boys.
I thought you liked J.R. Smith because he was like a St. Benedict's guy. Or what was the high school he went to? The
I think so.
But you guys are going to laugh. He was talented.
Yeah.
J.R. Smith was a baller.
It's a slam dunk contest.
Oh,
I'm surprised you don't love him.
Please. Slam dunk.
888-957-9570. Anybody out there, find somebody who's in the slam dunk contest that Guru doesn't like. I bet
Chris Anderson.
He was terrible in that thing.
Remember Otis Smith, old school Golden State Warrior, had the blue road uniform.
Yeah.
Jordan's rookie year at Indiana, Otis Smith was in the slam dunk.
I know a little.
The Warrior logo is special, man. California with the ball. No, with California, the old one.
Oh.
Yeah. The Moley one. I call it the Moley, TMC.
Gotcha.
God! How serious, man.
Sam Amick of The Athletic joining us at noon. Sam Amick of The Athletic joining us at noon. Your boy Steiny's on a high. 2 Irish legends. Saw 2 Irish legends last night. Van Morrison and Irish Pat Lawler. And you can't get me in a bad mood even if you try. 888-957-9570 if you want
I'm
to.
opening that book right now. How can I press this button now?
Go ahead, push him. Try to say the one thing.
Curry gets no fouls.
You know what?
I
have noticed, ever since people have been talking about it, I've noticed sometimes he does get a tough whistle.
Wow, look at him.
I got you.
Yeah.
Draymond Green is a great teammate.
What?
I thought that would infuriate you.
Yeah, I was waiting.
He can be.
Oh, boy, it worked.
No, he can be a great teammate. He can also be the worst teammate known to mankind.
So what do you
when
think?
When he leaves you high and dry.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about Friday, the melee, and it's been happening around the NBA. I kind of like it.
Okay.
Dude shooting the ball at the end with the lead.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw that here in Charlotte. The Warriors scored. Quinones, I hate it was him. And they took offense to it. But Draymond, in postgame, said he had Miles Bridges, Michigan State, can do no wrong. Can you guys allow? What do you think was that a joke? Miles Bridges can do no wrong. Because I'm arguing with friends saying he was dissing Bridges. I said, no, that's his alma mater. That's his brother. He was telling you he's good with Draymond. I just thought those words after the melee, and maybe I'm just in the world by myself, man.
No, I don't think you are. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. In case you don't know, Miles Bridges was...
Yeah.
Well, they
accused of domestic violence.
Right. Yeah. He pleaded no contest, but he's suspended for, 30 games?
Yeah.
He's still on probation.
Yeah.
And Wiggins' wife or girl liked a comment about, him getting in that trouble on Instagram a while back. So I guess, Steiny, if I were the ultimate teammate, maybe I would have kept that to myself because I don't know how that would have went over with you.
I'm kind of with you. Actually,
but then he played the game after. He played Sunday. Well, so maybe something's just up.
I don't know. My question
Veggie Delight. That was a little cringy, Goo, from Draymond.
Of course it was. Are we allowed to say that without certain segment of Warrior fans getting upset, though? But
he'll be back Thursday.
Who?
Wig.
Oh, he's going to miss...
no, he's out tonight.
Well, actually, you don't know that.
I'm hoping.
Well, sure, we all are.
Because we can't deal with this again. Like you're saying, Goo, who starts? It's one game, and it's the game that Paul's coming back. So you kind of didn't want to have to, I didn't even think about it.
It's kind of fair.
What is?
To assume that you can't assume.
That's what I was just getting to.
Damn,
I kind of agree. Do we know that this is a one-game thing?
What would Vegas have the odds at after last year? No, seriously, you gotta. I got it. I can't wait till Thursday morning and the ball is tipped and he's back. But if he's not for whatever reason, then I'm like, oh man, not again.
Could you imagine? How many games?
I kind of am now.
How many? Well, you got me thinking about it, and I wasn't even going there. But the more you talk about it, the more I think, well, why would we just expect he's back next game? Man,
that would be the adult take to have on it. We'll believe it when he's back.
My question for Warrior fans is this: last year, Golden State was 28-28. This year, they're 29-27. How similar are these teams, and how different are these teams? Last year, the Warriors were 28-28. They finished 44-38. So from this point on in the season, they've played 6 over basketball. Right now, they're 29-27. You have more faith in this year's team or last year's team? I got to say probably this year's team. Just because last year, right now, they were playing without Wiggins, and they were going to play without Wiggins for a while. I think last year there was still obviously Poole was on the roster. There was residual stuff there. I thought just the fact that Bob Myers hadn't been extended was just an intangible that was a factor, but hard to figure out exactly. What else did we have last year? We had Clay getting off to a tough start, then having a couple great months, and then,
the punch was so huge,
back.
though, Stoney.
No doubt.
Everything you got. And I'll say this about...
go
ahead. No.
Well, I was just going to say, do you think... Is the punch over in the Warriors locker room? Because you never know.
I'll say this to your question.
You never know.
When Kevon Looney looked us in the eyes over at the facility and said, when we went out there last year and said, Draymond has to earn our trust back, we'll never know if Draymond paid that debt back to Looney. Now, some could say, who cares about Looney as far as, he's not a big part of the team right now. But I do wonder, and, you come into this year and he gets suspended, and Looney was on the bench with TJD, and, here I am looking and projecting on what are they thinking about Draymond, punch on Nurkic. But outside of that, I will say, last year, Stoney, they were not the 10th seed. The play-in game was not, as bad as they ended up with 44 wins.
That got them to 6.
This is scaring me. That's why Saturday could have been Neptune Mars they're playing. It was just the simple fact that you could have got to 9th. So I'm asking Warrior fans, and what's unsettling, Steiny, is when are we going to rise from 10th to 9th? And I know it's baby steps, gaga goo goo, but that's not happening. Every day I go to bed and wake up, Warriors win 2 in a row. They're still in 10th. And if you're telling me they got to play AD and Bron and a healthy Laker team, I want no part of that. And then that's when we're talking about what Joe Lacob mentioned to Tim Kawakami, big changes. Now, some could call and say, Goo, you need to think positive. Sometimes that's tiring. I do it all year. And last year I was left at the altar thinking Jordan Poole was going to come out from underneath the punch. He never did. And he's still yet to recover.
That's an aspect of this that I hadn't really put together. And that is, last year they went through a bunch of crap, 44 wins. They were a 6
That is
seed.
Amazing.
6. So they didn't have to deal with the play-in stuff.
With all that they dealt with, no play-in.
They might, that's the irony.
That could have killed them maybe if they were in the play-in.
Maybe. You don't want one game. This isn't NCAA. Any pro team can beat any other pro team in a game. So that's the one thing I started to think about is, this team might be better than last year's team, might be playing better at the right time more than last year's, but
you dug a hole.
I think they're going to have at least one play-in game.
Man, I hope you're wrong. That's why when you keep saying Sacramento, I'm like, who jumped up? Well, that loss last night dropped them back down, but they were up to 5th, 6th yesterday.
Yeah, I got to do that math. Yeah.
It's close, boy. I got the Kings winning 48 or more.
49, yes. No, 49. They got
I've been doing math of 48.
They won 48 last year.
You're right. I'll get to you.
Remember?
Yeah.
I gave you a break
Niners.
like I always do.
Please.
You said 50. I said, I'll bet you.
49.
Then you were like, I'm gonna, Michael Jackson moonwalking back. And you said, well, I'll win more than last year. I said, okay, fine.
It's close. Let's just say that.
It's like the guy I was scalping tickets from last night. Just take the extra 10. I don't want to deal with it. I said, fine, we'll do 49. And what are they now? They're 33-24.
With a crushing loss last night.
It's like a 47 win pace. So they got to get a little hot. And the Warriors, what's the Warriors' road record right now, Evan? Do you know off the top of your head?
13-12.
Oh,
boy, Stan, that might not.
13-12. That means they're going to go 11.
You get these 4.
24-17. Oh boy.
You get
these. They got to go. If they go 11-5 on the road, if the Warriors go 11-5 on the road from this point on, Guru wins the bet.
The one we thought was dead.
That doesn't seem that hard now.
No, dude, it's like
wait a minute, what?
So the Guru and I, the bet we have is he said that the Warriors would win. Remember, 25 road games, and once again, we started looking at the number, and he said,
it was
24.
like 24.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 24 and 17. And if they're 13 and 12 now, they got to go 11 and 5 on the road.
After we
Is that
thought
right?
Evan, this was dead. Like I had no shot.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just assuming they're not going to go 11 and 5.
Well,
which is a pretty good assumption.
I would normally assume that too, but they've got some winnable road games. Here's the other incongruity about the Warriors' finishing schedule in 26 games. Yes, their schedule is relatively easy opponent-wise, but they got 16 of 26 on the road. So that's a pretty big imbalance. And they're going to be playing more road games.
And I looked at that Toronto, which I know is a back-to-back, and you mentioned Customs. I forgot Toronto came in here, the new Raptors, and whooped the Warriors' ass.
I was at that game.
Yeah, you were.
Remember the Warriors got booed off.
So I'm sitting here thinking, that, Friday or we'll be laughing. That's going to be one they got to earn. And hopefully, here we go again, Stoney. I'm just being real.
Yeah.
Hopefully Wiggins is back.
Thursday.
Yeah.
In case you haven't heard, Andrew Wiggins out tonight, personal reasons. Chris Paul back for the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off against the Washington Wizards, 4 o'clock. Warriors Live starts at 3 o'clock with Evan Giddings.
Take a crack at the start lineup real quick if you can.
You know what?
Seriously.
That's a good question.
I got J.K.,
You're
Dre,
so used
Steph.
to me saying, well, who can't?
I think Clay's going to start. Clay.
Steph. Pods.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot Pods.
Kuminga and Green.
I think that'll be it, Stoney.
You think?
I don't know.
Well, because I'm imagining Kerr wants CP3 and Clay together.
That's what I would think.
When it's fully healthy.
I got you.
So I could kind of see I could see Moses Moody starting tonight.
Could you see Moses?
Absolutely not out of the realm of possibility.
Man, good call.
God forbid he scores 32.
We're all rooting for him.
I'm taking a sick day if Moody has a big night.
No,
I don't want to come in here tomorrow and be like, it was the Wizards.
Yeah.
Relax.
But you only do that when you don't like a guy. You don't not like it, no doubt. But if he scored 40, nobody would come in here and say, print up the All-Star. You would just say he had a great game.
Oh, God.
I just think he's better than you think he is.
Ha-ha.
Well, he did a ha-ha baseline, and I thought of you.
So every dunk is a ha-ha.
No.
That was a ha-ha.
Yeah, that was a ha-ha.
no ha-ha.
He's come and averts the ball on the rim and come out of nowhere and flushed him. You're down on his athleticism. Moody's.
I think
he went baseline, two-hand, like, take that, Steiny.
I think when in the NBA, he's a average athlete.
Well, he don't have newspaper hops. He can get up.
Looney is below average athletically.
He got credit card. I heard Evan
to me.
Credit card. I said, no, it's newspaper, but credit card is lower. But, man, I'm rooting for Looney, too. I don't know what. Steiny, honest, you really think physically he's declined to the degree that. No, I think
I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. How about that?
Okay, but this year, they're going to need him.
For what?
Kerr said it. Size matters.
Okay.
In my Fitz voice. So you might as well.
But they need him to accomplish what?
Some consistency. He's the best rebounder on the team outside of Pods. And I wonder if he's been the byproduct of him and Dre and the two guys, quote unquote, that can't shoot. If he kind of.
I think that's part of it.
Kind of like by default, you guys blame me. Like, we've had success with me out here, MFers.
Yeah,
y'all going to say it's my, okay.
Not lately.
What if Looney went unplugged?
What would that mean?
Give him
he would never do that.
Some Snoop Dogg and just let him just tell us what he really feels and what's going on and how it's not, because he's a good soldier. But I'm sure there's something in the Looney files that he would say, you know what, Guenstani, try this on for size. How about this happening? This is why this, but to his credit, none of that.
This is Kevon Looney.
Well, boy, I'm rooting for him.
Kevon right now, he's at a soup kitchen in Washington, D.C. serving meals. That's the kind of guy he is.
Oh, I thought you were making
it's a
weight
good
joke.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a good
thing. Yeah, he ain't fat. He put on muscle.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Stop it.
See, that is why every once in a while you get called a homer.
I hate that word. It
I know.
does something to me.
I know. The bottom line is I think the Warriors saw something in the Western Conference semifinals last year when they played Sac, and Kerr does not want to go back to playing Draymond Green and Looney together because there's just not enough scoring.
Man.
Put the rat on the table. 650. TJD already is better than Looney. Miles better than Looney.
Do you feel that way? I'm not ready to say that.
I'm not.
But I get more excited watching TJD because I think he's got more offensive stuff, and he can block shots. So from that vantage point, I'm excited. But as far as rawness, I'm going Eddie Murphy, the great stand-up raw. I mean, you got to give it to Looney because he's done it on the greatest stages. He's been their guy. You telling me that's out the window?
I'm telling you that you don't play a guy in 2024 if the last time he played well was 2022. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors have won 10 of 13. They start a 4-game road trip tonight in D.C. Do you think this team's got what it takes to not only keep it rolling, but to make a run? They got to 6 last year. Any chance you believe this team can get to 6 this year? That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
This one goes out to all the Scratchers lovers. Scratchers are perfect for a little fun. You can scratch them in more ways than one. A back scratcher.
Also younger than the sun. You've heard
on
this song.
95.7 The Game.
Body flow on into the mystic.
This is dope,
now, isn't
man.
it funny how
seriously
the song's called Into the Mystic? Sailed into the mystic. How about this? 1 minute ago, Guru comes up to me and says, "You see that the Clippers changed their logo?
It's trash." And you go show it to me.
And I said, of course, I kind of liked it.
Oh, boy.
And Goo goes, "What is that?" And I said, "It's a ship coming towards you." Like a Clipper ship is kind of like a grandiose sailboat with multiple sails, I believe.
That is weak. Give me the LAC like the old one. That was the Clippers logo. But that arena, I got it. Ballmer don't play. He's got some breads, Donnie.
Yes,
that arena is going to be incredible.
Yes, he does.
We got to get to LA. I don't know, Evan, have you been to LA's new
Talk to your
football
guy,
stadium?
Handy.
I've been to SoFi, but what do you give me for this? The Warriors are actually sailing into the Washington Mystics arena tonight.
That's not bad. That's the WNBA team. FYI.
I'm doing more than just watching the WNBA. Yeah, I know the Mystics.
They won it.
Della Don?
Actually, I don't know if they won it. She's my favorite player. She's an East Coaster. Elena Della Don, great player.
She dates.
She's
no,
married.
that's the one on the Aces that goes with the tight end that used to be on the Raiders.
Chelsea Plum.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Isn't that the record that Caitlin Clark just broke?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. My knowledge is vast. It is.
How did Dibbs not bring up the court storming with Duke? I'm bringing that up today, where a guy got hurt. He got a little boo-boo. He'll be ready for the 30.
Now that might get under Steiny's skin.
What?
This court storming.
What about it?
You and Dibbs hate it. Dibbs didn't bring it up yesterday, and I forgot to bring it up.
Dibbs said he hates it?
Yeah, remember
Actually,
he said somebody's going to get hurt. And our boy from top 10 pick allegedly is going got hurt.
All right, I'm going to give you two.
It's a staple of
I'm going to give you
American
two
society.
examples. I'm going to give you two examples. All right? You ever see the footage of when the Yankees won the World Series with Reggie Jackson?
Yes, he slugged a dude.
And he knocked a guy
I think he slugged
on
him.
his ass so hard.
Go ahead.
I
saw it.
I'll tell you what, that's how you know the veteran player from a young player. Any court storm, you watch veterans, they are knocking people out on the way to get to the tunnel. They know.
It's almost like the play we talked about with Callis
Exactly.
when the band member got.
I remember once the Celtics won it all, and they came out, and Bird just started knocking people out on the way to the locker room. You can't be messing around.
It'll never go away, though, right? Even though this.
Well, as long as you keep beating 15 seeds, I guess, 15th ranked teams, they should allow. Games should be designated as court storming games, but only if you beat a number.
It's bigger than the athlete. It's the kids that go to that school and dream and wish they could play. They're a part of something. I mean, how many real injuries have we had? No. If we go Mount Rushmore, there are. And this one, he acted oh my God, my ACL is gone. It ended up being a sprain.
Actually, you know what?
Good.
I seem to remember not necessarily players getting hurt during court storming, but fans get hurt. That's the problem. And I'm sure there have been multiple, but I seem to remember a couple court stormings where fans got hurt very seriously, actually, like really bad.
Well, they didn't stop it. That doesn't mean it's not dangerous.
How do you stop it?
They have security like, hey, you come here, it's a misdemeanor.
But it's not like New York City. They can hire, 700 cops to line the court.
Yeah, or the APEC.
It's like Ames, Iowa. They only have 9 cops.
I hear you.
I don't know how you stop court storming.
Stop drinking.
That's one way.
That's the only way, and it's never
Not all of them are liquored up, guys.
Well,
the majority on the court, I feel like, are heavily intoxicated.
You guys are profiling.
I agree.
Kids letting off steam.
Okay, well, then you don't have a problem with it. Do you have a problem with it or not? And
my point is, if it hasn't been outlawed now, I want to tell guys like Dibbs, it'll never be outlawed. That's all. It's being talked about, but it won't be outlawed. It's tradition.
I think we should go back to the 1930s.
I wasn't around.
Prohibition? What are you talking about?
No. You've heard that basketball players are called cagers.
What?
It's an old term for a basketball player, a cager.
So what Bosa did to Hurts?
Wow.
The whole defense did that to Hurts.
A cager? Why?
Because old basketball arenas used to have fences around them. Mm-hmm. Like,
we better be careful here.
What are they called? Not a barbed wire fences, but what's a regular? Not a picket fence.
Chain fence.
Chain fence. You know, they're put up all over the city now. Hey, by the way, anybody see the Chinese parade this past weekend? I see they were taking down all the. Did you see the city?
No.
Yeah, on Friday when. Yeah, you were there
on
Friday.
Saturday.
Dude, I already missed a day in a minute. Let's put that Thursday to rest. I know Evan's like, Goo, come on, I'm ready.
Next question. Yeah, Guru's been on a hot streak. Yes.
Juan Cruz says, Goo, that's wrong. What did I say?
Which thing?
The court storming.
No,
I mean chain link.
Yeah, chain link fence is what I'm talking about.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that was just for the fans.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody out
back to that.
But you know what? We can't talk about anything but the present. Otherwise, people say, Steiny, you're high school Harry. You ever heard that term before? High school Harry, my dad used to call.
Well, some say that the reason I'm still playing at 24-hour fitness, that's what I am.
Yeah.
No, it's about fitness.
No, that's true.
That's why I scarfed down that donut today. I went to the gym
There's 2 more left.
You said that to me, kind of bothered me.
Why?
I remember quota.
What if I did think Evan was in the studio when I said that? In other words, I came in and I thought both you guys were in here, and I said 2 donuts.
Well, Evan can handle it.
I know.
Metabolism going at 1,000. Mine probably at 38. You know how it works.
Sam Amick, The Athletic, coming up in 20 minutes. He's going to join us at 12. I want to, Goose said that in The Athletic, I got to take a look at it before Sam comes on. I'm just going to ask him to tell the Bird Klay Thompson story.
Yeah.
That's
incredible.
That way you can plug the story and what he talked about with Klay, et cetera. The more I think about it, the more I could see Larry Bird watching Klay's 60-point game saying, well, I like this guy a lot. And I know it was wasn't like it was 40 years ago.
I need a road map.
Okay.
You and Evan help me out and the listeners.
I buried the lead, but go ahead.
Oh, do you think this is etched in stone with Klay? Like if he starts tonight and went for 34, Evan, I'm asking you, I'm not uncomfortable because I wonder how hard it is on Klay if that is obviously his aspiration is to get back into the starting lineup, Steiny. Does he really control that, or are we at a point to where this is it?
I don't know.
Michael Jackson, you're a 6 man.
I don't know.
Bobby Jones.
I don't know.
Michael Cooper.
I don't know. Here's where a real host would say, what do you think, Warrior fans? Is it etched in stone that Klay's coming off the bench? 888-957-9570. Listen, I don't know what Steve Kerr knows what's going on. Obviously.
So you think he knows already, even if he ain't, if he's kind of leading everybody to think, you know what?
We may find out in the show. I mean, they're at shoot around probably right now or just getting done. The media will talk to him and maybe here's the difference.
Slater will find out.
Here's the difference between Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr. 10 years ago, if you'd go up, shoot around Mark Jackson, hey, obviously Andrew's not playing tonight. You know who's going to start in his place? Oh, yeah, I know. Who's it going to be? Well, I'm not telling you. I don't want to provide an advantage.
Well, that's gamesmanship.
That was Mark Jackson's way of thinking he was strategic by withholding a starting lineup. Seriously. Steve Kerr would be like, Moody's starting tonight.
I took the L on Mark.
Which one?
Him getting railroaded and not getting a second chance. Yeah.
Not sure who you're talking about.
Mark Jackson, remember? He's done wrong.
Huh? You know what? 2 things can be equally
I miss him on the games.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
They got too many. Yeah, I'm out. Give me Evan.
Well, I'll take Evan any day of the week.
Miss Van Gundy.
I do. I miss Van Gundy.
Which is why I miss
Mark. It's like a TV show.
Really
no doubt. I'm being real, man.
Who you taking, Stan or Jeff Van Gundy?
Jeff.
Jeff, if he comes with Mark.
And I want to hug this dude.
See, I'm taking Stan because he's more fun. He's just more fun. Like, you gotta.
Or is that anti-Mark?
You gotta pull a. No, Mark Jackson's out of this one. Okay. He's not even in this one.
Jeff and Mark. Jeff and Stan.
Jeff Van Gundy, you gotta pull a laugh out of. I mean, you just gotta.
He ain't
pull
there
it out
for
of
it. When you do laugh, it's
Stan.
more organic. Your boy he's dibs. He got material. Stan. He's calling it real too. I like him.
I love Stan. I think he's great. I think he's a hell of a coach too.
Well,
Just not a general manager.
Pat Riley did him wrong. He had Miami ready. I'm just saying.
Stan Van Gundy won.
Yeah, he did. He
didn't win in Detroit, but nobody does.
Did you think Pat did him wrong?
Yeah.
But damn, that was.
But it's Pat. Right. Pat Riley. Let's go with Steve. Steve's in San Francisco. By the way, 650, you're right. Mark Jackson was fighting for his life.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, there's a lot of talk about weather and about how they're going to do this lineup. I don't think it's etched in stone that Clay is going to be on the bench. I don't think anything's etched in stone with this team.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what this season has kind of proven. The only thing is Steph starting. After that, anything can happen. I think where that strategy falls apart, anyone can get hot on any given night and score 20, 30 points. But where it's going to fall apart is you don't have the consistency on defense. And then, even if you get hot offensively, there's going to be a lapse on defense because you don't have a consistent lineup that's as used to playing with each other. And I think that's where the Achilles heel is going to be come playoff time. I do think they'll make the playoffs, but I think once they get there, it's going to be a tough slog.
Are they getting into the playoffs through the play-in, or are they going to get up to 6, you think, Steve?
No, it'll be the play-in.
All right.
Damn.
Appreciate it, Steve. That's a great point.
No, I love Steve's call, but hopefully he's
What do you love about him most?
That we sit here and wonder why they have so many blown leads, and they'll get hot offensively, but defensively, Stein, is where they can't sustain it, and that's why those leads evaporate, like we saw Sunday. It's the dirty little secret. How do you fix that?
I think Steve made a great point, and the point is when you have multiple lineup changes and you've got guys in and out of the lineup, left and right, we do focus on the offense, but the defense may be affected far more.
Man,
like their defense at times this year has not been very. I can't believe I buried the lead. When did we go to Vegas?
February 8th.
What's today?
27th.
You guys have been making fun of me, but I think I've just set an all-time record for an expense report submitted.
This is a hashtag random. We're talking and then you go there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I do. But no, I like to hear from you. He's proud of himself, E.
Successful. My expense report has been submitted successfully.
You were walking around here moping?
19 days.
Look at the proudness. You look like a brand new dad.
You want to send out any thank yous?
Wow. Nahegan had to...
Dude, Nahegan knew.
No, he did it. He did your homework for you. I didn't
No,
like
he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. You don't know.
When you come out without your computer, somebody's doing your homework for you. Yeah, it's okay.
That's not true.
I know. I used to cheat in high school, Steiny. I know what it is. I would go to the restroom, come back. Jenny did. Thank you.
Let me tell you something about that. Philmo Mike told you be a good cop. Everybody thinks I got this little side, a weasel side. I mean, I do.
Got a little cop to you.
But when the guy on the football team wanted to cheat off me in math, what do? Hey, you gotta let him cheat off you.
Oh, boy.
Guy was a 6'2", 225-pound lineman, and he's like, move your hand. What do you
man.
Hey, teacher, Chuck's trying to cheat off me.
It's not about someone cheating off of you. It's you cheating off of someone else.
I would never do that.
Or using help to cheat on your expense report.
I would never do that except for that one astronomy final.
You left the computer with the boss.
That's right.
The boss is the greatest.
He's not, Goo, you're not going to let me tell the true story, are you? You're just going to assume.
I saw you without your equipment come back to our table.
That's right.
And now it's finished. The boss did it. I get it.
I said to him, it was 9:35. I'm like, Matt, I got it.
Oh, so now you are racing against time.
Yes. And he said, just let it here for a sec. I'm like, I got to
stand on. Evan and I know the truth.
The truth is,
I wanted you to do it.
I did do it. I got it to the end. I pushed the button and it was like problems. I said, Matt, what's going on with these? And he goes, oh, you just got to do this. Put a comment in. So he would put a comment in. Meal with Evan and Guru. And it still wouldn't go through. Although it looks like those drinks at the...
Do you know why?
It looks like those drinks at the airport are going to make
This is what Norm would do, Stoney. You don't know what he did to overcome that. Like, you can't share with Evan and I and the listeners on what the problem was.
I know what he did. He went outside the system and he overrode stuff. He did.
Oh,
he overrode
stuff.
It
was user error. I'm shocked.
Why? That I got it done?
Yeah. Hegan got it.
See, this is where you don't really know me. About 3 days ago, he said, "Hey, it's going on that expense report." I'm like, I'm working on it because listen, one of the themes in my life is some people think that I can't do things by myself. So he was like, at one point, Hegan goes, "Listen, give me the receipts and I'll give it to," and I'm like, "No, I'm not doing that." Because that's the kind of thing.
So they wrestled the laptop out of your hands
and you why?
Walked off.
You know why I wasn't going to let anybody do that expense report but me? Because if somebody else did that expense report, you know who would have gotten more mad about it than anybody under the sun?
You.
Dan Dibley.
Wow. Well, he wouldn't have known. Now he knows.
He would have been like, "Oh, of course Steinmetz." It's like it was like the football fantasy draft when I got locked out and I had an auto draft and then he was going to quit the league.
I think he did. Oh, that was Coase, right? Coase quit.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't actually. He did the best thing he could. He stayed in the league, but he quit.
I don't know why. Like Steiny, I know, is a fighter.
I am.
Like, Norm loves challenges.
You see the picture of me and Pat Lawler?
Dude, you look amped.
Get this.
You had the chest. I said, look at Steiny.
So
I said, who the hell did he take a picture of?
I didn't know.
I know you guys don't know because you don't respect history, you don't respect local history, and you don't know the fight game.
You didn't know who he was either.
Yes, I did.
You said you better be Pat Lawler. He said, "I am."
My back was to him when he said, "I'm Pat." I turned around. I'm like, "There's only one Pat."
A shot of him.
I was pretty sure that it was him. Anyway, I said, "Hey, can I get a picture with you?" He said, "Sure." And then we took one with our arms around each other, shoulder. And then we took one. He's like, "Well, let's put one with like we're fighting,
like we got on the Odyssey."
And we took one there, and he goes, No. Put your fist up closer to my face. That's why it's like right here.
Dude, I was like Steiny.
Yeah, Pat.
So that was pre-concert, before.
Yeah. That was there was pre and post. He was still there.
Okay.
It's a short concert.
Warriors Live and wrap-up.
There we
go. Down from Bimbo's.
Oh, man.
No, it was fun because I went, walked down the street to the show, came back to La Rocca. And it was pretty crowded because a lot of people had come from the show and they were going to go have a drink, like just one. And I
got to get to more shows, man.
Yeah. A lot of people. Actually, nobody did ask about you last night. We talked a lot. We talked to a lot of people who knew about the show.
That's kind of the same thing with me.
Actually, you know what? I forgot to tell Evan a couple people really like your work. E?
I'm not going to take that.
That would hurt me if they did. Come on, man. I am the system of this. If they asked about Evan or Boss,
they asked about you, Goo. No. Everybody wants to know about you. Steiny, what's Goo like? What's Goo like? Steiny, you really
just say a real one. That's what I like from here on out. He's a real one.
I say he's a great guy
because I defend you.
Oh. Not like I defend you.
Steiny, I just saved you a few streets. That guy! I'm like, it's radio, pal. We're really cool.
Warriors! Speaking of the Warriors,
I'm excited, man. You didn't even try to give me a starting five. You went into the damn expense report.
Well, we've really been all over the place today. But I will say this. I mean this. You've already done the heavy lifting. And Clay's coming off the bench. Don't put him right back in the starting lineup because Wiggins got hurt.
Well, that's what you do. Things change. I'm out. Evans out. Evans in. You're out. Evans in. So this is not a natural. I'm gonna change everything up, Steve.
To me, this is more about getting Chris Paul and Klay Thompson together off the bench.
Now that makes all the sense in the world.
That's why I would not start Klay.
So that's why you said Moody's a candidate. Like you wouldn't be shocked.
Well, that was Evan.
Yeah.
And I said that's not a bad call.
Evan, I'm rooting for Moody, man.
I like Moody. Making $6 million next year.
Even fell out of favor.
Well, see, you know what? Honestly, just to finish up the segment, did he fall out of favor or did Pajemski elevate himself?
Now, I think we got the answer to that, but when Quinones start getting more run than Moody, I would say Moody ain't doing something right.
Does that change, though? For example, if Moody plays tonight and plays 25 minutes, he'll go back to the bench when Wiggins is back. Yeah. But can he really be out of favor if he's a candidate to start?
Wow, Evan. Then what's the clock on that, guys? How long here? So Looney's still, Looney's just chilling right now.
You got to get off Looney.
No, he's just.
No, but you
got to dust him off. If the coach goes to a game after they lose and say Looney's going to be a big part that we're going to still need him, then I think the average Bear can scratch their head and say, well, it might be in your best interest, the teams, to give him some vittles. So when you do call on him, he'll be a little more inclined to be ready than,
Or you could say
cobwebs and dust.
Looney's been significantly below average all year. I can't play him as much. I mean, Looney has not been good. Looney's, thanks to the Comcast Business text line, the YouTube chat. So Looney next year's making $8 million. They can cut him.
Oh, man.
He's got a $3 million guarantee. I do not think Looney will be on the team next year. I just don't.
But that doesn't sound as crazy as it would had 6 months ago.
Probably not. Because remember when the last 2 Looney contracts, you're like, thought he might get a little more than that.
And we thought the line was going to be around the corner.
And now here he is. I could see him moving on from Looney, even though I like him. We got Sam Amick on the other side. Sam writes for The Athletic, one of the best NBA writers out there. No question about it. And he has a story in The Athletic that I want to ask him about to start off the interview. Apparently, Larry Bird sent Klay Thompson a video about his game. And Larry Bird talked about how he likes Klay's game, and Klay really appreciated it.
Well, so Raymond Ritter took the video of Larry Bird speaking at an event about Klay Thompson, and Raymond Ritter showed Klay Thompson the video.
Cool. That's incredible.
Cool. Well, hopefully Sam can add more to that story.
I'll tell you who's jealous, Tatum and Brown.
Too bad.
Oh, that just
Klay's better. Klay's better than Tatum and Brown. He's got 4 rings. Was.
I didn't like Tatum saying he was the best in the game.
I don't either.
But they set you up to say that stuff. They set you up.
Well, he's not even close. He's not as good as Jokic. I mean, come on.
Well, they're different.
It doesn't matter. Who's better?
Well, that's different.
Let's have a draft.
No, at my position.
Oh, he said position?
He didn't.
Okay, that's my point.
Giannis making free throws here lately. Giannis made free throws. He scored 100.
Man.
Dude, there's something wrong with Milwaukee, Stoney.
You say that.
They messed up, man.
With what?
Getting Dame and letting Holiday. They messed up.
That's fine. I thought you were going to say.
And I don't think Boston utilizes Holiday the right way, too. He plays, but I'm telling you, they shoot too many threes for my liking.
Well, those 2 guys are going to score 20 each. What can you do? At best, he's going to be their 3rd scorer, but they also have Zingy,
who's having a good year quietly.
All right, so the Celts, 888, no, hold that. We got Sam Amick on the other side, athletic writer, covers the NBA. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. 222.
Ready to upgrade your savings?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was a foul on the Knicks player last night.
It was DiVincenzo.
Man.
Dante DiVincenzo.
All righty. Let's get right to it. Sam Amick writes for The Athletic, covers the NBA. Sam, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good, gentlemen. Love to be on with you. Appreciate you having me as always.
Yeah, I tell you what, you had a story about Klay Thompson in The Athletic, and there was an interesting part of it about Larry Bird. And I was hoping you could share that story with our listeners.
For sure. I would love to. So All-Star Weekend, guys, it's Friday morning before the game. There's an event called Tech Summit, which, to be honest, for me, is like the highlight of the weekend from a reporting standpoint. And the funny little subplot is it's typically a completely off-the-record event. And so you have a lot of owners, executives, agents, former players, some media people, and everybody's comfortable, so they share kind of their real feelings on these different panels, and it's all off the record. Well, Larry Bird does a panel with Bob Costas, and talking about the game of basketball, talking about the history of the league. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm sitting in that room with probably 400 or 500 people, and the little kid part of my brain is just on fire. Like, it was so much fun to listen to Larry just talking about the game. And he was, telling stories, and this is Bob Costas, who obviously is a legend. And as I'm listening on the tail end of their panel, which, by the way, to be clear, was so good that the NBA convinced Larry to make it not off the record, which is the only reason I could even write about it. Larry ends up kind of taking a left turn at one point when Bob asked him about which players he enjoys, and he starts talking about Klay Thompson. And he says he's one of his favorite players to watch, and he talks about the game where Klay scored 60 in three quarters. And I'm just sitting there going, man, with everything Klay is going through, I bet he would love to hear this. And so, as you guys know, Ray Ritter, the Warriors PR man, is very good at his job. Long story short, I pinged Ray, said, hey, you should get this clip over to Klay. And then on the back end, Klay and I ended up talking about it. So it was admittedly kind of a fun little exercise.
Sam, it was – oh, go ahead, Stanley. No, Sam, it was an awesome piece. And, I'm nosy by nature. And as good as Klay Thompson felt after that video, he said he wouldn't delete it off his phone. What are your spidey senses tell you in regard to – do you think this is permanent? Because I hear, everybody talk about the situation with Klay, and I'm fluctuating. Like, I think he's going to start tonight with no Wiggins. Where are you at? Do you think he could play himself back in it, or is this going to just be what it is for the rest of the season?
I don't have a great feel for it. Like you said, Guru, the Wiggins thing, is going to probably put him back in the lineup tonight. The early data, if you will, you're only talking about 4 games. And Klay's had a pretty decent impact. Kuminga appears to be suffering a little bit of a ripple effect of the Klay as sixth man idea. So that's obviously a priority where they want to make sure that Kuminga is having the kind of lane that he needs to succeed. So I think for me, though, the important part, and honestly, kind of the question I wanted to make sure that I asked Klay, regardless of what comes next, was that for a lot of players, especially proud, accomplished guys like Klay, who, as we know, has struggled to kind of accept some of the diminished role that's come his way lately, is like, hey, is there any chance that the idea that the Warriors are choosing to use you as a sixth man would actually change the way you see your future with the franchise? And because, I think there are players who might say, all right, that's enough. I'm only 34. You're trying to put me on the bench. I'm done, and he made it really clear that was not the case. And in fact, seems to be, after I think an early frustration, seems to be pretty accepting of the role, and then we'll see where it goes from here.
Sam Amick joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can read his stuff at The Athletic. He covers the NBA. Where are you at, and what are your thoughts on the Golden State Warriors this year, Sam? Two years ago, I'd forgotten, during the Warriors championship year, they were 41-15 at this point in the season. Last year, they were 28-28, but they had a host of problems in the wake of the punch, et cetera. This year, they're 29-27. They've won 10 of 13. They're still in the 10th seed. How do you view them moving forward this year into the play-in / postseason?
So it's funny because of what they've accomplished. Obviously, the framing is always different. The bar is set so high. So it's like if you ask me that question, Steiny, in the context of who these Warriors have been, then I'll kind of shrug and say, they're fine. You know what I mean? But truthfully, last couple of weeks, they win 10 out of 12 before falling to Denver. And it was a bad second half, but, you kind of can't forget they were up by almost 20 on Denver, which was impressive. And they're having these moments, where Kuminga is doing his thing. And Podziemski obviously is a real find. And again, this is something I asked Kevon Looney about. Like, to take it back to Clay, it's every little element here to me is really important. But Clay's willingness to be malleable and play these different roles is huge because it sets the tone in the locker room. And now young guys can shine, and nobody is feeling like the vets are kicked off at them all the time, like I think they might have at different times in the past. So if all these puzzle pieces come together, I think they're a pretty interesting team that I could say, could see doing something similar to last year. And that Lakers series, they had a crack at it, and it could have gone the other way. So do I see them as a title contending team? Definitely not. I do think they are more interesting than I thought they would be at this point in the season. And in terms of the second generation, these young guys, they really actually have something with some of them. And, it's fascinating to see, them try to get the most out of them with the old guys still hanging on.
Sam, I know only God can judge, but I need a favor from you. I'm giving you permission to judge me. I'm coming into work. I'm thinking about this Warrior season, your article with Clay. I love my family. I respect privacy. And I get this news about Andrew Wiggins, and he's out due to personal reasons. Does that make me a bad person if I got a little PTSD about last year to where I don't know what's going on, but Sam, I thought, oh my goodness, not here we go again. How many games could this be? Can you share with us what went through your mind when you got that news on Andrew, and am I off base?
No, I'm with you, Guru. I mean, it is the uncomfortable part of either being a sports fan or even covering it is first of all, when you don't have the info, and I don't personally, and it's obviously not out there publicly, and because of what happened before, you can't help but feel like, oh boy, from a sports perspective, this is a big deal. Because if it continues, we just kind of mapped out how there's all these moving parts with the Warriors. And if one of these little pieces in the Jenga puzzle gets pulled out, then the whole thing is going to tumble. That's just the reality. I look at Wiggins' absence last year, and I think it is on the short list of things that help, they kind of kept them from getting to where they might have been able to go. And you can say that and feel that way while also compartmentalizing the fact that the bigger the basketball stuff matters. So whatever he's going through, wish him and whoever might be involved the best. It's just hard to react to that in the absence of clarity. So I hear you. We'll track it and see where it goes. But this is a really, really complicated team. And if Andrew, I know it's too early to say this, but if he was not contributing member for the foreseeable future, right, basketball wise, that's a problem.
Sam, let me ask you, and we're joined by Sam Amick. He writes for The Athletic, covers the NBA. First thoughts when you saw the length of Steve Kerr's contract and the amount of money and the timing.
Yeah, man. I mean, well-deserved from a money standpoint. I just think whatever industry you're in, if you got a resume like his, you deserve to be the highest paid guy in the game. Now, Greg Popovich got, his resume, and he's, somebody that maybe you argue has done more. But Steve's right there. And so that part didn't surprise me. The length, I think, is a reflection of this angst that we're kind of analyzing here from all these different angles. It's the old and the new. It's the hanging on versus the growing in the next generation. It's Steve Kerr trying to figure out, how much do I want to commit to? And Joe Lacob trying to figure out, is Steve Kerr my guy? If Steph Curry doesn't look like Steph Curry in a couple of years, if Draymond and Clay are gone, and these are all hypotheticals, but it just, I think, shows that they've been real transparent. Like, they are not trying to tell you they know what the Warriors world looks like a year from now. And so I think inevitably that means it's a shorter runway. And obviously he lines it up with Steph. I think we've kind of moved on, as a quick aside, guys, from the Bob Myers departure, which in reporting on this Clay story I didn't really make a big deal out of it, but there's one line in the column about Bob's departure, I think, impacting the communication between Clay and Joe even. And within that, like, don't forget that, Steve and Bob were partners. And, and little by little, that's things have been chipped away at in terms of the group as it was before. And this is Steve trying to figure out what kind of vision he has for his part in it.
Sam, it's interesting you bring up Steph Curry after, he was 1 of 10 from 3 against Denver. Coach Kerr was adamant. He said, Curry looks tired to him. And then Curry responded, said he's not tired. Does Curry look tired to you, Sam?
He does. And I'm not even trying to be funny, guys, but I went to Indianapolis and I didn't shoot a shot and I didn't train. And I didn't, granted, those guys didn't work too hard in the All-Star game, but nonetheless, it was cold as hell. And I felt like I was recovering for a week just in terms of going back east and walking around in 10-degree temperatures. And, I know I got a few years on Steph, but not that many. So, it wouldn't surprise me. This is that point in the season where the grind does catch up with guys. I'm not sure if Steph just doesn't want to admit that he's tired or if he's just not feeling it, but it would make sense. And, it's unfortunate just for that one game the other night. It's kind of like there's not a lot of nights where you say, man, if Steph actually would have done his thing, then they walk away with the win. So, I'm sure he'll find his way again, but I think for sure there's got to be a fatigue factor.
Sam, before I get you out of here, I want to let you in on a little bet that I made with my partner about the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, boy.
So they won 48 games last year, and Goose said, they're going to be better this year. And I said, you know what? To me, they have that smell of a team that maybe was a little too high last year and may come back. Anyway, the bet is that if the Kings win 49 or more, Goo wins the bet. If they win the same as last year or fewer, I win the bet. Right now, they're 33-24. They got to go 16-9 for Guru to win the bet. Who do you like, me or Guru in that one?
Man, that's a tight one.
Last night didn't help, Sam. Last night hurt me, yeah.
So, last night was brutal. I was out at that game. 16-9. I'm going to say no. I think, Matt Steiny, you're pulling us off. Because that's kind of why that Miami game hurt them so bad is I'm looking at it here, they go at Denver, at Minnesota. They host Chicago, then it's at the Lakers. They got some tough games down the stretch. Yeah. And, I can't figure them out. I mean, I just really can't. I know we say that every year about a couple teams, but it's wild.
Sam, they're missing. What if I told you they're missing one player? They're missing one more bona fide dude.
Yeah, but nobody can tell me who that is, Guru. That's the problem, is that Sabonis is such a, I think, underrated, underappreciated, fantastic player. But one of the downsides of his game is that you got to be careful who you put next to him or around him with the way they function. So I don't know who that dude is. I'm always going to wonder what OG Anunoby would have looked like if they went after him harder. I think he would have helped. But, they definitely need more. But they're a Jekyll and Hyde team for sure.
Interesting, Sam. You said they got to be careful about who they put around him. I think most people think offense, but I think you mean defense too with Sabonis, who you put around him. For sure. Yeah.
And I actually, I had a pretty interesting chat with Kings legend Doug Christie about Domas's father, Arvydas, the legend, and how, if you look at Rasheed Wallace played with Sabonis, with older Sabonis, and was a good mix. And is it that kind of a guy, or is it, these European guys who can pass like crazy, like Joker and whatnot? You do have to be very selective about who you put around them. But the Kings defense, Sabonis's major weakness is he got T-Rex arms and doesn't have the length and is not a rim protector. So they struggle on that end of the floor. But I think, Steiny, you're probably going to get a couple bucks here, buddy.
Man. All righty. I love it. Hey, Sam, thank you so much for joining us, man. Keep up the great work. We love you here.
Appreciate you guys. Be good.
All right. Sam Amick, the Athletic. Cool. Let me tell you something.
He said Curry looks tired.
He does. It's okay to say.
No, Steiny, you
can stick up for him.
Now, before Dre came back when he was not getting his shots and everything was hard, then Dre comes back and he took off. What was he, 20 of his next 32 from deep? He looked frisky. He don't look gassed to me.
I told you what I thought. I know Willard didn't say it, so you dismissed it.
That's pretty good material.
Or, who's the other guy? Eddie Johnson didn't say it. No, what I think, first of all, let me tell you, fans do not want to hear this, but I am completely on board with Amick about coming back from the All-Star break when you're a guy like Steph Curry. I get it. He didn't play back-to-backs All-Star weekend.
But the travel, everything.
It's such a pain, man. It's such a pain for a guy like that. They played Thursday, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
They played the Thursday before.
Yep.
Okay, so he gets done with a game in Utah. Now, I should probably do a little homework, but I don't know if he leaves from Utah on a private charter that night or he stays in Utah and gets up early and goes to Indianapolis. But he goes to Indianapolis, and then it's 3 days of a whirlwind for him. He's got to meet sponsors. He's got to do stuff for the products he endorses. He's got NBA responsibilities. It's a lot. I could easily see, especially because when I do think of Curry, and feel free to disagree with me, 888-957-9570. I feel like when the Warriors got 5 games under 500, Curry internally in some way said, we got to get moving now. We can't wait. And I do think he picked up his play before the All-Star break, and it was a big reason why the Warriors got back on track. Went to the All-Star break. It's a grind. Wow. And he comes back after the All-Star break. Maybe he's a little beaten down. Maybe it's probably something that's going to be temporary.
All right.
These guys
I would have sat him tonight, but Wiggins is out now. I really would have. If you're right and Kerr is, I know they were talking to Celebrini, but man, Stoney, this would have been the one.
Yeah, maybe.
A 9-win team.
Maybe. But to use one of your favorite phrases, you don't want to trick off a game tonight.
Oh, no, this would be the total definition, epitome of 9 wins.
Let's go to No. In San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we go. Oh, he's still being screened. He's being vetted. Mm-hmm. By the way, I tell you out there that I met Irish Pat Lawler last night at La Rocca.
Yeah. Look at my guy.
I mean, think about that.
I wonder where he lives. No, I know in the city, but where?
In North Beach.
Oh, boy.
Oh, can I?
Some nice spots out there.
I can't tell you this. I got to tell you this. This is unbelievable. Remember I told you the story about Lois Lucente?
Oh, yeah, she said you were ugly.
No, not him. He's ugly.
Yeah. It scarred you.
It did scar me. It's still to this day. It's just, well, get this. You want to talk about life coming full circle. And you know me. I'm incredibly humble.
Yeah.
Filled with humility.
We got some great air.
So this weekend, I'm meeting my buddy Dana for a pop after golf. I didn't golf, but he did. And we're going to this place in San Leandro called The Cooler. Good little spot.
Hadn't heard of it.
Yeah, good little spot. Discreet. And I couldn't find it because I'd mistaken it for Fieldworks, which is another place. So I'm walking around San Leandro. I'm like, I know it's around here somewhere. So these 2 women are walking toward me. I'd say one, maybe mother-daughter, maybe 45, 25, 50, 25. And I said, excuse me, do you guys know where The Cooler is? And the daughter goes, we have a drum roll, please. Do we have a drum roll soundtrack, please?
Oh, boy.
Never mind. The daughter says, has anyone ever told you you look like Tom Cruise?
I would have fell out. Well, I got Denzel in my younger days.
I started laughing. I was like, no.
No, but you were feeling
but let me tell you a little story, young lady, about Lois Lucente.
Wow, man.
No.
She went TC on you.
Channing Tatum's a guy that people compare me
to.
Tatum Channing.
Yeah, huh?
That had to be a tasty drink after finding The Cooler, knowing.
Yeah. And then the other was
youngster said I look like Tom Cruise.
I think his name's Matt Flynn, James John Flynn. You ever see the show Scrubs? Scrubs?
Yeah, I wasn't into that.
But you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
Apparently there was a custodian in Scrubs, an actor with the last name of Flynn.
Well, Tom Cruise is the bar. Yeah. She thought you were hot. The young lady.
She was younger than my oldest daughter.
Well, dude. Tom Cruise still looking good. Well, I'm sure he's had help, but.
Weird thing is that I had the sunglasses on. So
that was. Did you have them on?
I had a hat on. I didn't have
Tom
sunglasses
Cruise.
On. So
man,
Let's go to, can we get to no? Thank you. Let's go to no.
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny, Gru. I love the show.
Thanks, man.
You guys lots of love and support.
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to run something by you real quick. Steiny, you were talking about, we all watched the court get stormed in the basketball game. And you were mentioning how in the 30s they used to call basketball players cagers, and they used to have kind of a cage set up around it to keep people from flooding in. It got me thinking about hockey and how they have a cage around their rink. And then it got me thinking, why do hockey players get to fight? Why is it like a sanctioned part of the game where it's like okay for hockey players to brawl, basically?
Man.
But if Draymond Green gets in there and like put somebody in a headlock for a minute, it's like huge suspensions, social commentary, hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines. I was wondering, like, doesn't that seem kind of odd and kind of an incongruity?
This is too deep for radio. You are pulling the strings at my heart, and I'll get fired. But, sir, you are correct, man. It is the ultimate double standard, man. It just is. And, Steiny, I'll just throw it to you because, let's be honest.
Thanks,
There was a time where the NBA, everybody didn't like what was on the screen, but we're up against it. But
we got 2
Oh, he was way by. But Steiny, come on now. I remember the NBA was on its deathbed, and it was coming on at 11:30 at night. Magic and Bird saved it, but I'll always just wonder what he just brought up and how the NHL is accepted when they fight. And I'll just let you give your 2 cents.
Well, first of all, this is the ultimate. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion.
Right.
But it's got to be because the hockey is infinitely more physical than basketball. And I could ask my friend Derek, who played minor league hockey. It's just.
So you think because they're in uniform, it's kind of more accepted? Because let's be honest, Kermit Washington, and if you even want to call that a fight, it was a sucker punch, but I mean, it was fisticuffs. I just think the guys can get, I'm hoping it's because the NBA, if you get in a fight, Steiny, guys can really get hurt as opposed to, you see what's done on the ice, but they got those pads, but they
got helmets.
Well, some of them don't most of the time, but it's all, hey, let's show you the fight, Steiny and Gavin.
No. What are you doing? How the hell do I know the answer to that question?
Yeah. I got 100 friends that would pull up a chair and be like, hey, step into my office.
Yeah, I'd walk by the door.
Yeah.
Hey, Steiny, Steiny, there's a bunch of guys in there talking about why they fight in hockey and not in basketball. I'm going to the bar. Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Well, the first ever basketball game they fought. Naismith didn't make any rules.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me that.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
by
it was like a rugby
Naismith.
game.
I don't ever think this is an American game.
Not Stephen A. Smith. Remember, he called himself Stephen Naismith.
Canadian. Hey, by the way, I was scrolling social media, and Casey Pratt, media guy,
Oakland guy.
Yeah. So if you go to the Coliseum, they had a sign there that said "Rooted in Oakland." They've taken that down. No truth to the rumors that they're replacing it with "Looted in Oakland."
I didn't like it. You trying to make. There was no material there. No,
that's a 4.
What's going on is a 1.
And you know what? Evan hanging me out to dry yesterday said that's pretty funny.
Guru was in my ear. Sorry.
That was in his ear.
I told him I looted in Oakland.
Oh, that is pretty good.
The best one was Evans, the one where he got a 5, which was, but now.
Well, they are playing the team tonight. They're the Washington Lizards.
That's right.
And we got an anniversary, Steiny. Bang, bang. 8 years ago today that happened.
Oh, my God.
Bang, bang.
Is that how desperate we are?
What do you?
First of all,
8 years ago today.
Nobody cares.
I remember we just did that. I remember where I was at.
Did
bang,
really?
bang. Oh, come on,
regular season
in the black
game.
uniforms.
It's a regular season
if
game.
He had missed that shot, the gall and audacity,
they still would have gone to the playoffs. They still would have. Did they win it that year?
It was a Saturday night.
Of course they won it.
And guess
they didn't win it that year?
That was the 16th season, right?
Van Gundy and Mark were on the call with Bream. Bang, bang.
We got a lot of uprooted in Oakland, too.
That's not bad.
That was horrible.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Wizards, 4 o'clock tip-off, 3 o'clock Evan Giddings, Warriors live. Golden State right now, 2 games over 500. Last year at this point, 28-28. You feel better about this year's team than last year's team? 888-957-9570. We'll talk about it on the other side.
It's Truck Month.
Yeah, you don't have answered. Sounds a little late.
Where were you?
By the way, are the breaks shorter? Seriously, are they?
You ran in.
Get this. everything is locking in for Steiny.
What happened now?
So I'm out in the lunchroom getting some coffee, and
took about 5 minutes.
Well, it's a coffee machine's problem. The great Jesse Moore Promotions.
Yeah, I call him J-Mo.
Okay. He goes, hey, Steiny, you want to go to Van Morrison on Thursday in Oakland? And I said, well, I just saw him last night. I can't be shelling out money. I think I can get you on the guest list.
Now you going?
Hell yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, I like that.
Hell yeah, I'm going.
Look at you taking Evan again?
We'll see.
How many do you get? I might go.
Should have thrown me the lob.
Yeah, throw Evan the lob. Evan can take it.
I've thrown Evan lobs.
Okay.
I'm going on Wednesday.
Hey, Evan's taking part of the lob with him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Shout out Piedmont.
Yeah, it's all, wow.
But you would go, they're that good, you'd go see him again.
For free?
Yeah.
I don't have to pay a dime. No. Yeah, I'll see him again.
The beers are going to be the same.
Here's
you
the problem.
You might be VIP, though.
Yeah, or upper level. I don't care. I just get.
Or backstage.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about him, Van Morrison. It will be the exact same show.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
No, it's not.
Well, what would you change?
Songs.
Well, yeah. Do they got the best of Van Morrison? Like if I went to Tidal?
See, the problem.
Shout out Jay-Z.
He's one of these guys. You ready? Yeah, I'd kind of do the same thing if I were like him. He has got literally dozens and dozens of songs that are very popular and very famous. He doesn't like to sing them.
What is that? Now that bothers me.
He doesn't play a lot of his hits. Oh, he didn't play this. Tupelo Honey? Oh, my God.
God, this has some soul, man.
Set it round.
You're going to laugh. He got some Marley to his songs.
Dude, he's the man.
It's hit me.
He's jazz.
Where's he from?
Ireland. He's blues and jazz, heavily influenced.
That's what that was.
Heavily influenced by, B.B. King, and James,
Bobby Blue Band,
and, Sam Cooke, Bobby Blue Bland. He talks about a lot in his songs.
Bobby Blue Bland. I know I said Bobby Blue Band, but somebody correct me on that too.
What was the one you butchered early that got us?
No, we checked the tape. Evan counted the bucket. I think I was good.
Oscar Robinson.
Well, here's to you, Oscar Robinson.
Hey, real quick, Abanya sent us a text. You ain't looking because you're trying to get free tickets. No, he posted some pics of with him and Frazier. Young him and Frazier.
Dude, Joe Frazier.
Abanyas is a legend.
The man.
Smoking Joe.
We're talking boxing on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm surprised we didn't get more boxers from the Bay.
They soft.
I can name you some from the Union, but they weren't in the ring, if you know what I mean. I got Mount Rushmore from the Union, Evan. And they didn't get in the ring, but street boxing, boy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, shout out Ron Blackburn. Yeah.
By the way, another apology issued to, you know what? If Norm said I did something wrong, I did something wrong. Apologize to you for yesterday.
And it was only because it was a Johnson that you did it to, Eddie Johnson.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, I was thinking about this the other day out of nowhere. You call him Norm. Some people would say it's a little disrespectful. How come you don't call him Dad or Pops? Do you call him Dad? Hey, Dad.
Okay.
Or do you say, hey, Norm?
Well, there's a backstory to that.
Give it to me.
He was in the Navy, and we would deer hunt, and it would be like 8 or 9 dudes for about 12 or 13 years of my life. They called him John.
Why?
And I was like, who the hell is John? Well, that's working. And it was for Johnson. So anyway, Norm for the radio, but I do call him Pops when we're together.
Gotcha.
Yeah. People that come up to me, how's Norm?
Yeah.
Like, Dad, you're a part of the show.
He is a part of the show.
Yeah. You guys got to meet him.
Well, has he ever been on?
Oh, yeah. Remember? That hurts. I hope he ain't listening.
Wish me a happy birthday. Yeah. But I mean.
Yeah, when you asked him about the Dallas, how did you become from? I'll tell you what, Evan, this is true. The boss, the numbers are right where they're supposed to be, so we do it well. But listen, he's having an 82nd birthday party in the Union. Okay. I'm inviting you guys.
I'm there.
In this garage, March 9th.
Oh,
it's next week. It's next Saturday.
Oh, March 9th?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Ain't Sacramento.
I'll be there.
This will hurt if you can't come.
I want to go.
I'm going to invite Dibs today.
Here's the thing.
Bonte be working.
Here's where
Shasky, no, he'd be with the fans.
Yeah, but maybe we'll get away.
Yeah.
The funny thing is
we'll have drinks, music. You'll meet out Reg B, Relaford, all of them came.
I've met Relaford.
I know, but you'll see him again.
I don't want to meet that big guy who doesn't like me.
Oh, Big Dex. Yeah, he's on standby.
Big Dex going to be there?
Yeah, he'll let me know. He's invited.
Hey, Steiny, you guys going to do a live remote at Kezar Pub during March Madness? I don't know about a live remote.
We haven't been there in a minute.
Yeah, COVID kind of shut that down. Then we started getting back in business. And, we kind of do our own offline show at various places around the city.
That is a fact.
You do remember the last time we were at Kezar Pub, right?
Absolutely.
We got the free parking from the cops.
Yeah.
The police.
Is that when the Warriors won
Game
it?
6 of the 2022
I'll never forget it,
final.
man.
That was a great night.
You guys didn't know I had a moment. Well, I had a
that
drink
night?
When I kind of went by myself and not a thug tear, but just like they did this. Evan, nobody. Yeah.
That was a
blah,
great.
blah, blah he played?
We all had a moment.
That was a great night. Best part of that night was knowing that I didn't have to touch my car and it would never be safer.
We came back and did a show the next. That was the day where you call in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wink.
God, I remember that. That was fun.
Dude, they won, beat Boston.
The best part was the cop letting us park at the cop station.
I just said that.
That was the best part.
Ask Steiny and Goo. He knew who we were, and that's why he offered it to us.
Well, that's where the complete story of me is untold. See, this is what I don't advertise. So I'm driving in there, and this cop sees me and goes, said something like, Warriors going to win tonight? And I'm like, oh, yeah, this thing's over. And he said, Matt Steinmetz, how you doing? I shook his hand, and he goes, where you parking? I'm like, I'm going to go out in the street. He goes, nah, follow me. So he puts me into the lot.
And then you call me.
Guru shows up, and I'm like, I can't find parking. It's a cut. I said, hey, I'll meet you out front, and I'll walk you back. Did. I didn't need any credit for that.
Yeah.
Saved you a lot of money that night, though.
Boy, I smoked a lot of cigarettes, and I don't smoke that night. Remember that? I was like, heaters left and right. But we were celebrating.
Who was our boy who was rolling the cigarettes?
Dude. What are you doing? He goes,
might have been Rocky. Might have been Rocky.
Took a couple years off my life.
Warriors Wizards tonight. You know what I was thinking? Like I don't know if you've ever done this, prepare for a show. But when I think about tomorrow's, for example.
Easy.
It's my life.
Hey, you brought us back.
It's my life. And you weaseled way back in here. Like, I didn't like that. Where were you?
Jesse Moore was saying.
You were getting swag. There you go. Free swag.
Warriors 29-27. How are we feeling about them? They got to win 2 out of 4. I need 3 out of 4, Steiny. That's what you usually say.
3-1.
Who they beat, New York or Boston?
I think they can beat the Knicks. And I think they beat
the Knicks
Boston
get calls
already.
Like last night, they can't.
Dude, you saw it up close. Yeah, that was in the pool report. Oh, there was a foul.
Right.
That's just do away with it.
Well, would you rather the ref say, no, we didn't make a mistake?
No, I don't want to hear from a computer or after. It doesn't change the fact that it makes it worse.
I don't think it does.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't mean a damn thing, really, because you'd still lose or win the game.
Hey, we saw Steiny's car getting broken into. We didn't do anything. We kept going. But yeah, we could, that would make it worse.
Would you like to hear Monty Williams' response to that call?
Man,
sure.
Evan, you're the man.
The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long. And enough's enough.
That party
you cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game. And
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I mean, listen, he's a great guy, Monty.
He is. But it wasn't a big game, Monty.
They're all big, good.
You won 9. But he was right. That was
they're trying
NBA
to
refs, man.
They're
What
trying
do
to
you
stay
and
ahead of
Divs
the
got to say
Wizards.
for yourself? How do you miss that? DiVincenzo,
very simple. It's a quick game.
He looked like Ray Lewis diving into, or Fred Warner diving into a run. You can't disregard the guy. Man.
Have you never heard of a bang-bang play?
Yes, I
It's
have.
a bang-bang play.
Dude, he got hit up. Nah, I
The
didn't
first bang was DiVincenzo. The second bang was the guy hitting the floor.
Yeah.
That's a foul, man.
Yes, it was. Yes, it
I
was a
love
foul.
you for saying that. It was a foul.
It's absolutely a foul. DiVincenzo, he'll take a body part with him. Let me tell you. But again, one play doesn't win or lose a game.
Now, I'm going hashtag random
hurt you,
about
though.
the Warriors.
Yes, sir.
Evan gave us the 5-minute decrease in Kuminga's minutes with
All right.
GP2 back. Steiny, I'm watching the Warriors, and I got to be careful here. I am noticing a way, or the easy buckets that Kuminga was getting a couple games ago or a week ago, they're not coming as frequent as they have in the past. Is that just happenstance, or what do you? Is there something to Dre and Pods looking for Curry more, or no? Goo, that's after they get past half court. What's happened to Kuminga and the reckless abandon when he's coming downhill? Like, I'm missing that component.
I got a possibility.
Give it to him.
And I'm not kidding. Maybe he's hitting a wall. Little bit of a wall. He's played more minutes this year than he's ever played. In fact, he's playing consistently now, all the time. Last year, even remember, he had some really low minute games.
Or is he on their radar?
Maybe.
Like Denver was getting back, Steiny.
Could be part of that.
He got some
too.
at the end, but I was like, this game's kind of out of reach.
It could be part of that. But again, I don't just like if you're hitting a wall now, it doesn't mean you're shot for the end of the season.
And I ain't saying that,
Just
but
means you're in a
Charlotte,
little,
he didn't jump out off my TV against Charlotte. You would think, okay, it's Charlotte, but it was kind of
Charlotte won 4 in a row.
If you're saying a wall, it could definitely be something to that.
Sam Amick was on with us at noon. He writes for The Athletic. He covers the NBA. He's got a good emphasis and good emphasizes the Kings a lot and the teams in California. And we kind of glossed over this. He said something during our interview, and he told the story about Bird, obviously, and Klay Thompson, but he dropped a little nuggy nug.
Yeah,
and
I know where you're going.
Dare I say, shame on us for not picking it up at the time. But this is a nuggy nug that we want to talk about. Take a listen.
I think we've kind of moved on, as a quick aside, guys, from the Bob Myers departure, which in reporting on this Klay story I didn't really make a big deal out of it, but there's one line in the column about Bob's departure, I think, impacting the communication between Klay and Joe even. And within that, don't forget that, Steve and Bob were partners. And, and little by little, that's things have been chipped away at in terms of the group as it was before. And this is Steve trying to figure out what kind of vision he has for his part in it.
Interesting.
That was, man.
So it's possible that it's been reported, I'll just put it that way, that Klay turned down 2 years, $48 million. Now, what if that was just offered by Dunleavy and Joe, but Dunleavy's different than Bob Myers. Maybe it was something where had Bob Myers been there at the time, I don't know. Maybe you still turn it down, but you come back a little different mindset. Maybe there's more wiggle room with Bob Myers. But that was kind of an interesting little take. It wasn't a take. It was an interesting part by Sam, and I'm thinking, could you infer in a way that Mike Dunleavy is not Bob Myers, and Bob Myers had an allegiance to those champions, and maybe that was the first step in kind of moving off one of the big three.
Bob was a connector.
But maybe there's a reason that Klay didn't sign an extension, and it had to do with maybe Mike played a little more hardball or was made to play a little more hardball than Bob would have had to.
Well, I'll say this to that. I'm not saying you're wrong, Stoney, but if I'm Klay Thompson, the offer is the offer. And the other stuff about when it was offered, how it was offered, and where I'm at from a physical standpoint, as long as the offer came through, the baby was born, I need to put my John Hancock on it if I want to remain a Warrior. So I will say this, and tell me if I'm totally in the wrong lane. Hearing him say that goes back to the Myers Lakeup, I don't know what to call it, conference or press conference. And if Joe Lacob is to be believed, which I do, Steiny, and for whatever reason in his world, he thought he had his finger on the pulse of his relationship with Bob Myers. And we found out, you know what? Maybe he didn't. So that leads me to believe, where is Lacob and his finger on the pulse with Klay and the communication, and has me scratching my head to where, okay, if the Bob Myers thing, let's just say Lacob was off or read it wrong, is he reading the Klay thing wrong? Because he got the Dre thing right. They went to dinner and that was an A+. But I'm wondering about
why do you say that?
Because whatever happened, I don't think Mike Dunleavy called Joe Lacob and said, hey, you need to ask Dre to come over for dinner. Well, I think that was organic.
I'm not giving Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob an A+ for re-signing Draymond Green for 4 years at $100 million.
No, I guess the A+ comes from just Lacob on saying, hey, Draymond, come over for dinner, because whatever's going to happen, let me tell you what's going to happen.
Himself.
But still, it was communication to the utmost.
Lacob's sitting around with Nicole.
Yes.
They're watching Netflix, and there's a knock at the door. and they were scared it was such a loud knock.
No, stop.
He was banging on that door knocker.
That was communication. Look, the Bob Myers one scares me because Draymond, Joe really believed. I was shocked. How can you be?
Why can't we just acknowledge that the biggest part of Draymond Green re-signing was because it was the lesser of two evils? Well, had nothing to do with sentimentality, had nothing to do with Dre talking him into it. It was Joe Lacob saying, we can't let him go for nothing.
I can't.
And now, while I may have done that, probably would have, I can see how a Joe Lacob would be, we can't let him walk for nothing. We must try to sign him to a contract that perhaps down the line may be tradable. Okay, it's what good teams do.
There's no doubt about it. But here we go, Steiny, and you could tell me what you think. So this is after the fact, the Kawakami conversation with Joe Lacob, which I just found fascinating. I will not forget him calling Draymond his brother, not his son.
Who?
Draymond. He said they had
a relationship. His brother?
Joe Lacob said they got that type of bond. So you could easily just say, oh, the goo, that's sauce. People, salesmen put that on the end after the deal's done. But nah, Steiny, I believe there was something to it, and there's going to be that same thing. Kerr just got re-up for 2 years, and I think we're going to see the same with Klay. Dude, just think about it. If you look at a picture in 14 and 15 of just you and I, well, you're doing good. Yeah, I know I look different, a little slower. My point is, look at the big three. They look like babies.
No, they don't.
Draymond's got a facial hair.
Draymond's got a Santa beard.
Draymond looks like he's 16 in the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when you go back at the beginning, the origin. My point is, they've been through a lot and had a lot of successes. So I'm judging Joe Lacob on his word that Draymond, that he looks at him like a brother.
Okay, then bet
that
me.
Means something.
Then
here we go. Give me something.
Then bet me when I say I will bet you Draymond does not retire a Warrior.
No.
You will not take that bet.
No, because
and rightfully so. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But so much can happen to where that could happen, and it not take away from what me being right.
I think what happened is Draymond got his contract, and there was some kind of mutual understanding between Lacob and Draymond, that Draymond would be a good soldier. And I think Draymond, whether we like it or not, lost that with Joe Lacob to some degree. He
said he called him after he got suspended.
And apologized for the 19th
time? Dre didn't answer. Dre went AWOL. And he kind of knew.
There you go.
But what about feelings,
I don't answer
though?
What about feelings,
Donnie? What about feelings? Will you admit that some of
Paul
that played into
nothing
Draymond?
More than feelings.
Dude, one of my greatest.
Or Neil Sedaka. One of those two.
I said one of my greatest songs I like and don't even know the artist. But there was some
Try it again. It's okay.
I just
sorry.
No, you didn't do anything wrong, Evan.
No, you know what I mean, dude. I feel like
Just
Barkley
say it.
now.
You can do it.
Sentimentality.
There you go.
All right. With that contract, but you heard the pause. But come on, Steiny.
What?
People benefit in life because of relationships.
Sure they do.
And
Absolutely.
tenure. And I think Dre's contract, you're right too. Down the road, you can do whatever, but there was a lot of that. And Clay's going to get some of that, I believe.
Oh, I don't know about that.
If they piss Clay off with 2 for 2,
But Clay's not the player Draymond is anymore. Like, Clay has declined the most of the big three.
But do you think Joe would, no doubt,
Well,
Joe
then you
would
gotta hold it against him
with 2 for 24, which would be 12 per? Remember Willard was bringing that up?
It would be like 26 because they build off the 12
After the 48, the 2 for 48, did he allegedly turn down? That's an insult.
You think Joe Lacob's running UNICEF? It's not a charity.
I would give you a 4.
415. See, this is you guys think I'm a sarcastic SOB. Greg in San Francisco, what Thompson has to do is sucker punch a teammate during practice, and he'll find himself with a new 4-year contract.
I'm gonna give him a 3 for effort.
Not bad. Not bad. What is it? 54. I got.
Dude, we got a game in a minute.
Brian and Hayward. I'm going to wait to get to you to the other side, if that's okay, because that'll give you more time to make your point. Yeah. Thank you, 415. Keep talking about sentimentality, and you're going to end up like the San Francisco Giants. You like that? How you like where they're at?
Crawford's out.
You.
Crawford's out of here.
Yeah. 4 years too late.
Ibanez wants us more Giants.
Yeah, there it is.
It ain't baseball yet.
Thank you.
It's coming.
Thank you.
Hey, but I am watching spring training baseball, Stoney.
No, I think you're saying you're watching spring training baseball.
MLB TV, the app. I bought.
I don't
$29.99 a month.
I don't believe you.
I'll show you the receipt, pal.
No, I'm sure you bought it.
Oh, but you don't think I'm watching?
No, not as much as you say. You don't watch as much sports as you say you do.
Oh, now that hurts.
You couldn't possibly. I've added up all the sports you said you watched.
I watched the Denver game 2.5.
And there's not enough time.
Stoney, come on, man. What was on last night?
Van Morrison.
Oh, well, for you. I watched Denver and I went to sleep to it. Denver and the Warriors. And I fast-forwarded to the 14-0 run.
They didn't play last night.
But I got the game on DVR.
You didn't watch anything last night.
Oh, I watched the Warriors Denver.
Did you watch Brown go to work on the Warriors bench? We didn't even talk about that guy. The white guy.
I always call it Braun.
I think it's Braun, but he pronounces it Brown. I may be wrong.
He's good.
The new Chris Brown.
I don't know what to say. Dude's on fire right now. And I'm having trouble with sentimentality.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you at 12:55. Hey, we're moving today.
How is Pods mastered taking charges? That does fascinate. He gets it every game. He ain't scared.
You know it's funny.
Dude, he's mastered. And it happens twice a game, and he just gets up. Like, why can't other players do it?
He was on pace to take like 80 charges.
I played
kind of
low-level basketball, and there was never a year I did not lead my team in charges.
I've never heard about it.
No, I mean, that's the only thing I could do defensively. I couldn't guard one-on-one, so I'd slide into the lane and take a charge. It's the only thing I could do.
Dude, it's big guys, small guys. He's just a magnet.
What if I told you that I can't stand how they do give charges? Like there was a player in was it Denver?
No, it wasn't there. He got one in Denver where I was like,
he gets one
Aaron
all the
Gordon
time.
got one. It might have been Gordon.
Right.
And he was kind of to the, I said, that's not a charge.
I thought it wasn't a charge either. Like, that's the call that not just for Pods, any play. Like, I don't give them a charge on that. Call a block and you eliminate that, as Bob Fitzgerald would say, crap. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Freedom is all about.
Sports, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is one of his big hits. You'll recognize it.
Yeah, I'm out on this.
He played this
one
last night.
Yeah.
Gloria, Gloria.
This is a change from the what Evan's been playing.
Yeah, this is from like 1962.
A little more upbeat.
You got to listen to the best part. Well, it takes a little too long.
So what?
Let's get it off.
This don't make me think about my life. Like Marvin Gaye and Sam Cooke, I always like, even Chris Brown, like, yeah.
Well, it's about falling in love. You're afraid of those kind of feelings. By the way.
Had my heart broken once, Steiny. Oh, yeah.
Okay. The 415, I haven't heard this one.
What do you got?
It made me laugh out loud. Somebody called Pajemski salami.
Oh, from White Shadow. Oh, my goodness. That might be an 8. Wait till we run it by Dibs.
It's Greg in San Francisco.
Greg, that was phenomenal. He was one of my favorites.
He does look a little like salami.
Same hair and everything. That's a good one.
They should do
bring that show back.
You know
what do they do when they bring it back?
That's a great call.
Because White Men Can't Jump was trash, the reboot. Well, oh, boy.
I know. Woody Harrelson shooting that jumper, you were like, you ain't no good. And you know what? Wesley Snipes didn't have a good shot either.
No, that's the original, which is a classic. I'm talking about they did a reboot. With the rapper. I forget his name.
Jack Harlow.
Oh, my. It's terrible. But you didn't like White Men, the original? That was great.
It's okay.
Mookie and Rosie Perez.
Well, Mookie was from Do the Right Thing.
But she was in the movie Do the Right Thing.
She's in both. She's also in White Men Can't Jump.
Yeah, and Mookie was from Do the Right Thing.
By the way, his jump shot was pretty. It was so pretty.
Please.
No,
very few basketball movies or probably sports movies.
Marcus Johnson was in there.
That was different.
He went got the scrap.
That was different.
Give my gun.
Dude.
Shooting everybody.
You ever been on a court where that happened? I have.
A gun?
Yes.
No.
Guys lost and went to the trunk or claimed they were going to.
How did they lose and why did they lose?
They lost. It don't matter. It was S talking and go to the trunk. Then you're kind of like, I'm out of here. I ain't waiting.
No. The White Man Can't Jump was a good movie, but no movie really can do basketball or any sport justice when it's on the big screen. It just doesn't. You can't. It just doesn't.
Hoosiers?
Oh, God, Hoosiers.
Oh, Steiny, what are we doing?
Well, that one, I didn't see that one.
Because it's got
Travis
actual basketball players in it.
You didn't watch?
Bird was in that, I think, wasn't he? And Shaq. They were all in that.
Shaq was in there,
By the way, I'll tell you what, I'm close. I'm close to doing something that anybody else would be like, Mamba. Dude, you know how long they said it was going to be before I played golf after my hip surgery?
8 weeks.
3 months. So I had the surgery January 23rd, February 23rd, March.
You're feeling frisky.
April 23rd.
All right.
I've had my month. I'm chipping and putting. This is Mamba stuff we're talking about. I'm coming back early.
Yeah, but if you mess that thing up, then what? You going back under?
No,
I'm not being negative.
I'll just have to get it repositioned.
No, you need to tell the doc what you're thinking of doing.
I already did.
And what'd he say?
He said, go ahead and start chipping and putting. Basically...
Well, he didn't say swing. You'll confer with him before you go swing is what I'm looking out for.
No. It was a doctor. It was the assistant. She said,
oh, no, it's got to be the doctor.
He's done with me now. Although, let me shout him out.
Unless you go out here too soon. Yeah.
Dr. Seidman is on, I said.
Does he know what you do?
Yeah.
Like, could he be listening right now?
He's probably in surgery.
You're right.
He does 4 surgeries. By the way.
Dude.
So I had to get some money reimbursed for that surgery. So I was like, I need an itemized bill. Oh my!
It's amazing.
God.
Yeah.
Did you fill out that expense report?
I should have.
Yeah. Who helped you? Did you call the Egan on his day off, boss?
You know what? That was one of those things that I said, Matt, if you want to be a grown-up, you have to follow through and do it. I actually texted or emailed Kaiser. They sent it. And I took the photo. Well, I needed help getting the photo scanned.
How much was it? Can you share with us the total?
It was like $65,000.
This is incredible, man.
Seriously.
Damn.
Yeah, it was brutal. Well, I mean, I didn't, I
forget how much childbirth is. It's a lot, too.
Well, that's
about
the other
8
thing.
months, yeah.
Boy, the improv.
Brian and Hayward. How you doing, Brian? How you doing, buddy? What's up? Mamba.
Hey guys.
What's up,
How
baby?
you doing?
Doing great today.
Well, thanks. I love how we went off of what I wanted to originally talk about, but I can bring it back. And real quick, let me touch on Goo. Mean Streets of Union City. I used to hoop on the other side before they built the new hooping side.
Come on,
and
man.
Boy, let me tell you, man, there used to be some wildness going on. I never saw any firearms, let me put it that way, but I did see big swords, and I did see people get beat up, and I did run in the opposite direction with all my homies, and that's why I'm still here today.
Hey, Stoney, when you go to the Union, call me first. Yeah.
Please.
No, I'm going to call you too, Goo.
Yeah.
I'm too old to be out there anymore, but if I do go back, I'm going to call you first. I need a bodyguard next time I go out there.
Go.
But speaking of bodyguards, Draymond Green was our physical bodyguard. Now I feel like he's more of an emotional, verbal bodyguard, given harmless antics on the side, podcast antics. And I think this is where he's refocusing his energy, because a guy like that doesn't just lose the energy one day. And as far as the understanding with him and Lacob, I know you guys remember when Steph broke the 3-point record, and there was a talk of all the Warriors at Lacob's house in his wine cellar, and Dre took a bottle and cracked it open, and Lacob said nothing to him.
Oh.
So I kind of feel like this is, hey, Draymond, remember that expensive bottle of wine you opened? Well, I'm going to need a favor. Cool it, bud. Cool it. And I think Draymond, let me finish with this. I think anytime a man is dealing with image in particular, I think bringing it back to the roots, family. I know he said he sat down with his family and he got an understanding of what it's like for his wife, the mother of his children, to do what she does, a mom, and a wife. And I think that simplicity in his mind was calming. And I think that not having to worry about all the extra stuff that people had been saying and get a feel for what family life is really like, I think that helped him a lot. And I do like the new Draymond Green, and I think this is something that we can continue to expect. I think he's shown us that, hey, sometimes you are who you are, but you got to tailor yourself to be what you need to be in certain situations. And I know I keep saying this, but I do see the light at the end of the tunnel, guys. It's only on the way up from here. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Brian. Yes, sir.
And I told you almost Dre won me over with those. Nobody could tell if he was telling the truth or not. Watching what his wife does, 10 days without basketball during the suspension, and just got in tune with his family, his kids, his wife. So that hit me. But he's back to being Dre, the villain, because he needs the antagonist with the refs. So he's got and then who said he had to stop that? His problem was just physical with the opposing.
How do you play against Denver?
It's not it's big. It's nuance. It's bigger than that.
Yeah, I need him. I need him in the big games. Just saying. Hey, here's the other thing.
Speaking of boxing, you go to the tell of the tape with Jokic. Come on, Stoney. Well, he's got nothing going for him.
Can we hold him below 32-16?
And he thinks highly of Jokic. He knows Jokic.
Of course he does.
He talked about how good of
squat him. He'll squash him.
Yeah.
Right, Draymond knows where his bread is buttered. He's going to be friendly to all the superstars.
He was fouling the hell out of Jokic early. They weren't calling it, and it was helping the Warriors.
And Jokic still
32
did it to him.
16.
Draymond Green's gone from a junkyard dog to an emotional support animal. Come on.
Stop.
Please.
You don't believe that?
I do believe that.
Nah. He's still the dog?
I think real ones in the NBA know he's all bark, no bite.
Well, I guess I'll follow up with what would bite look like now with him.
They know they know he ain't
transgressions. He has no more lives he can't really go there now.
Well, whose fault is that?
But he can talk with the best of them.
Not with Jordan Poole, he can't. Jordan Poole put him in his place. Draymond couldn't take The verbal heat, that's a fact.
Oh, man.
He couldn't, then that's the vintage, like, kind of bully characteristics. Draymond Green is among the greatest trash talkers of all time, but Poole got him.
He could never
got him.
He could never mend that.
And then,
Poole never came
and I
back.
know in the old school, but then he got. Yeah, but he got him. He got him.
That's interesting.
By the way, somebody, when I said very few movies can capture like the sports, somebody mentioned a movie here that had great Fast Break with Gabe Kaplan. Not Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kaplan.
Now, you can go Fletch. Remember Fletch? Chevy Chase? Yeah. We had the purple rose.
All he did was wear a jersey. I don't even think he ever took a shot.
He lived in L.A. It was filmed in L.A. Dude, come on. Hoosiers, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Hoosiers probably did a nice job of capturing the 50s.
Were you entertained with White Men Can't Jump?
Yeah, I like the movie.
Because it was street. All right, that's okay.
It's
that's
just,
all.
watching
NBA.
Just watching Woody Harrelson shoot, I'm like, no.
No, they were hustling Venice Beach.
Yeah, but that's
I
not.
played hoop in Venice Beach.
It's not a good shot. Like, listen, walk 100 guys into this studio with a basket, let them each take a shot. I'll tell you right off the bat whether they can play or not.
No, I don't.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'll give you that. We can all do that. All three. Yeah.
Well, you guys would get more wrong than me. Like, I know Guru would be like, the shot looks bad, but he looks like he's got the ha-ha.
No, form is everything.
Steiny, go watch Adam Sandler's The Hustler. Great basketball sports betting movie.
Hustle, yeah. It is really good.
Wow.
But it's not to be mistaken for the movie he was in that was not.
The Hustler is like Paul Newman.
Sure.
Oh, that. Hey,
Jack
what's the movie Sandler was in with KG?
Oh,
It was like
Uncut Gems. That is not about basketball.
That's a weird movie.
Yes.
Like, that didn't do it for me. I'm not saying it was a terrible movie.
It's not a sports movie.
No, I don't.
Yeah, so.
Sue and Evan.
And that movie is like 100 miles an hour.
I got it. I hadn't seen it. KG and Adam.
I thought it was more slow moving.
Really?
Maybe Was it black and white too?
You misremember?
No. Feels like it was.
Oh boy, you didn't bring that one up.
He plays a jeweler that's deep with the Sharks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check that
and
out.
then something happened, like he wanted a piece of Garnett's jewelry to do one thing or the other.
Garnett was his good luck charm.
Okay.
What's his acting like, Garnett, real quick?
He plays himself, so he's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't acting.
It's
Stella, give me some. You got to go there. You got to get that role. You're yourself. It's all good. That's what you do every day.
What do I do?
You're Steiny.
I'm Mamba.
Oh, please.
Don't talk about that. I mean, any doctors out there, orthopedic surgeons, it's the fastest a guy my age has ever come back from. Let me actually call what the procedure, the surgery, what it is. Total hip replacement. Total.
You're looking good.
I know. I'm feeling good, Goo. I'm feeling good.
Dr. Pangea hit me back about my little issue.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he hit me back.
You told on yourself, as you like to say. You were limping around here last week.
Oh, no.
And now you're like, I'm going to play. I'm wait.
It went away. I'm back in the gym.
Yeah, so.
No, but it had been months since I went to Carolina. No, I was hurt. I slipped bowling.
You're Wiggins.
Please. I'm Kareem. I'm still playing.
Filmo Mike.
Oh, man. I knew he was calling today.
Hey, let's keep it positive today. We're all in a good mood.
Stop. Yeah, we all in a good mood, Steiny. It's all love.
Sweet.
You're doing a great job.
Hey, Filmo, can I tell you something, man?
What's up with it? What's that?
I love San Francisco, man. I do.
Oh, I love you. Love it. I do love it.
You guys have no idea how I defend this area to my Ñaño friends on the East Coast.
Mike, after I told him this is the second most beautiful place in the world, he got all hot. Now you love it, but it's okay. Go ahead, Mike.
First?
Who do I have first? But I had a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
you Mike.
Man, the beauty of San Francisco can be felt in a place like Hunters Point or Patrol Hill, where you in the projects and then you see $1 million, $2 billion view right outside your project. It could be somebody smoking crack in the next door. That's the beauty of San Francisco now. Anyway, though, Steiny, I got a documentary for you. You got to look this one up, dude.
All right.
They follow some crackheads, some dope fiends, from 1980 something all the way up to like 2016, bro. You talk about a documentary, you're going to be fascinated by this documentary. Now, speaking of
what's it called?
Barks, first of all, the whole NBA is a bark. Is a whole Jimmy Hart used to had a thing where he on a microphone. The whole NBA is a bark. You can't do nothing. Why would you give up millions to fight in the NBA? If you want to fight, go to UFC, go to boxing. So the whole NBA, they're all barkers, Draymond included. You would not throw away that money or do what you feel me? You would not do that to prove that you're a tough guy. I don't care where you're from. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it don't matter. But fair. Shout out y'all, man. Y'all doing a great show.
Hey, Mike,
man.
real quick.
Right.
Yeah, let me tell Mike. I got to give Mike this.
Yeah.
Take a play off. Mike, the last black man in San Francisco, you got to watch that film, man.
I seen it.
Oh, I've seen it. It's incredible.
It's cool. It was a solid movie. Shout out to Gunner, my partner Gunner.
There was a message in it, Mike. Yeah.
Movie. Gunner, man. And then my favorite part is at the end, and when you say you ain't from Frisco, you can't talk about the city.
Mike,
that did it for me.
You got to see
what's the name of the movie that follows the drug users for decades? Do you know?
Oh man, I forgot. I gotta look it up.
You don't have to.
I'll look it up.
You don't have to. The text line
titles though.
No, the text line will have it.
Hey,
Thanks,
I got
Mike.
this song you need to hear. What's the name of it? I forgot. I'll tell you what. I'm mad at you. I forgot. I had heat for you yesterday.
Too late.
The movie Kids is not the actual kids. They're actors
I know they
portraying that. You had me thinking it was the kids, the original
What's the
kids.
difference? It's the most disturbing movie I've ever seen. What do you want me to say?
I didn't finish it.
It's a movie. I said it's a movie.
But I thought it was based on the actual kids.
Well, it's based on...
It's fictitious. They're playing a role of the kids.
Well, so Bob Marley...
Not that I'm mad that...
You just told me you loved the Marley documentary, and I said, was it Bob Marley? And you said, no.
It was an actor.
Okay, well, these are actors.
But you sold it like it was the actual kids.
The movie's called Kids.
Yeah, but then I said, oh, they followed the real ones? You like, yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, watch the movie and you tell me if there's a difference.
Evan, I was hot. I'm going to send you a text.
I'm telling you right now, don't watch it.
Squirt texts me about pods and salami. He says it's 2,000. Like, that's incredible.
It's pretty amazing.
He's have to be asked about. He's too young to know about it.
By the way, you had the best idea on the show today. The idea of bringing back the White Shadow.
Oh, man.
That...
And my Too Short segment, which is coming up.
That's pretty good, too. Yeah, you're right, 415 on the Comcast Business Text line.
I ain't got it up today.
I heard Guru fouls. Yeah, he does. He's a butcher.
I'm proud of it.
Yeah,
I like contact.
Yeah.
I want you to feel me. I'll be yelling for my son's game. Make him feel you. That's when a player offensively knows you're ready. Put your hand on his back.
Guru's home uniform includes yellow caution tape.
You can crack all the jokes.
And then his other uniform is one of those orange vests.
But when you go up for that layup and it's me, I got the middle edge. Yeah. You're like the hatchet man.
That's real hard. That's real hard to do that in a pickup game.
Is the jersey lined with Kevlar?
Ask Bonte about my hard foul at the Warriors World Tournament where Lucas, Nash,
you realize the
and who
worst
else was
players
with?
are those guys.
All coward. And I was ready for whatever. Had to send a message for the station. This dude was humongous.
Here's the bottom line.
Hey, but I was ready. Ask Bonte about the foul.
I got all the info on all y'all. And you know what I heard? You ain't as good as Kolsky. I heard Kolsky's
he didn't play. He coached.
That doesn't matter. He's still better than you.
Handy said I'm Lambeer.
He's better than you.
People that don't know hoop think that's a diss. You knew. Who's setting the tone? Bill was a baller.
I would. Oh God, I'd love to turn the clock back 25 years and find myself on a pickup court. We can still go
shoot.
My hip's not ready.
I'd hurt. You'd be. Oh boy. Yeah, I wouldn't touch you, Stoney.
Yeah, come on, Mamba.
They knew I fouled. I took pride in it.
That's pathetic.
Like Michael Irvin.
Like, that's pathetic,
Let the
bro.
chip fall where they may. But you can foul me. I wouldn't get mad.
This guy's so tough, and yet he's never been a fight on a pickup court. The guy's ruined countless games in his career.
Now, whoever told you no fight on the hoop court? Come on, Stoney.
Dude,
I've been around, man.
You're the worst kind of pickup player.
See,
and I say that with no malice, but with all
it's going to be a hard game, man. It's going to be a hard game. I was the Big East when they were the Big East, Stoney. I was, boy, you're going to earn it. I took pride in it. I was tough. I would have thrown strong, the ball. If you fouled me the way I fouled you,
you cried.
We dap up after the game.
Oh, I wouldn't dap you up for $1 million. And
if I heard sniffling,
a pickup game
you fouled
that you
too hard,
screwed up.
I knew I had you. It's mental.
That's great. Let's go play pickup basketball. Uh-oh. Now I've got 17 lacerations and a broken arm, but this guy wants to dap me up.
I would have you.
You're obviously a player who doesn't have
Charles Oakley
all the goods
on D,
and so you're really a fighter. Is all you are.
Well, no, I just play hard.
No, you don't. You play dirty.
No, you're gonna feel me.
You ruin pickup games,
and then put
that on your tombstone.
Offensively,
how many do you think you've ruined? How many pickup games do you think you've ruined?
0.
Bull.
I'm not that player.
You cheat on the score, and then you foul like foul like you actually were somebody. That's the problem.
You gotta be. Sprewell was my favorite Warrior. You gotta play D.
That's fine. Defense is fine. You're a cheap shot.
Oh no, I wouldn't hurt you.
You're a cheap shot.
I would never hurt you.
I think
when you
might.
go up in the air, Snotty, come on, man.
But you're one of those uncoordinated guys that don't know how hard you're hitting
I just did the splits at a function not even a month ago. Uncoordinated, you got the wrong person.
He wonders why his knees hurt so bad. Warriors Wizards.
I'll give you a 1.
Warriors Wizards, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. We've got Evan Giddings, Warriors Live.
Where are you watching?
I got to go home.
Yeah, you got to get some friends.
I'm going to get home and watch.
There you go.
I got I'm going to make a ham and cheese sandwich. I like to heat it up.
Melted cheese is the best.
Hopefully there'll be some good avocado at home. And then I'll tell you what I did. And this is the greatest thing I did. I went to the store and I just bought a ton of soft drinks. Like I
don't know if I like this.
Well, and here we go. I'm
Pepsi and Coke?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I guarantee you, wait till I say what I like to drink now, and tell me on the Comcast business text line, 888-957-9570 on the YouTube chat. Tell me how bad it is for me. I love those like raspberry iced tea Snapples with no calories.
Oh, no, you're good.
No, somebody's going to be like, I guarantee you
but that's everything in life.
Somebody's going to be like, Steiny, that's worse than drinking a Coca-Cola.
I'm doing 20-ounce Red Bulls.
Well, that's not good. That's why that's why you got a little paunch right now.
Well, please. Sweater.
Yeah, we can go to Will in Pleasanton. I'll give you the 2 short segment on the other side.
Look at him.
Rather than get you on now for a half a minute.
Oh, you want to rethink it?
I don't understand that guy's popularity either. Lil Wayne.
Wendy Williams has a doc. It's bad.
I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
I am in.
It's bad. Your girl's down bad, man.
What do you mean?
She's not doing well.
Well.
She had people steal from her.
I know
health.
she did. I know she did.
Don't watch it. If you like her Stoney, it's bad. Me and the missus watched it. It shouldn't have been filmed. Like they really
she probably
shouldn't
needed the money. I mean, I got to believe she got some of the money. Hey, we 2 short segment on the other side.
All is short, dog.
A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week.
Crazy love.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is it right here.
Goosebumps. I got goosebumps.
Little incense burning. Something else and a little drink.
You know, you talk about bucket lists a lot. That would be on my bucket list. I told you, on my bucket list would be to be a backup singer on stage with Van Morrison. You can turn the mic off. I'll just sing. Nobody can hear me. But just let me up there singing.
Vibing.
That would be bucket list.
Man.
What are the odds that Van Morrison listened to any kind of sports talk radio?
Now, I would
ask
think
him
you
on
would
Thursday,
know.
and you're backstage.
Yeah.
Dude, that's VIP. You're backstage, bro.
He doesn't go backstage. He doesn't go backstage. By the way, if you're going to see Van Morrison this week, if it says 8 o'clock, you better get there at 8 o'clock.
Oh, is it
Ain't
like
no
that?
warm-up band.
They go.
He starts at 8:03, and he'll be out the door at 9:45.
So he ain't Lauryn Hill at all.
No.
Lucky to show up. That's such a Richard move.
So if you got tickets, you need to get there on time.
Speaking of which, this ain't a gripe. We got to.
You've run out of those.
No, I haven't. We just kicked it to
You're
Friday.
out of content.
But there's some people driving around like, who might be out of content? LeBron James and Bronny. I feel so bad for Bronny. I mean, he's got a great dad. Bron's a great father. But what he's doing athletically, Stein, he was overheard in the Lakers locker room saying, Bronny ain't starting on USC.
Right.
And I'm watching Bronny. I'm no scout, but Steiny, he ain't it. And for Bron to be acting like...
Tell the story. What happened?
He was overheard in the Lakers locker room saying Bronny could help after a loss. Bronny could help the Lakers now. No, he can't, Bron. Don't be that type dad if this is true. Look, Bronny is let him be him.
You would not be that kind of dad.
No, Bronny ain't LeBron. Just give me that. It's more about Bronny. But why is LeBron putting... You don't got to... He's propping him to be something he's not right now. Bronny's not that dude right now, Steiny. You can watch a USC. Oh, he's not starting because he had the heart issue. No, he's not.
This is the classic. If Curry did it, he'd be a great supporting father.
Oh, no.
That's what you would say.
I would come down the same.
Bronny stuck up for his kid who stinks. That's what he did.
See,
that's what you want a father to do. Steiny, how old is Van Morrison? 78.
Oh, that's Norm. 82. But, dude.
Yeah. He doesn't do a lot of dancing up there.
What's his build? Heavyweight? Lightweight?
He's always been a shorter man, about 5'7", 5'8", a little stocky.
What weight class?
Like he'd be like Irish Pat Lawler.
Okay, all right.
Whatever he fought at.
Like a welter?
Right.
Yeah, something like that. But the voice, Goo. The voice.
That last one was, I'm going to throw that on in the caddy.
Let's go to...
it's in the shop. I can't.
I hear you're making Did you make your BART debut today?
Yeah, today. I got bags on bags. I was on Amtrak, then BART. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Purge valve, under warranty, nothing to see here.
I'm surprised you just didn't call in. You're due.
That's a myth. You're due. I'm trying to see why it's so funny to you.
It's not.
I'm only out when it's really emergencies.
Well, and everybody's definition of an emergency is
I've had COVID more than probably anybody.
That's good to know.
That's funny, though. That's sinister
funny.
Laugh.
Because that's great.
You're insinuating that I'm
38
lying.
people out in the arena, they call it now, and you're talking about you've had COVID more than anybody else.
Right, and I'm off.
Read the room.
Oh, boy.
Will in Pleasanton. What's up, Will? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Will.
I just thought I'd call in because I've been listening to the show for a while and listening to Guru talk about his basketball days. I totally relate to you, Steiny, saying he's the reason why, you hate pickup games sometimes. Let me just bear with me. This is how I see it playing out. Guru brings the ball up, weak pass out to the right. It gets stolen. He tackles the guy. He then argues with him, saying, like, you're on the ground. That's no shooting foul. So you give it to him. He checks the ball with you. He tries to give you the wrong score. He knows the right score, but he's just trying to get one up on you just to make sure you're checked, make sure you know what you're doing. And then when he bounces the ball to check it in, he tries to rifle it off your shin so he can steal it and take it the other way.
Oh, that's... The score part, you're right, sir, but other that's hurtful.
Some people,
that's a Steiny stand.
Some people have asked me, Steiny, what's Goo like as a player? How is he on the playground? And it's like, well, okay, let me set the scene. Here's the way I envision
played
it.
at Club One.
Right, okay, that's
you
great.
can't play that way there.
Here's
I play with pros.
Guru's the guy during a 5-on-5 pickup game that's actually just shooting by himself on the court adjacent.
That's a one. Evan, that didn't even. I would have had the buzzer.
Hoping for somebody to get hurt or have to go home for lunch.
Please. I was a baller.
You were a fouler.
No, I was physical.
You fouled.
You felt me.
I wouldn't have touched you.
If you wouldn't have been. You would
have never been able to get close to me.
What's your dad's basketball lesson? Rule number 1.
Yeah.
Make them feel you. Don't sit behind nobody on defense. Even if the ball's not in play, Evan, touch them. Put something in. Let them know it's going to be Olivia Newton-John today. Physical.
You're the worst.
and then I'm strong. I put my shoulder down and go to the rack, I would blow your sternum up, Steiny.
It's an offensive foul.
No.
None of your feet are moving.
I would be the kind of guy that after watching Guru have 2 possessions, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to call an offensive foul on him in a pickup game.
Oh, my
God. To be him.
Hey, your boy got some shoulders, boy. I used them, Steiny, and get to the rack and one.
Who calls offensive fouls in a pickup
Steiny
game?
would be the guy.
I'm saying
Steiny would be the guy.
Yeah. If he played like that,
you
first
can't
of all,
point at me and say like that.
I would just walk off.
Going the other way.
See, I remind you of somebody, and it ain't, and you're putting that on me.
You remind me of every non-athlete I've ever played a pickup game against.
Well, you're wrong. I've
Hey, by the way, if you had in that bet about over-under on whether I'd fill out an expense report before Joel Embiid would return,
well,
my expense report's now done.
Barely.
So if you had me, cash those tickets.
I'm excited. Guess the line tonight, Warriors Wizards. If you were like, what do you think
I'd say 37.
Give me a real one. What would you say tonight? A 9-win team. 11.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you see that roster on the Wizards?
I would hammer the Warriors tonight.
Some people I know did.
You know what? It might not be a bad call. Might not be a bad call.
Because you retired. You were going heavy for a minute. In the ranks of wagertainment.
You missed one last night.
You guys did. I like that. That one didn't. The Heat Kings game.
Miami plus 7.5.
I'll tell you what. Evan did come out and he'd be like, "That's."
Did he say that?
He said that's the best bet in the NBA. Well, what'd you say? You just said the lock of the day is Miami.
I got a friend that took
7.5.
First name ends with an E.
By the way, why does everybody get all wound up about guys starting and not start? Like the NBA's.
If you're a baller, you know what starting means. It's nothing like getting to
Michael
the arena.
Cooper didn't start on the Lakers.
No doubt.
That's what I'm saying. You can have like.
I get you.
The league is littered with players who are in the top 5 who come off the bench.
But it's like starting baseball. That if my name was not in the starting line, you quit 5th or 4th. No, it never was not. But you know what I mean? There's just some prestige to it. Girls at the game, they might not be around.
Let me tell you what there's prestige
with. You
want
to get out there
There's
early.
prestige scoring 7 points in the last 2 minutes to bring home a game. That's prestige.
I'm not saying it's not.
That's right.
That's dope, but you know what I mean.
No, and
nothing like that first crack at it. I went to see Eddie House, Steiny, real quick. He was at Arizona State against Cal. Saturday morning, I had a long Friday. I was single, no kids. Got up, went to the game, front row, opened the tip. He gets it still, and a dunk. And I yelled. I snuck something in. So
it finally dawned on me why it's so important for Guru and starting.
E House.
Because starting was the high point of his game. The player introductions were the best part of the game for Guru if he started.
No, I love all that stuff. Come on, man. Finishing is everything.
Any truth to the rumor that you were like Ralph Malph on Happy Days? Who wore regular clothes under his sweatsuit or his warm-ups?
You took me back. I was more like
Remember the coach put Ralph in and Ralph had like a button-down shirt under his warm-up with jeans? All right, 2 short segments.
Yeah.
Oh, that was it.
Short dog.
We got Willard and Dibs coming in. Don't forget, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was brought to you by Farmer's Dog.
I'm the real LL Cool J.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's
hate to see it.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, song's about me, baby. Back on the top again. Yeah.
What's gotten into this dude, Gibbs and Willard? He went to a concert last night.
Yeah, you saw me when I was down and out. I'm back on topic, back on the topic.
Man,
Where'd you go last night?
Got a new
Van
hip.
Morrison.
Oh, you did?
And you know who I met last night? Irish Pat Lawler.
I saw that picture.
Did you know who it was, Dibbs?
I did, but I felt like his general audience should have been graced with a little bit more of a caption.
It was a horrible caption.
Irish Pat Lawler is about
61.
Sorry about that, Irish Pat. Please don't turn on me.
Oh, you might be in trouble.
I've tipped a few back with Irish Pat, and it's funny because, and you guys were talking about this earlier about like size and weight, and you even were mentioning the guy you guys hung out with Lowe.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck Liddell.
Chuck Liddell,
Willard.
and I'm going to say this respectfully, he's small, but ferocious.
Okay, then there you go.
Ferocious.
Yeah.
He goes about 5'7", 165, but he is absolute all business.
He's like a bear cat.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, small
seriously.
and ferocious.
He was. I didn't realize that he was a great wrestler. Like that's how he knows Lorenzo Neal.
And Lowe told him to go to the USC.
Dude, it triggers me. When you guys had him on, I was getting PTSD because back in the Jolo and Dibbs days, Lowe Neal had this thing that he could tie Chuck Liddell's arms both behind his back, and he still would absolutely ruin me.
Come on, Dibbs.
I think we did 2 hours on it one day. And Ford Baugh was just delighted.
I
I'm like,
completely believe him.
no way, 2
Wait,
hours
that you did 2 hours
back?
on it, or that he could?
But that can't happen. You would win, Dibbs.
All of it.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Like, the more I thought about it, it's like,
Nope.
I mean,
No.
dude, the leg hold followed by the headbutt, night.
You ever been in a fight, Willard? I'm 0-0. I've never been in a fight.
I'm about 500, Will.
Yeah, I'm 13-5-2.
I'm going to call myself 0-0 only because the times that I
Tell the story. This is a great story.
It's
it humbles
and who
you.
was the guy, Willard? What's
It's
his
like
name?
to even call it a fight is disrespectful to fights. Like I wouldn't do that to fights. I wouldn't. I punched Kareem Nahas at Bowditch Middle School one time. And
it was a cheap shot.
I'd had it. Yeah. I'd had it up to here. And so I squared and it wasn't from behind. It wasn't a cheap shot.
Okay.
But it was kind of like, I just don't think he thought like that.
Yeah, it was like Draymond to Poole.
Yeah. And
it was an escalation sensation.
No, but it was when I learned I should never try to punch someone because I tried to punch him and I'm like, that's not what it's supposed to look like. That's not how it's supposed to go.
Oh, Will.
But I think you're thinking of you want me to tell the story of when I got popped in my armchair in journalism class.
No. That was the story I wanted.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, the one about Kareem Nahas.
Yeah, there was the other time where my good buddy Brad Zucker just like he stood over me in an armchair in journalism class.
I lost. I'm out.
And I know that I was trash talking, which is super hard for all of you to believe. But I had a mouth on me, and he stood up because he was yoked.
He had
for a high school kid. Oh, he had it up to here. Go, and he stood over me in the armchair, and he's like, "Say it again." And I looked at him. I'm like, "You goofball!" Of course I'll say it again. And then he just went spow right there on the bottom of my chin.
Ooh, the uppercut.
And he goes, "How about now?" How about now?
But he didn't knock you down.
No, I was in a
you were shocked too.
The armchair. I was shocked.
I've been there.
I just looked at him like, what in the hell are you doing? And there was a substitute teacher in the class, and she said, "That's a detention for you." I said, "What?" I'm the victim. I'm just sitting here. So of course I went Iguodala on her and forgot completely about Brad. Palms up, and I'm like talking out detention. It never went anywhere except for that we had graduated from college, and about 8 years later, over Thanksgiving, maybe we hadn't graduated. Anyway, whatever. Like 7-8 years later, I get a phone call at my parents' house over Thanksgiving. And it's Brad to apologize. Like, he's still ruminating on this.
Yeah.
I'm like, I haven't even thought about this again, except for when I tell the story on 95.7 The Game during the crossover.
Wow,
right.
But other than that, like, Brad, we're good. We're good. I'm not, like, seeing a therapist or anything. We're okay. That was it. Those are my 2 fights, and both of them never got past the first punch.
Yeah.
Some say you take an L at Montgomery Ward's on the YouTube chat.
Wrong.
I just had to read it, that's all.
Tell the YouTube chat to get it right. It was Mervin's.
Thank you. Which is a way better story than Montgomery Ward's.
Oh, man.
Some guy rides by on his bike. Shout out Petaluma Plaza. And I just parked my bike, and I'm going to go in and do a little light shopping. This guy rides by on his bike and kicks out the back tire, and it hits my leg. So I wait until he rides around the corner, and I say, F you, as loud as I can. Like, you're not going to do that to me. This young man, he's about 2 years older than me, turns back around on his bike.
Oh, boy, reverse.
I love
Parks the bike, steps off the bike, and just one piece. It's a one piece.
Oh, no.
Dude, you get the one
Tyson,
piece.
right.
Dude, one piece. Your boy is now sprawled on the outdoor mat, 1980. And
a face shot, body shot?
Face shot.
Oh, damn.
One time to the face.
One time.
Yeah, exactly.
Night-night.
One 12-year-old outside. He gets back on his bike, and he rides away. Your boy took the L that
He's
day.
1-0.
Wow.
Didn't you throw a potato at some people or something like
Yes,
that?
that was a transgender individual. That didn't go down as a fight.
That's not relevant. but
They threw it at me first.
Oh,
over?
Yes. I was just walking on the street outside the Tribune building.
No reason?
12th and Jefferson or whatever.
No reason? You didn't say anything?
I was listening
Did
to
you
music.
give him one of those
I
limp-
didn't even strut by. I wasn't doing my limp or my strut. I was just a guy walking, and all of a sudden, pow, in the back of my arm. I'm like, what the hell? And I turn around, and
no way.
This individual's about 6'4", and with a skirt. And, 5 o'clock shadow. And they're menacing at me. And I'm like, what? And then they walk away, and I see that it was a potato that hit me. So I'm thinking, no. You threw a potato at the wrong guy. So now I pick up the potato, and I roll left to the corner right outside the Tribune building.
Sure.
This individual was across the street.
Did you get him?
And walking down. No, I threw it. I threw it high.
Just a bit outside.
It was actually high and left. This led to another 2-hour segment on whether or not I could throw a potato 50 yards.
Dude, I still, I always, when I hear stories, I got questions.
It was a russet.
I got why? Did you ever find out why?
I didn't.
Why did this person want to throw a potato at you?
They had anger.
Where did this person get the potato?
This individual had a bag full of sundries. We'll say that. There was a miscellany of items, and I was victimized with a potato in the triceps.
I got to tell you, the YouTube chat's on fire. I don't know why this has me laughing, but Loco Moco says, Zucker don't play.
Oh, no, bro, he don't. Actually, but then he apologizes 8 years later when we're in our 20s.
Right.
No, this is even a good one. Oh, shoot. Somebody said, sounds like Dibley's going to be the Giants' third starter.
Oh.
Yeah, it could be.
Injuries already.
1-0.
But Dibs, you mentioned, and tell me if I'm going too far. I'm not. PTSD. I told Steiny and the listeners I have that once I came in and found out Wiggins was out tonight due to personal reasons. Right. I'm trying to compartmentalize, like, he'll be right back. But why couldn't they just put ankle tweak or chest?
Fingernail,
like now I'm all nervous after Steiny goes, Goo, you think they're past every... I said, you know what? Yeah. So I'm a little...
You're not wrong.
Okay, thank you, man.
The news broke, and I was driving around with Christy earlier today.
Hey.
And what I said, she immediately... I'll be real. She just looked at me and goes, don't do this today. Do not, that's not going to sound good. And I'm like, I get it, because I have the same thing we did last year, we have no idea.
And it wasn't just us.
But there's no way around when you see Andrew Wiggins' personal reasons, it conjured something up.
We had Sam Amick on. I asked him.
You're just all of a sudden your body's like, oh, wait.
Where is this going? Is it a one-off?
So that's not fair, and I'll admit that, and I know nothing, and I'll never know nothing about Andrew Wiggins. I know nothing.
Now I need Thursday to be here. I need Thursday.
I would agree with that.
Great show.
It can only be one game, please.
Thursday can't come fast enough.
I hadn't even thought about it like Goo, but I was thinking after he brought it up, oh boy. Yeah, I guess and if it lasts a week even, oh boy.
You're just getting Paul back.
Yeah. Who starts tonight in place of Wiggins?
We were trying to figure that out.
I think it's Clay.
You think so?
Probably.
But with Chris Paul coming back, I wonder.
It's a very slippery slope, because if you've already said, and Steve has a bunch of times, so Steph, this is now for the time being the plan.
Right.
We are acclimating him to a new role. Okay. So what happens if he goes out and scores 40
we brought
as
it
a
up.
starter and Wiggins does miss 2 or 3 or 4, right? And Clay
Not
goes
5.
on Clay goes on a heater as a starter. Now
Does he get it back?
Can you go back? So maybe, I don't know, maybe they start somebody else. Moses Moody.
I think that's Evan brought that up. I was like, you know
Put
what?
Moody
That's
in
not
there
a
for a
crazy
few
thought.
minutes.
No doubt.
Sure.
What the hell?
Sure.
What the hell? It's Washington. What the hell?
Right. So, I mean, you'd go Steph, Pods, Clay, Draymond, and
Maybe Looney,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
He
Put
said he
Looney
wants
in
to
there.
play Looney a little bit, but
Is Poole starting?
no, he's coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Now, he could get a bone thrown to him, and his coach, I might say, Jordan, we got 9 wins. Go ahead and start against your...
I don't think they're looking to throw him bones.
Wow.
And I like what
I
you
think they're
said,
looking to
Steiny,
throw potatoes at him.
about, well,
They've had it.
Actually,
They've had it up to here.
The potato quietly hurts more than you would think when thrown.
No, actually, I would think, I would think that it would hurt, actually.
But,
especially if it's not cooked.
And I can throw a potato 50 yards if anybody wants to bet me.
You get
no
a good,
doubt.
you get a good throwing
solid
potato.
russet, yeah.
You could.
A mid-sized russet, and I did that day. I was
then.
adrenalized.
How long ago was this?
God, it was pre-Steiny Guru and Dibs, which was a 51-week adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 week shot. We did 1 week in person. Yeah. We did 50 weeks remote. So I'm talking maybe 2019, 5 years back.
And then you tested this and you did throw it 50
Oh, no,
yards?
I never did. This was one of the classic Jolo and Dibs bets that never came to fruition.
I would bet against it now.
Yeah, now it's going to be a little tougher.
Yeah, I would bet against it
the
now.
range of motion's a little bit more limited.
You were saying something of
Steiny,
substance.
the notion of Jordan Poole not being benched, it's nuance, and you're a man of nuance, but I think you're right. It's more of a relegation sensation. He's been relegated to being the sixth man. He wasn't classically benched. Jonathan Kuminga last year in the playoffs, that's being benched. When we don't want to play you anymore, Jordan Poole just is no longer starting. So,
But it's that's not...
It's not nothing.
Right. That's still a thing.
It's a thing, but it's not being benched. I don't think.
I heard Kawakami this morning being like, don't just listen to the press conferences. Clay's not thrilled.
Oh, no doubt.
Clay doesn't
about
like
it.
this.
No, there's no doubt.
He'll say that he's okay with
No
it, but he
doubt
doesn't like
about it.
this.
Right.
And I'm sure Jordan doesn't either.
Yeah.
And it's for different reasons.
Yeah, he's got to be like, man, I had it good here. You know, in Golden
Who,
State.
Jordan?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean,
I don't know.
I wonder.
I don't know. Yeah.
I wonder how he looks back on it.
I mean, it appears for whatever reason or for all the reasons we do know, that, like he's mentally, he's a different person.
He's broken.
But I don't to me, it's completely unfair to put all of this, like you got punched and now you're unable to be a professional and be an adult. Like, no, that was not fair, but like.
He was humiliated. I hear you, but come on, man.
And so that's it? He was punched and humiliated, so now you can't function ever again?
Well, he did
even in another city?
Well, no, come
on,
you're
man.
a product of
Be
your
an adult.
environment. They got 9 wins.
Be an adult.
But I'm going to tell you why he was adult real quick.
The money changed him.
He never
The money
talked
changed
about
him.
the incident, even though it was him on the other end of the losing side.
He never talked about it publicly.
So
He
you
could've
got to
been
give him an adult, even if he was embarrassed. He never went to that level of.
Maybe he's been to a therapist 150 times.
I mean, you could be honest.
I have no idea. I just think
the worst call in sport.
I think that's a crazy. I think that's a crazy excuse if that to put it all on that.
Yeah, that's
and the Wizards. Like the word coming out of that organization is that they're all just completely annoyed with him. I'm not putting all that on Draymond. Like his behavior is awkward. His decisions on the court are terrible. I don't have
much to work with.
I'm sorry,
but the 2022. This is what I said to the guys on the show today. They don't win a title without him in 2022.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what Jordan Poole did. And Willard, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying after the punch, I don't even think that's Jordan Poole. I don't even think the person named Jordan Poole is Jordan Poole. Well, in today's society with social media, I don't think it could get any worse than what he had to experience. Now,
it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse for him because of the way he's played. And if you look at basketball
Remember, we thought he was going to average 28 points.
He is 143rd out of 143 qualified players in field goal percentage.
I have nothing for you.
He is dead effing last in field goal percentage. He's behind such names as Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins and James Harden. And I always look at the list. It's not effective field goal percentage. It's just raw field goal percentage. He's dead last. And so, yeah.
Do you think that's the real Jordan Poole? Or am I caping if I say maybe he just never recovered from here?
Well, I think it's the real Jordan Poole because you have to be able to recover from that. And it's now been 17 months. And so, yes, it was not anything that he did, in my opinion, to deserve that. But at some point, you've got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and salvage your career.
Well, we're also acting like that was the only life-changing event, and it's nowhere near that. Like I would sub the word punch out for the word contract. He'd never been the same person since the contract. You know what I mean? We found this to be engaging at the time because we all dream of the massive payday. But when you're celebrating a championship and we're going to get the bag, and I'm going to get the bag, and I'm going to get the bag. It's that doesn't feel the same anymore. Now I look back on it and go, man, yeah, you got the bag. And then that's a wrap.
We had a hole in it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dibs, I gave you some love on the show today.
It's time for him to move on from the punch if he hasn't.
And he may have. I hope.
He may just not be a very good player when he's not on a good team.
Man.
You know, I mean,
the evidence is not on his side. We're almost, 28, 27 games left.
Yeah.
They got the Wizards tonight, 11. The number's 11. Yeah. And I was thinking, you know what? I like the Warriors. I don't need this. Then I thought more about it, and I'm like, that's a sniff of a backdoor cover anytime.
A 9-win team at home? They stink. They won 3 of the 9 at home?
They're so bad.
I just don't want to be betting, and all of a sudden Kuzma's making threes.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Betting double digits on the road.
Man.
Right.
You know, and I'm still recovering from what happened Friday night where I watched an 11-point game turn into a 13-point finish with a fight on a 12.5-point spread. I was sitting there, I'm like looking at this going, oh my God, what is happening here? So I'm with you. I get it. I don't know about tonight, but coming off of a loss, they should win by 30.
Yeah.
You would think,
but they play down. The Warriors play down, and the Warriors play up.
They're the Timps.
Sometimes.
If you look at their game against Detroit, where they had to survive, and their game against Charlotte.
Yeah, but also...
And you didn't play very well.
But they're so bad in close games. If you actually look at their games this year, when they win by a truckload. It's the close games where they struggle.
But the spread's 11, so, I mean, you might win this one by 8 or 9.
They got a lot of 20-point wins. They got a lot of them. You know what I mean? I know the Detroit game, I feel like that was a different squad.
You lost to Memphis and G.G.
They had
Jackson.
a lead with a minute left.
I mean,
different squad.
But if you look at their games against the bottom feeders, there are as many whoa, that game was closer than I thought, as there are true blowouts, I think.
I would say look at the recent Warriors, the last 15 games, and by and large, they've handled those teams by double digits.
Yeah.
I'm not a big guy that they're going to get up for this game and that game's. But how can you lose? You know, you're playing well. Okay, then you get beat by the defending champions. You're still playing well.
Yep.
I mean, you got to look at the schedule and say, guys, let's go out and get tonight. It's the Wizards.
Right.
And we got 2 out of the next 3 are tough ones.
And we owe Toronto.
Well, I think you look at this one and you think, guys, this is an R&R game where let's get up by 27 and then we can take the fourth quarter off. Because that to me, if I'm a veteran, I look at this game and I think, let's get up 85-56 with 2 minutes to go in the third. And then we can all just kind of shut it down. Shut it down.
And I thought that would happen Friday, and it looked like it was going that way, and they just came roaring back.
Well, in Charlotte, they did wave the white flag in that game, and then...
With 22 seconds to go.
Right, finally.
That's great.
But now with a minute, they pressed.
Yeah, and I just look at this 4-game road trip, and if you're the Warriors, and you have this one on the front end, go ahead and handle it early. Get Steph and Draymond 28 minutes, and Klay plays 28 minutes, and you get some Quinones And I don't know if Gee's on the trip, but darn it, give me some Gee.
Yeah. What if Moody starts? Like, I'm eager to see the starting lineup, Will.
Ashamed to say, who's
should come out soon. Game starts in 2 hours.
Who's that last guy on the roster? Pat Spencer?
Yeah,
the bald
Patty
guy.
Spencer, yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know.
I don't
we
know.
were in Vegas. Yeah, I'll say this, Dibs.
Don't blame it on Vegas.
Willard, I'm a guy that thinks everybody has a doppelganger. We had somebody text in that White Shadow, that Pods reminds them of salami. And I want to run out the room.
Better comp than Steiny is Tom Cruise, I'll say that. And I don't,
tell Willard, he must have not heard it. He linked up like
Lord, this
tell
show's
Willard, no, come on, we got a couple minutes.
I was just telling, like, when I was 40 years ago, I was in college, and this woman I'll never forget.
Tell her name.
Said, I actually don't want to say it anymore because she's a real living person.
Yeah, one more time.
Lois Lucente.
Okay.
Yeah,
good name.
She wanted. She's a doctor now, Dr. Lois Lucente.
That's somebody you meet in Mexico on a
And
trip
she,
or something like that. Senior
anyway,
trip.
I was with my buddy Joe Fenlon. She's like, "You want to come up to this party on the third floor?" And Joe's like, "Sure." And Matt wants to come too. And I heard her say to him, "No, he's ugly." So
scarred him, Willard.
Fast forward.
He said this about 3 times.
Fast forward 40 years ago to this weekend.
Here we go.
To this weekend. I'm looking for a place called The Cooler in San Leandro. I can't find it. Walking around, these two women come. It's obviously a mother and daughter, 50, 25, something like that. I said, "Excuse me, I'm looking for a place called The Cooler." The daughter goes, "Has anybody ever told you look like Tom Cruise?"
Oh, boy.
Be careful to say it was the daughter who said that.
No,
not the mom.
No, well, she's like 25. But it wasn't about that. It was just.
But he feels good.
Are you sure she didn't mean Terry Crews?
I don't care. Full circle. In your face, Lois Lucente.
Give you a 3.
Oh,
hey,
3?
Look at the
you
smile.
can barely contain yourself. No, it's great.
I look like the janitor in Scrubs. I've heard that a million times. It's an actor with the last name of Flynn.
Has anyone ever actually been mistaken for a celeb? Like somebody, not you look like, but like somebody thought.
Yes.
Who?
Eric Stoltz in Mask.
Not Rocky Dennis.
That's
yes.
Rocky Don't say that.
I had red hair.
Oh.
It's a fact. When I had my red hair.
It's a great movie.
I really like that
was a
movie.
great
He had
movie.
bad skin. Though.
Actually, no, a lot of Eric. Back in my day, when I had a lot of red hair, I would get a lot of Eric Stoltz with the flying red hair.
That's one of those things that feels like it was 1,000 years ago.
Mask?
Yes.
It probably was 94.
Percentage audience knows what we're talking about.
How about 16?
7? Yeah.
But the
that
room
feels
enjoyed
like
it. Sometimes I work for the
1,000
room.
years
Sam
ago.
Elliott, I believe, in that movie.
And I've
also.
got Denzel all the time, 25 years old all the time.
All right.
And now Tracy Morgan, but
that's my favorite.
No. Not you look like somebody who was so sure that they came up and they were like, Tracy?
I was Senor Denzel on my honeymoon in Cabo, and my wife was getting mad, but they just Senor Denzel. That's what they mean. And I had the Mississippi Masala fit on with the linen, and the wife was like, "Y'all disrespected me." And I looked like, oh boy, they really think your boy might be somebody.
That's good.
Anyway, memories.
All right, gents. So a little truncation sensation today.
Wow, you guys are
Right
right
about
back.
7 again. We'll catch you here tomorrow, same time.
Oh, and
same place.
And quick tease. Brandon Crawford was in my dream last night.
There you go on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, maybe we could use today for a little therapy. I think I could use it. And I think sometimes you're pretty good at it, especially since you know all of the useless information out there. And maybe I need a little bit of it. Could you psychoanalyze me a little bit for a second, Debs? I'd appreciate it.
Would love to.
Golly, why do I feel the way I do about Jordan Poole? What is it? And I can define it like it. There's not the vitriol that I know that it sounds like.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
even just like, okay, this game's going to start in 2 hours and the Warriors, and I'm like, I don't like watching him play basketball.
Well, let's start there.
It's
I
very
think,
uncomfortable for me.
I think that what you like about basketball, as I can psychoanalyze you like the way the Warriors play because it's ball movement, it's ball sharing, it's intricate, it's exciting. It's not a lot of one-on-one, which is partly why you don't love the Chris Paul game. You don't like his game. You don't like James Harden's game. You don't like Russell Westbrook's game. You don't like that type of a player, I think, in general.
I don't like players who try to make the official think something happened that didn't happen.
And also the dribble,
right,
me basketball.
Right. And to a degree, what I just said is a little hypocritical because every single player embellishes in basketball or any sport for that matter. Derek Jeter, once upon a time, wanted us to think the ball hit him when it didn't. Don't get me started with soccer. My God, the whole thing is based on overacting. And as a white person who couldn't jump, that was my entire high school career, was trying to get the official to think that when my shot got blocked, that they got my arm.
Yesterday was the 4-year anniversary of Disgrace at Chase, and I embellished about 3 or 4 different ones.
Exactly.
Thank you, Kalena. I got no calls.
So it's not just that. It's not just that.
Right.
But Jordan's his antics with the flying into the stands and then 4-on-5 on the other end. Yeah, I hated it. But I'm not sitting here like stuffy, smart pass guy.
Right.
I love Steph Curry, and he throws the ball with a hook shot pass over his back 2 or 3 times a game. So it's not like I want some sort of Tom Amansky fundamentals to break out.
Thank you.
Like that's not.
Thank you, Fred McGriff. Again,
that's not what I'm getting at. Like I don't want to do the Mikan drill. Remember the Mikan drill?
Oh yeah, Dan Hunt showed me that in 1981.
It's not like that's not what I'm saying. The whole thing for all of us, like it ended up dominating our jobs and this team for the better part of a year. And 2 things, Ralph, can be equally true, which is that Draymond was totally wrong. Yet I also find Jordan Poole to be a what's the word that I want to put in there?
It's petulant.
Well, I was more like I find him to be a turnoff.
Right.
I watch it like even now he could be because he's not starting. Sit there on the bench tonight and just boop, the camera goes to him, and I'm like, I just find him to be a turnoff.
I think that's part of it, and that's where we can really, dive deep on you in terms of Jordan Poole, because it's something about his attitude and his lack of an appreciation for what he had and a lack of appreciation for what he still has, which is an NBA career, because it seems like, his attitude, his behavior is a little bit tone deaf as to what's going on around him. And when he was here, he was on a championship team, and it never felt like he had that appreciation or that willingness to embrace the Warriors ethos.
Well, and I get what you're saying, although I don't want to say that he never had that. Like Jordan's got 2 things that should make everybody love him. A, he worked his butt off.
Yeah.
To come out of the G League and become a 9-figure player. Worked his tail off. And B, he helped our favorite team win a title.
Right.
Like usually those things are like, well, you're walking on water the rest of the way. But my perception is, and famously, you don't know Jordan Poole. Sure,
right.
I don't know Jordan Poole. Yes, I've been in Jordan's presence. I've talked to Jordan. But no, I don't know the man. But yeah, my perception is that this is way bigger than the punch. And I absolutely am one of the people who believes or is curious to know where the vitriol came from that led to the punch. I don't mean that day. I mean all year long. I mean for months on end. Like what did, and I get confused when I think a certain thing and then I see Steph and Clay just hug it up and hug it out and heap praise. But it's like, but I also know you greenlit a trade, Steph. So you could tell me all you want. Like, no, man, Jordan was great. I love the man, and let's hug and let's
that's just all Steph optics.
But I know that you also greenlit a trade, man. I know this.
That's Steph Curry, the brand, is what that is. In the offseason after the trade, and you go and you work out with him, hey, Clay, let's go work out with Jordan Poole. We're going to show the world that there are no hard feelings. And that's just, to me, that's branding more than it is an actual, like, hey, let's reach out and make sure that he's okay. I don't know this for certain, but that's the way it comes across to me as a person, because there was hard feelings going into the year, even before the punch. Clay said what he said about the trip overseas where, Jordan was feeling himself. And I think that the veterans felt like Jordan was a little bit over his skis in terms of his self-importance. And I think that rubs you the wrong way. Guys who don't have an appreciation for what's come before them.
Well, and also an appreciation for almost like what you've earned, but where that all needs to be tucked in. I firmly believe money changed Jordan Poole. Big time. I think we're dealing with a complete and total egomaniac. And maybe that sounds stupid. We're talking about the NBA. Like, hello, they're all incredible egomaniacs, right? But there's a different way to do that. Right. There's a different way to cut that cake. And I think that, again, I'm not doing this based on my experience. I've got almost none directly with Jordan Poole. But I hear things. People talk to people. This is now a second organization. Plus, you're looking at the output, right? Guru's right. Everybody predicted it. Oh, my God, Jordan Poole as the one on a team that doesn't care if they win, he's going to average 30. No, he's going to get actually removed from the starting lineup and be probably the worst major minute player in the whole league. Like, that speaks volumes, does it not? He's not well liked by his teammates in Washington. That's fascinating. Why would that be?
It's the way he plays.
And after the last 12 months of what we said in this town, does anybody want to grab that fact and rework? And we're not going to spend an hour on Jordan, but I don't know. Does anybody want to rework their thought about Jordan Poole now knowing that the Wizards players don't like him either?
If Draymond never would have punched Jordan Poole, and everything else took place, Jordan Poole had a bit of a down year, and then they traded him for Chris Paul and all the rest of it, we would all vilify Jordan Poole. But there is still some part of the Jordan Poole story that feels like he was a victim. And that's not unfair to think that, because he was victimized by Draymond Green in that moment. And, I've watched the video probably 150 times, and every time I watch it, it looks more and more menacing.
Oh, it's awful.
In terms of
it's totally awful.
How that played out. Mm-hmm. And, that definitely cast a pall over his entire season. But at the same time, okay, now you've gotten your freedom. You have your bag. You have your new team. Go out there and prove to everyone that you're not that guy. And I'm looking at it again, and I misspoke earlier. There's 144 players who qualify, and he's 144th in field goal percentage. He's shooting 39.9% mark from the floor, 30.9 from three. He's averaging 16 a game on 14 shots.
You know me. Yes, these people, this is pro sports.
He's wildly unproductive.
You're judged by your effectiveness. But now you're a Wizard. I don't care. I don't care if you miss all of your shots. To me, I'm much more focused on all of the other stuff. Like the highlight package, they could do Shaq'd in a Fool for the whole year just on Jordan.
Shaq'd in a Pool.
Thank you. 3. Anyway.
I'll take it. I'm working hard today, Grant. It's a short show.
Hey, plug it all in now. Don't save anything for later. That's true. You know what I mean? If you're missing shots, you're missing shots. Your decision-making, which is what I harped on all year last year, has gotten worse because you were given that freedom. So the lack of maturity is just oozing out of every single part of him and his game. And it does. It makes me wonder about the larger picture of what that was all like for the Warriors in the locker room and everything. You're pointing to whether or not he's kind of a sympathetic figure. And yes, he always will be with regard to what happened to him that day in practice. But for me, that ends as soon as you leave the Warriors. My sympathy was with you that whole year. And if you found it hard to be in the workplace with that person, pass him the ball and set a screen for him and all of that stuff, okay, I got you. I understand. But as you pointed out, now your money, you couldn't be geographically further away.
Right.
You've got your own team, your own situation. If that's still bugging you now, I'm sorry, man. That's on you.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that
He's played
anymore.
55 games, and he is the least effective shooter in the association among qualified players. And so that, I still think, for me, there's a little spot inside me that will always have sympathy for Jordan Poole for the way that it went and the way that it ended. But at the same time, you've got to sink or swim in professional sports, and you've got to do it on your own because they paid you a bunch of money. Washington traded for you. He's making $27.5 this year. He's got 3 more years on his deal, worth just under $100 million over the next 3. So Jordan Poole now, as a professional basketball player, you've got to put the unfortunate things that have happened aside and go out there and have a career. He's only 24 years old. He won't be 25 until June.
That's crazy.
So at the end of this year, assuming Washington doesn't make a deep run, he'll be 25 when he starts next year. So 25, 26, 27 in his final year under contract with Washington. This is your career, young man. Yeah. I mean, this is it. Because if you play like this, you're going to be out of the league before that 3-year contract is up.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's that side of it. And then the other side of it is, it's kind of funny sometimes we get excited for the measuring stick games. Oh, Denver's in town.
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe I could offer a different perspective. With what we've sort of laid out over the last week or so with Warrior basketball and the 3rd easiest schedule in the league the rest of the way and all of that, the intensity, I know this is counterintuitive for fans and there's no way to fix it, but the intensity should be ramped up much more for nights like tonight than Denver on national TV on Sunday. These are the games you can't lose. Flat out, may not lose. And with Andrew Wiggins out, Chris Paul's back, your lineup is getting shuffled a little bit. Are you out of sync? You're on the road now. Is your body clock ready to go? None of this is sexy. A game between anybody and the Wizards is not sexy. But I would just say that to the Warriors and their fans, this is a must. I know you don't love the phrase must win.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to lose any of these, especially this one. This is the cuppiest of the cupcakes in the whole damn league. This is as cuppy as it gets.
Yeah.
You may not lose these games.
To me, it's not about winning or losing because I'm assuming that the win is going to happen. And if you happen to lose this game, then we can just cancel everything about May and we can start thinking about the lottery. To me, this game is about how you win. And I mentioned it during the crossover. You've got a game Thursday, a game Friday, and a game Sunday. So this is a tight little pack of games and days. It's 4 games and 6 nights, all on the road. This is one that you have to win early, and rest your guys. That way you have a chance to go in and maybe take both ends of the New York and the Toronto back-to-back. And if you do that, if you go into Boston having won the first 3 games of the trip, well, now Boston's a freebie, in my opinion.
I agree. And maybe
but you set that up tonight, Mark, and I'm not looking ahead.
No doubt.
I'm looking at tonight, and I'm thinking, if I'm Steph or Draymond or Clay, I'm thinking, how do we win this game with me playing 26 minutes? That's the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is to win, of course. The second goal is win and watch Lester and Gee play.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and the Dubs play in an hour and a half, and we'll take you all the way there, and we'll certainly take your calls. Plenty of Warriors coming up this hour, 888-957-9570. I do also have a rather strong thing to say about the San Francisco Giants.
And a dream to talk about.
Yeah, Brandon Crawford was in my dream.
Awkward.
So is his wife, though.
Okay.
They're both
That's
there.
even more awkward. Hey, Jalen, how you doing?
What can I do?
I don't know.
They were both there.
Crazy.
Don't talk about that.
I hugged it out with both of them.
Steiny was in my dream, sadly.
Oh, that's worse.
Yeah.
Who's your rather dream about, Brandon Crawford or Matt Steinmetz? All right, well, I'll tell you all about it here in a sec on Willard and Dibs.
What is going on here?
Safeway, proud to be local, has great.
be a homer?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it is in my nature, yes. And born and raised here. Sorry. Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live, see the beauty of Dibs. What hoodie do we have on today? What are you wearing?
It's a little bit of an older one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But a goodie.
Yeah.
It's a hoodie, but a goodie.
Thank you.
Hit the thumbs up button, like it, subscribe, all of that. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I asked Dibs if we could do maybe like 38 seconds on this and move on because this isn't local.
Nope.
And has nothing to do with nothing. But I just want to say it out loud into a microphone. Justin Fields is gone. The Bears have made their choice. Justin Fields is gone. This is not fact. This is a prediction. But you're seeing quotes today from like Eberflus where he's like, as soon as we make our decision, we're going to let Justin know.
Wow.
This comes after Justin unfollowed the Bears and the NFL on Instagram a few weeks ago and said that he just wanted a break. That's all. He was just getting away, clearing out his timeline. Okay, if you want to break from social media, you just turn your phone off. That's how you do it. You don't need to unfollow. So smoke, fire everywhere. Meantime, Falcons are sitting there talking about how they've got to get the quarterback situation right this offseason. Might be in the draft, might be a veteran. To me, it all adds up perfectly. Justin Fields, who once upon a time played in Georgia, would be amazing on the fast track in the dome down there. Chicago Bears need to trade Justin Fields to the Atlanta Falcons. Go draft Caleb Williams. Start doing whatever the heck it is that you're going to do. Fields to the Falcons. I'm going to call that right now.
And it happens probably sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you're going to have to do it before free agency.
Right.
Lock it in.
And I wonder what the compensation is. If the Bears want Desmond Ridder, they're going to want much more than that, I would expect.
I don't think they want Desmond Ridder at all.
Right, but
they're going to want their pick.
You're going to want a quarterback back just to have a quarterback, somebody else to play alongside Caleb Williams. If that's your guy.
I don't know if that's the guy that they would want. I think you can find Desmond Ridder type production just about anywhere. Hell, sign Sam Darnold and just have a bunch of USC quarterbacks running around out there. Right, Lucas? Yeah. Anyway, that's enough of that. So, yeah, this was one of those dreams. You tell me. Like, my first reaction to this was to look in the mirror and go, what a dork. Like, Brandon Crawford signs with another team and ends up in your dream that night? What a loser. Like,
that's kind of weird, yeah.
Totally. And it didn't occur to me. You know how, and I'm usually not one to remember dreams. And then there's those where you wake up and you're like, ooh, I remember it all. And then 10 minutes later, someone's like, then tell me about it. And I'm like, gone.
Gone, yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
This one went the opposite way. So I woke up and I'm like, yeah, whatever. And I go start reading about what's going on. And I start seeing pictures of Brandon Crawford in a Cardinals uniform. And I go, oh, Brandon was in my dream last night.
Weird.
Really weird. So me and a bunch of buddies go get a big room at a resort. We're having a summer vacation, and it's just like me and all the high school guys, and we're just hanging. There might have been some alcohol and a pool or whatever.
Okay.
But we're in one of these, it's like a communal type room, like you would get if you went somewhere with a party of 10.
Yeah, yeah.
But as can only happen in a dream, the room had room for 2 more people. And so we were just bebopping along having our trip. And then all of a sudden we got back to our room one time and they're like, we've got 2 more people to join you. Say hello to Brandon Crawford and his wife, Jaylyn. And we were thrilled. We're like, come on in. The Crawfords are staying with us.
What was he wearing?
A T-shirt.
He wasn't wearing cardinal red?
No. No, he wasn't wearing...
he was in street clothes.
No, yeah. Okay. He wasn't in a Speedo or anything. It wasn't that kind of dream.
No, but I didn't know if he was in a Cardinal uniform.
It was like a bunch of Giants fans. We're like, wow, it's Brandon Crawford, everybody. And we hugged it out and talked it out. And man, that's crazy that you're going to a different team and then dream.
Dream over, yeah. Over. And scene.
That's it. That's all I got. We went on a trip and Brandon Crawford came to stay with us.
That's pretty cool. I mean,
stupidest
random
dream ever.
Yeah.
But I'm like, are there buried emotions about him putting a Cardinals uniform on that I didn't even know about?
I think so.
Because it didn't hit me
in any sort of a way. I didn't think that the Giants should have kept him.
Right.
If he wants to play, keep playing.
But I think that
I'm
and
not
I'm not going to
bothered by
say
it.
what you thought. I thought that he was going to hang him up. I didn't think that he would go out and I didn't think that he would want to play. And if he wanted to play, I didn't think that there'd be a place where he could play.
I thought that at the end of the year. I thought that all year. I'm like, Brandon's done after this year. But I could tell.
He was done at the start of last year.
I could tell over the last 6 weeks that he was playing. You can always tell. Whenever you get the report that it's like they're considering options and they've got options, there are teams calling. Whenever you see that, I just think it ends up being sort of a bottom line in life type of a thing. You can even go into the offseason going, I think I'm going to retire. And then people call you and they're like, would you like $2 million? Like, do you want $2 million?
Right.
And you look at your family and your spouse or whatever, and you're still in your 30s and you're like, I mean, it feels like we should probably do that. Like, so I just go to St. Louis for like 6 months.
Right. And if you're Jalen, his wife, and you've already raised 4 kids, and now you've got number 5, and you've done it mostly from April to September without him. So what's another year of doing what you're doing? I'm sure she's got help. It's not me trying to paint a sob story, but if you're Jalen, you're probably thinking, hey, go ahead. Go play baseball.
Yeah.
We've got this. We've had this without you.
Right. You don't know how to do anything around here anyway.
Right. You'll just be sitting around
just
moping.
over here playing music on the smart speaker all the time.
Dude, you'll be
DJ BC Raw.
Totally. You'll be threading your glove, rubbing oil in it.
Oh,
good
man.
of you.
Yeah. So whatever. I didn't think I had any feelings about it, and I still don't.
Yeah.
But I dreamt about the guy.
Well, the subconscious is it's a real reflection of what you have going on deep inside your mind. And so, yeah, you're thinking about it, and at least you didn't like have a dream where he showed up in cardinal red and you burst into tears. That would have been a little bit more of a troubling.
And I started chasing him around the quad.
Don't do it, Brandon.
And then he turned into a cardinal and flew away to escape.
Exactly.
Like, that would have been a cool dream.
Psychotropic.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I don't think your brain is that poisoned to where you're going to have that kind of dream.
Yeah, this is my brain. This is my brain on drugs. Anyway.
I had a dream that I was hanging out with Steiny and my good friend Dana, and we were all getting together to go in a van to go to some sporting event.
Down by the river?
It was actually like an 18-person luxury van, and spilled pizza on my shirt.
You don't spill pizza.
No, I spilled pizza. I had I smeared it. Somehow I spilled it on the bottom of the shirt tail.
You were wearing dinner.
I was wearing dinner.
I love it.
And so I spent so much time trying to get it out. And then
you're not getting it out.
We eventually went to get in the van and there was no room, so I had to walk.
There was no room in the 18-person van?
There were 18 other people who were in there.
Who were they?
Steiny was one of them.
Was any of them Brandon Crawford?
No, but the barista who you may know from the old place, he was there. So he and I walked together. Haven't talked to him in 7 years anyway. Dreams, am I right?
They're so weird. All right, let's move from the subconscious to the conscious.
Look at you.
I got something to say. And I want to give the shout out right away because some of you maybe read it. The shout out goes to Grant Brisbee from The Athletic, even though he went to Burlingame High School. And I'll hold that against him for the rest of his life because Burlingame High School is an awful place. It's an awful place where terrible things happen. I shouldn't say that. That actually paid my dad's salary and put food on my table for many years. But I went to the rival high school, so I joke. But anyway, Grant Brisbee, with his most recent article in The Athletic, did something for me that I rarely do, which is it got me to think about luxury taxes in baseball. They're relatively new as compared to basketball, and because Warriors checkbook championship Joe Lacob, I think we think sometimes about luxury taxes in the NBA. I don't think about them in baseball. I couldn't have told you the rules. I don't know what the tax line is. I don't know what the penalties are. I now know more. Because I read the article.
Yeah, me too.
However, this isn't about the luxury taxes in a large sense. It's about them in a small sense. And here's the opinion I've come to. The opinion I've come to is that Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell, two top-line starting pitchers, are both still sitting on a free agent market that seems to not be paying guys what they want. And the San Francisco Giants not only have no excuse to not sign one, I now believe that it would literally be to the point of embarrassing. Embarrassing if they don't. And here's why. I know the Matt Chapman rumor has been there all offseason. I now have reached the point of sort of could take it or leave it. You know, Luciano shortstop, J.D. Davis, Wilmer Flores, there's Casey Schmidt. They just signed Nick Ahmed to a minor league contract. Can they figure out a way to handle the left side of the infield without Matt Chapman? Probably. Can their lineup figure out, hitting home runs without him? Probably. Like, it'd be great, but not at the expense of another starting pitcher, which is where their money should go. The San Francisco Giants are under the tax. And if we can sort of gather what Cody Bellinger just did and figure, all right, these guys are not getting the 6, 7, 8-year deals that they want. And the luxury tax is the reason why. All of these teams out there are like, well, yeah, we could do that, but then we're going to be way over the tax, and we're going to Kelly Oubre ourselves for the next 5 years. They don't want to do that. All right, fine. So what do? Well, you look at what Bellinger did, Ohtani. Could Jordan Montgomery or Blake Snell do the short opt-outs, 1, 2, 3-year deal for a higher average annual value? Well, Brisbee wrote this article based on the idea of, could you just give Blake Snell $40 million? 1-year deal, $40 million. And maybe it's a 2-year $80 million with an opt-out for Blake. So if he opts in, Conforto style, would it kill you? I don't want to bore you with all the numbers. Here's what you need to know. If the Giants did that, $40 million for 1 year, their luxury tax penalty right now would be $3 to $4 million. Let me say this carefully to Giants ownership. Who cares about $3 to $4 million when you're trying to become viable, interesting, and good in a division with the Dodgers and the Padres? The other teams that are the normal contenders who might sign these guys, from the Yankees, who are in their 3rd year of being a tax penalty team, so are the Mets, so are the Padres, so are the Phillies, the Rangers, Blue Jays, Braves, second-time offenders. In other words, they can't do it. They can't come to the party with what the Giants can offer. Only the Red Sox are a team out there that is also under the penalty line and has room to put a player like this in. And if I'm a pitcher, where do I want to pitch? Fenway Park or Oracle Park? This is where you have your advantage. You don't have to sell Cody Bellinger on hitting the ball over a little corner called Triples Alley. You actually can give that as a good reason. Hey, our ballpark's huge. Come pitch here. You'll be amazing. They are the only team, essentially, that is not going to be penalized for doing this. They have a clear need, a clear advantage in negotiations on multiple fronts. There is no reason, and I will not let, with these microphones in front of us, I will not let us not use the time to basically demand that the San Francisco Giants go get one of these pitchers before the season starts. You need it. We need it. You can do it. There's nothing in your way at all. Get it done. That's all.
I love it. I love it. And you use the word up front that I think is the word that many fans have attached to the Farhan Zaidi era, which is embarrassment. And you laid it out, Grant Brisbee, with a great piece about the teams that can. And those teams that are over the tax, they can do it. And they can go full lake up on it. And they can just decide that they want to pay that Kelly Oubre tax, as you laid it out. So it doesn't preclude them from doing it. Those teams that are already up there in that 3rd tier, especially if it's a 1-year deal. If you think that Snell can help you and you want to make 40 turn into 72 million, teams can do that. But the team that is below the Red Sox and the Giants, those are the teams. And there are many other teams, but a lot of those other organizations aren't going to be in on a pitcher who's going to make that much. So in terms of teams that are really looking to spend and compete, it could come down to those two teams, the Red Sox and the Giants. And, well, Farhan and his ability to pay that much for a player, he's only shown it once.
No, but it doesn't even, like, to me, I've never thought that Farhan was worried about money. He's worried about years. And that's what the hesitation has always been, is they don't want to sign people up, especially pitchers, long-term, because Johnny Cueto things start happening. And right? Rodon, look at what happens. You do that, and their arm gets hurt, and then you're just hosed. And so no one wants to do this with a 31-year-old Blake Snell. And they don't want to overpay on 1 year because the Yankees, it truly would be an Oubre situation. You do Snell for 40, It's actually going to cost you 80. And we can say, yes, they can do that, but they won't. They won't. They're not like...
the Dodgers might, just on principle.
No, that's the one team I didn't bring up, and you're right. Like, the Dodgers are that nuts.
Right.
So they might.
Yeah, and
so don't let them.
You talk about revenue and versus the expenditure, and that's where Joe Lacob has been all these years where... we're not doing $400 million. Well, this year you're doing $380 million. And if the Warriors were, 42 and 17 right now, he would feel good about doing it again next year, but they're not. So it becomes a calculus in terms of risk and reward. And if you're the Dodgers, you're desperate to get another one, if not two, and you want to build a dynasty down there. And you just got the two biggest free agents in the offseason, one of whom you're paying peanuts to because of your genius front office being able to defer a lot of the payments. So if you're the Dodgers, you look at Snell especially and you go, 1 for 40? Sure. That might put us over the top, at least for a year until Shohei Ohtani can pitch again. So they become a very viable competitor in this market.
Some quick breaking news on another front in that indeed, and we said this might be a possibility, he goes from out of the rotation to in the starting lineup. Moses Moody will start for Andrew Wiggins tonight, the game that's going to start in just about an hour and 20 minutes in Washington, and we'll walk you up to that game. But Wiggins is out, personal reasons. Moody is in to the starting lineup.
Good. And I guess that would mean that Clay is still going to be coming off the bench, which is,
the bench.
You want to see a good sample of how that looks, and so Clay comes off the bench.
We'll get into that a lot more on Warriors Live, which is going to come at you here in about 10 or 15 minutes. I did want to say one other thing since you brought up the Dodgers. Here's one other thing to mention about Snell and Montgomery. They're both left-handed. I think that's a significant conversation because right now, I know they're holding out hope that Kyle Harrison's going to be ready and awesome, and I have that belief too, but right now, Logan Webb, and then in a few weeks, Alex Cobb, right? Like, what do the Dodgers have? They've got Ohtani. They've got Freeman. They've got Muncy. They have had problems against good left-handed starting pitchers. In fact, they've had problems specifically against Blake Snell. I don't usually say this because I think it's a dangerous comment when we start talking about what teams and people with teams owe the fans. They owe the fans a game. They owe you your pizza and beer when you give them money, right? But this is one of those situations where when you are a large market team, you've got your Mission Rock project, all your competitors are over the luxury tax threshold, and you're not. Gosh, I don't like making that statement, but I'm real close. The Giants owe it. They owe it more so to their own players.
Well, to themselves. I was just going to say, they don't owe the fans anything.
Crying out loud, will you engage? For those of you who are old enough to remember the first Top Gun, this is kind of where I've arrived with the Giants. You remember after Goose dies and Maverick won't engage and the other pilots are like, we could have had him, man. Why won't you engage? And that's when Maverick fires on him and goes, I don't fire when I am damn good and ready. We're there. We're there. I want to go up to Farhan, Larry Bear, and more importantly, I know we all put Farhan at the center of this. I have more trust in Farhan than I do in his bosses. Those are the ones I really want to know about because we're strictly talking money right now.
Well, they want to break even, and they've told you that. They want to come close to breaking even.
That's so much more offensive than anything Farhan or Buster Posey has ever said.
If you want to talk about $40 million, and I know that the luxury tax penalty would be about $4 million, so $44 million for 1 year for a starting pitcher, I could see the ownership blushing and balking at that, thinking, it'd be better if we stayed below the threshold this year, and we'll hope that Carson Wisenhunt can come up in June or July and be a really good starting pitcher. We have them under team control.
Logan Webb has been such an forget good pitcher, ambassador for this team.
Right, he's a leader at 27.
Fighting the fight for the city of San Francisco, for the franchise as a whole. Guy who grew up in Rockland. We've forgiven his fandom of the Raiders and the Adorable Kings. We love this guy. We love this guy as much as anybody who's worn that uniform in the last 5 to 7 years for sure. For crying out loud, will you get him a running mate? Stop sticking him out there to be like, all right, you pitch 7 innings, and then for another 4 days, we'll cobble it together. And by the way, if you sign one of these guys, guess what? By halfway through the year, when Cobb and potentially Robbie Ray are good to go, you might have something real wild called a viable starting rotation.
Right now, the rotation is Logan and the question marks, if you look at it.
That's correct.
You've got Logan Webb, legit top 8 pitcher in the National League,
Correct.
top 12 in all of baseball, whatever you want to say. Then you have a converted reliever, a guy who's made 5 major league starts last year as a rook, and then you got Keaton and Tristan. So, you've got wild question marks. Even if you get Snell or Montgomery, your rotation still is top heavy and it's bottom questionable, but at least it would be a big step toward, all right, you got a couple of guys, and then you've got some candidates, and then you've got a young phenom, and now at least you feel like you've got a little bit more than you do right now.
By the way, not just Logan and the question marks. Let's say even all of the question marks go well, you still only have like 5 guys.
Right. Last year you had 13
starts. You're supposed to like they've told us all along, you got to have 8 or 9. So I'm not worried about is Jordan Hicks going to end up in the bullpen or something like that. If Cobb is healthy and Ray is healthy and you sign Jordan Montgomery, Kyle Harrison works out, oh gosh, we've got too many starters. Fine. You know damn well that's going to work itself out.
Right.
Especially with 2 of them on the shelf to start the season. This looks like Wesley Hogan, man. This is the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. You need it. They want it. No one else can do it. What the hell are you waiting for? Conforto is a client. So was Carlos Correa. Get Boris on the phone. It's March at the end of the week. What are you doing? Do the deal. It's obvious. Everybody knows it.
Well, maybe Snell wants more than 1 year. Maybe Snell wants a 3-year deal from somebody, a 3-year deal that he can sink his teeth into.
Give him a 3-year deal. He's 31.
3 and 120? They won't.
Why not?
Because they don't do that here.
They can still not. They can do that without penalty. Do you know how much money comes off? Like almost $100 million.
I understand. Next year, a lot of people come off the books next year. I think that they would look at 3 and 120 and they would blush at that.
He's a Cy Young Award winner, and you're only signing him till he's 34.
Right. You're going to do it, but I don't know if they are going to. The only 9-figure contract they've ever signed is for a KBO player who himself is also a question mark.
He is 1 for 1.
Yeah, he sure is.
His first spring training at bat.
They're getting beat again today.
That's okay.
I know.
They look pretty comfortable up there. Just whack the ball right in the right field.
Spring training.
Base hit.
You see Ohtani go yard?
Yeah, Ohtani went yard in his first, not his first at bat, his first game. He can hit. I'm already convinced.
Yeah, 1 for 3.
Yeah.
1 for 3 today.
That's Hall of Fame numbers.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
Yeah, man, they got to get one of these guys. They got to get one of these guys. It's just it's imperative.
Yeah.
It's not a want. This is not a want.
No, you said it would be an embarrassment if they didn't.
This is a need. If Cody Bellinger, I get it. You've got a center fielder. But if that's the going rate for players of that level now, $80 million over 3 years, and it might only be a 1-year, $30 million deal, if that's the kind of thing that Boris clients are signing for, flat out embarrassment if the Giants don't do that, considering the situation that they're in as compared to their competitors. All right. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Warriors Live is next. Moses Moody is a starter. The Warriors are in Washington on 95.7 The Game.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get
Basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
It sure does. The Golden State Warriors on the road in Washington. Willard and Dibbs with you as we start the countdown to the game, visiting Jordan Poole, but a lot of stuff within their own locker room that is percolating. Chris Paul will return to action tonight. Andrew Wiggins is out for personal reasons. Moses Moody is into the starting lineup. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. And indeed, as I said a little bit ago, this is the type of game that I know it's prone to sleepiness, where you're like, okay, whatever, right? That just, you already put it in the win column. The Washington Wizards barely win any of their basketball games. They're one of the worst in the NBA. But I could easily make the case the situation that the Warriors face, these are the ones that they need to get up for more than anything. You can stand some losses to the Nuggets of the world the rest of the way. You cannot function and get to the goal that they have set for themselves, which is the 6th seed, if you lose any of the games like this one. This is a must-have for the Warriors tonight.
Yes, certainly. It's one where you're favored by 10.5, the front part of a 4-game road trip. It's the kind of game where if you don't go out there and handle your business, well, then everything gets thrown into wild questions. And I know you don't want to react to just one game, a loss to Denver, a game in Washington, but this is absolutely one that you look at and you should put it in the win column. Washington's been bad start to finish. You're a team that's actually playing very well. You've won 10 of 13. You're coming off a loss against Denver, but you didn't play terribly against the defending champs. You come out here and you handle your business.
Let's get to the injury report right away and what it leads to for this game. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. As we mentioned, Chris Paul is back. 21 games with a hand fracture, but CP3 is available tonight. Steve Kerr says he will play all of the non-Steph minutes, but with Podziemski, Klay Thompson, now Moody getting an increased role with Wiggins out, a lot of eyes on exactly what it is they're going to ask for from Chris Paul, especially early in his return, because the thought process is you've been playing pretty good basketball and you don't want to be the guy that comes back and messes up the rhythm.
First game back for an aging player. I think he's the second oldest player in the association, so I don't think you have to worry tonight about him eating into other people's minutes. Tonight for Chris Paul, it's about a reacclimation situation for Chris Paul. It's a reacclimation sensation is what it is, Mark, because you want him to get back into the flow. I know it was a hand injury, so he should still have his legs about him. He's been working out undoubtedly. Get him 16 to 20 minutes, get back in the flow. Future games is where you have to worry more about him eating into people's minutes.
I'll even up your dollar here real quick. Just stand by. Andrew Wiggins is out for personal reasons. Also, Guy Santos is out. You know what it is?
I don't, Mark.
It's an inflammation sensation is what it is. Right knee inflammation. He injured it on Saturday with Santa Cruz and, of course, was also out in the game against Denver. Now, as for the Wizards, their first-round pick, Bilal Coulibaly and Isaiah Livers are both out. They had listed 3 players as questionable in Denny Avdia, Corey Kispert, and Landry Shamet, but all of them have now been upgraded to available for this game tonight.
And the spread has not moved a bit. It's still sitting at 10.5. Even with all the news of ins and outs, the number is held pretty firm.
I read that wrong, by the way. Avdi is out. The other 2 have been listed as available. That's not checking. Yes, still 10.5.
Yeah, not a spread
the
mover.
Denny Avdia news has not changed anything. Should be interesting to see what Moody can do tonight. You know, this is one of these guys. He and Kuminga, it's been a little back and forth, little yo-yo effect with regard to, and no, you can't play with my yo-yo.
Thank you.
It's been a little bit of that effect with Steve Kerr. You know, people are trying to figure out what he means by that. Like, oh, he's fallen out of the rotation. Does that mean doghouse? Does it mean the Warriors, as we discussed a lot yesterday, just have one of these squads that lacks definition? You've got a lot of guys who can do it, Not a lot of guys who do it consistently every night, and quite frankly, no one who has stepped up into the roles that the Warriors need. And the roles that they need, a number 2 scorer, for example.
Yeah.
A big guy who can defend down low and also not sort of embarrass himself on the offensive end. These are the roles that are available. That's what the Warriors are looking for. They have not been able to really find that consistently from everyone. But this will be interesting to see what Moses Moody does with this opportunity and what that may or may not lead to. We don't know. Andrew Wiggins might just be right back on Thursday.
Could be.
And everything goes right back to the way it was. Or, yes, we're aware of where everyone's mind goes when you hear Andrew Wiggins' personal reasons. And so who knows how long this is going to be.
Moses Moody has been outstanding this year in terms of his role. On again, off again.
Yep.
He started 4 games, and he's averaging 14 a night in those starts. There have been games where he's played a minute 45. There's been games where he didn't play. DNP, coach's decision. He's had some games where he's played 32 minutes or more. So Moses Moody, he's built for this, as I borrow from Steve Wilkes. He started, he's sat, he's been at the end of the bench, he's been at the front of the bench, he's been DNP'd and all the rest of it. He's a perfect candidate for the spot start.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Okay, Chris Paul back in. Again, let's define that a little bit further than what Steve Kerr said, which is just he'll play all of the non-Steph minutes. I would expect, at least off the top, Chris Paul, and this is even now with Wiggins out, I think this makes things a little bit easier for the Klay Thompson story. We're all, who's starting? Again, it's more about, I think it's more emotional who's finishing. I don't think Chris Paul is going to be in that finishing lineup, but with Wiggins out, I think you can comfortably get Klay Thompson to continue, and as he has been largely for the most part, be a part of that finishing lineup, although I know you've got your eyes tonight on no finishing lineup.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it's game to game, and it'll depend on the situation. But tonight, I would expect that it's going to be Moody in the finishing lineup if all goes well, along with Quinones and
Robinson,
TJP, and and the rest of the youngsters, guys who don't normally get minutes. Now, if you're into a tight game, I still don't think Chris Paul would be in that finishing lineup because he's coming back after almost 2 months. His last game was January 5th in that ugly win over Detroit. He played 23 and a half minutes, and since then, he's been out. So you don't take a 38-year-old, he's almost 39, by the way, a guy who's coming back after 2 months away from basketball. You're not going to throw him into the fire like that. So finishing lineup-wise, it'll be something to watch down the road with Chris Paul. But tonight, I'm expecting just a couple of cups of coffee for Chris Paul. Probably 3 5-minute stints, and we'll call it good.
I just looked up what you were referring to. When is Chris Paul's 39th birthday? I'm going to go ahead and consider this right now. This is like fun little over-under game that we can play. I'm going to consider the Warriors season a success if they're still playing when Chris Paul turns 39.
Okay.
May 6th.
Yeah.
May 6th.
May 6th
That
would mean you win a first-round series.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That means you're into the second round.
Yeah.
Means you're into the conference semifinals.
Which would be great. And that I think that's a fair bar to set for a team that is a 10 seed. It's a high bar for a team that's a 10 seed, but this is a team with championship pedigree, and they've won 10 of 13. So it's fair to think that they can get into the playoffs. Now, could they pull a first-round upset? Would it even be an upset? And I'd like you to talk to your odds maker friend as we get into next week about.
I got to imagine that it would be. I mean,
but not as one-sided as a normal 1-8 or a 2-7 would be.
Probably not. But there is literally no scenario, certainly not one that's plausible, where the Golden State Warriors get into the playoffs. Either they are in the top 6 or they come out of the play-in tournament. You are playing either the Wolves, the Thunder, the Nuggets, or the Clippers. That's going to be your top 4.
Right.
The Warriors are dogs against any of those teams right now.
Yeah, maybe not the Clippers. The Clippers would be close.
Ooh.
If they were, they'd have to get to the 5, right, in a 4-5 scenario, or maybe the Clippers get to the 3.
The Clippers could move up. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's razor tight between those 4 teams.
Right.
They're all separated by 2.5 games.
Yeah. I think they'd be underdogs against all of them. Probably the biggest underdog they would be against Denver. And then probably OKC second. I think the matchup there is a bad one. I would love to see them play Minnesota and get a little Draymond Green v. Rudy Gobert. Pas deux. This time it's personal.
I'm a big OKC guy.
They're good.
They lead. They lead the conference in point differential. They are a top 4 defensive rating team. They play on both ends of the floor. They have got talent of all sizes between Holmgren and Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, oof.
And speed kills, Mark.
I would not. I've already predicted it. So I'll go further than saying I would not be surprised if Oklahoma City represents the West in the NBA Finals this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I hitched my wagon to the Clippers a couple weeks ago, and I'm not ready to unhitch it. Denver looks very daunting, but I'm just taking it one game at a time. And right now, all eyes are squarely on the Washington Pools, and I'm really interested to see, and I don't know if anything's come out about a Draymond Jordan Poole pregame confab of any sort, but I'll be keeping an eye on that interaction throughout the night.
No doubt. I'm also, though, going back to Chris Paul, I'm interested to see how he affects 2 specific players. One, you're thinking it could be positive. The other one, I'm not sure, could it go the other way? So if Chris Paul is going to be your ball handler for all of the non-Steph minutes, what does that mean for Brandon Podziemski? What are we even wanting it to mean for Brandon Podziemski? He's gotten a little flow going. I know we're in I don't even know if you want to call this a mini slump, but for a couple of games now, it's kind of like, right? Not shooting the ball great, but Podziemski does so many things out there. A winning basketball player. The guy is their best guard rebounder. He might be one of their best rebounders, period. And so that's somebody who I'm excited to see continue his growth process and help this team continue their push. I do not want Chris Paul robbing a ton of minutes for him. The other side, though, interested to see what this does, Chris's return, for Dario Saric, because this is a guy who I think for about 40 games, Warrior fans were looking at this going, this is a really smart signing by the Warriors. Like, he comes in, he gives you your 20 minutes, he's really effective on all the things that he does. He can get to the rim sometimes on offense, he can knock down a 3, and it feels like he has fallen out of favor, out of sorts, without Chris Paul out there. And we know that they've played together before. It was obvious when you watch them, they work well together.
Right.
So maybe this ignites him again.
Perhaps. I do think that he's fallen out of favor a little bit because of the defensive side of it. He's not a great defender, and this is a team that has tried to claw back into contention through its defense. The defense has been bad the majority of the year, especially when Draymond was out. So that is a big piece of it in terms of Dario Saric's minutes. So if Chris Paul can come back and unlock his offensive game, that's obviously his key to playing. And the point about Podziemski is an interesting one because he might be most effective when he plays 25 minutes as opposed to 32 minutes. And that's something that the coaching staff, I think, will look at. And, when you have him playing 33 and 35 and 34 minutes, does he become less effective when he plays more at this juncture of his career?
Is that something that you've actually tracked or noticed, or why do you feel that way?
The last 4 games, I've seen a player who maybe is starting to slow down a little bit.
Could be hitting the rookie wall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's played a lot more over the course of the last 2 months than he did earlier in the year. He's averaging 10 a game over his last 4, and I know that's his season average, but that's not what he was doing in January and early February when he really erupted on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling it a quote-unquote mini slump or whatever. I don't even necessarily really see it. He has not been good from beyond the three-point arc over the last week and a half or so. He's 3 for 13 from the three-point line over his last 3 games. But again, that Friday night game, which was sleepy and whatnot, was not a bad game for him at all. He shot 50% from the field against Charlotte, was one of only a handful of double-digit scores in the game with 13. He added the 6 boards, 6 assists. He's had at least 7 boards or more in all of his last 5 games. Again, he has the knack to affect the game positively even when he's not shooting well. So when he shoots well, then it really pops. Like when he does what he did against the Clippers,
on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
When he had 25 points to go with 7 rebounds, 8 assists. You're looking at someone when he gets up to that 30-minute mark, like this guy could be someone who compiles triple-doubles in his future in the NBA.
Yeah, especially as he becomes more of a dominant ball handler and gets more involved in distributing when you've got Chris Paul and you've got Steph Curry and Draymond Green, who is ostensibly the point guard of this team. He doesn't get as many assist opportunities, but the rebound numbers are eye-popping.
Let's do our Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And while we're there, I'll stick with Pajemski. Give me multiple three-pointers made for Brandon Poughkeepsie Kid tonight in this basketball game.
Yeah, and it's in his last 8 games, man, you got to go back, and he's had a bunch of zeros up there. He had 2-2, 5-3, and 2 in a 5-game run, but before that it was 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. So he can go hot and cold on you from the three-point line. I like your prediction because he's been getting a lot more of an opportunity. I know he was 0 of 1 against Denver, but before that, 6, 6, 7, and 5 attempts. So he's getting looks from behind the line.
Well, I'm also thinking about it in terms of minutes. Maybe this isn't the game we were just talking about as minutes. Maybe this isn't the game to even explore it, because I do think that there is a high probability that the Warriors run Washington off of the floor here. And if there is a fourth quarter where the veterans sit, Brandon Pajemski is not one of them. He is not a veteran. And he often will be the guy who will stay in there with some of the other GT performers. And so I think Brandon's going to get a good, healthy chunk of minutes tonight. I think it's going to be a wide open game because the Wizards don't play defense. And so that'll open it up his shot. And I think he'll knock a couple down.
Yeah, that's interesting when you point it out like that, because as a starter, he sometimes doesn't have to play in, quote, garbage time when you've got, younger players his age who are coming off the bench who would be out there. My Take It to the Bank prediction is going to be about the Claymaker. This will be his 5th game in a row coming off the bench. He had 35, then 3, then 13, then 23. He's averaging 18 a night off the bench. I got him for 20-plus tonight. This is a game where Clay gets comfortable, Clay gets loose. I've got Klay Thompson 20 or more coming off the bench.
Okay, see, now I thought you were going to flip it the other way because he's kind of been back, forth.
Right.
Although he did that all within one game against Denver.
23 at the half.
In the first half.
Goosey in the second half.
Nothing in the second half. So maybe he's become more efficient with that. I don't know, but I thought you were setting it up to be like he's now due for a down night because he shot the ball well on Sunday.
I'm going to borrow from Vanessa Williams in her second hit off the album, The Comfort Zone. I think he's finding the comfort zone coming off the bench. His plus-minus mark in all 4 of those games, a positive coming off the bench.
Hey, now, I love it. Yeah, the Warriors and the fact that Moody is starting is telling you that for now, how committed they are to Klay Thompson off of the bench.
Good point, yeah. Good point, because if they weren't committed to it, they'd throw Klay back in there.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and you wouldn't, because you want Klay to continue to get comfortable in this role.
What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a farmer and let us tell you, seriously now, forget the whole advertisement thing. I love these beers. They're really, really good. I've tried all of them.
Oh, yeah.
And they are fantastic. So do it, and do it now. All right. Chance for the Warriors to continue winning games away from Chase. Here's a wild sentence that I never thought I'd say last year. Listen to this. The Warriors, they've won 6 of their last 7 on the road.
Hello.
Remember last year? They barely won 6 road games the whole year.
Good point.
And they've won 6 out of their last 7, including their last 5. So the Warriors are hot away from home. Part of that is who they're playing, sure, but tonight fits right into that, going against one of the worst teams in the NBA.
It's one you absolutely have to get, and I won't use the must-win phrase because I revile it unless it's an actual must-win, but if you want to be taken seriously,
yes.
If you want to go on this run that we all think that you can go on, this is a cupcake. Go ahead and peel back the paper around it, take a big bite of frosting and cake, devour this cupcake, take some time for yourself in the fourth quarter, and get ready for the Big Apple.
Yeah, absolutely. And so they've been good away from home. That 5-game win streak is against, let's see, the opponents were Brooklyn,
Philadelphia, no Embiid. Indiana, solid win. And then at Utah. One of which, boy, they tried their little tookuses off to give that sucker away, but they didn't. And so those are the opponents. Tonight fits right in. Look, if it's a 6-game win streak, that's one thing. If it's a 7-game win streak, then I'm going to get impressed because after tonight, 48-hour rest, and you're at Madison Square Garden.
That's a tough one always to go to the Apple, although Steph always seems to have one of those memorable kind of games. You know he gets up for the Mecca, so you don't worry about that. I would love to see some rest tonight in the fourth quarter, and part of me is rooting for Jordan Poole to go out there and have a good game in front of your old team. Honestly, Mark, there's something about it.
Just listen to your tone.
You know what? Have a game, Jordan Poole.
It's like all of a sudden it's like bedtime and we're reading a book to a child. Like, have a good game.
You know what, Jordan? Have a good game. 118-101. Give Poole 24 off the bench.
Your numbers are way too low. 118-101.
They beat Charlotte 71-52 or whatever that was.
That's different. Charlotte's a weird team. You want to know do you know what the over-under is tonight?
It's got to be 230 something.
2,000 points. It's 245, bro.
Holy cow.
I think this might look a little bit like the game when they played at the Bulls a while back. And I still don't think the Warriors defense is quite right. And so you take Wiggins out of that and enter Chris Paul back in, and that's not going to get any better. And because of that, I think, Washington doesn't pay attention to anything on a basketball court. So I think you're going to get a very offensively focused game tonight on both sides.
That was 140-131 at Chicago. The Claymaker with 30. The Chef at 27. They gave up $131 to the Bulls.
$131.
Yikes.
Now, I wouldn't expect that, but let's just say...
they were down 11 at the half in that game.
I might have put a unit or two on the over tonight.
Hello.
And the Warriors.
That's a big number.
Yeah. So let's go more like... let's go 132-117. That's the final score tonight.
And how about your guy, Jordan Poole? What do you want from him? A goose egg?
4 points.
Yeah.
How many? 4.
We need to talk more tomorrow about why you hate Jordan Poole.
I don't. That's not the right word. I'm just turned off.
You sports hate him.
I'm turned off. I'm not turned off ever, though, by Kevin Dana. Did you know that he is handling the broadcast duties tonight?
Rain dance!
From Washington, and we're always excited to hear Dana. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. For Dan Dibley, I'm Mark Willard. Out to the arena next. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals. USDA Choice Boneless Beef, top sirloin, $4.97 per pound. Foster Farms Boneless Skinless Chicken Breast, just $1.97 per pound. Now let's go to my favorite boneless friend, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and for boneless food, I like bread, Mark. Or wheat breads, buy one, get one. And there are other digital deals available, but when I think about boneless foods, I do think about bread, and their bread is on point.
You are always thinking about the bread. That's what the boss has said about you.
Yeah.
These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go in there. You know how we love the app, right? You take the picture of a barcode, and then it buzzes, and you save money. It's that easy. Just download the weekly deals into your account, and they automatically deduct when you use your phone at checkout. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. We like that. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And of course, we will see you in the aisles.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends through 2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Proposition
Chicken. This chicken goes 3 ways. Ooh, yeah.
Proposition Chicken and Prop C on the Fly have been serving award-winning fried chicken for over a decade. Our chicken goes 3 ways. From slow-roasted rotisserie to crispy barbecue tofu, our from-scratch food is made with better ingredients. Stop by, pick up, or have it delivered from 12 Bay Area locations. Order now at propositionchicken.com.
Proposition Chicken. This chicken goes 3 ways.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time you put your lips on a farmer. From sunup till sundown, we're working hard to create beers from our own farm-grown ingredients. Farmers Brewing is 100% family-owned with 5 generations of experiences with incorporation of tradition and innovation. The result, sessionable-style beers that are clean, crisp, and easy drinking for all. From centuries of farmers to future generations of brewers, it's been a long time coming, and we're here to stay. From farm to glass, we're Farmers Brewing. Find us at your local store or visit farmersbrewing.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Bosch appliances. From refrigerators with their trademark Farm Fresh system that extends food freshness so you can make less trips to the grocery store, or dishwashers with precision wash technology that helps to clean, sanitize, and dry dishes and eliminate up to 99.9% of bacteria. You can see all of the Bosch appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley.